Needs you right now. She's alone fighting them all by herself, and she needs your help.
Sydney looked at the remaining defenders inside the Lazarus outpost with tears of frustration. She knew they would dismiss anything she had to say due to her age. What did a child know about the world and sacrifice? Sydney knew it better than most. Losing her father to the spreading darkness was a moment in her young life that she would look back on forever. "She'll be fine," a young woman named Melissa told Sydney from the crowd. "She's always beaten them back, hundreds of times now. She'll do it again." From her vantage point on the top of the wall, Sydney could see Taylor battling the mass of infected humans that came to their doorstep every day. Somehow, Sydney knew this time was different. Instead of attacking Taylor in one massive onslaught, the hordes of infected were rushing her in what appeared to be strategic groups. Never more than a few at a time, they assaulted Taylor from all angles, trying to catch her off guard. To Taylor's credit, she was holding her own. How long she would be able to defend the Ark's gates was another question entirely. Already this offensive had been going on hours longer than any before. Sydney knew her friend well enough to tell when Taylor was beginning to tire. Her moves weren't as sharp, her motions not as quick.
"Look at her," Sydney pleaded. "She's out there alone. We have to stand with her. She's fighting for us all. We have to help."
The same woman who had voiced her opinion before did so again. "How are we going to help her? Captain Martin collected the few remaining bullets we have for an emergency. You want us to use our rifles as clubs?" This time, Sydney zeroed in on the speaker. Melissa was Wade Treadstone's personal assistant. She wasn't a bad person. Right now, she was a scared person. Sydney could see that reflected in the woman's eyes. "We use our rifles like hammers or our fists if we have to," another voice said. Sydney exhaled in relief. She recognized the voice, and she knew with it help would be on its way. "Sorry we took so long," Frank said, running up the stairs to meet the group. Jason was behind him. As two close friends of Taylor's, Sydney knew at least they would make an effort to help. Whether their effort would be enough to save the tiring Taylor was another question that would have to wait to be answered. 2. Taylor. The dread. That's what it was. Taylor knew this like she knew her own birthday. Somehow it was obvious to her. How her powers linked to their own was a question she had been trying to figure out for over a year now. Still, she was no closer to answers than she had been before. They rushed her in small groups she was able to quickly dispatch with the motion of her hand. For Taylor, being infected with the darkness during the escape to the secret outpost, the Ark, was only the beginning. An experimental serum had been used to try and counteract the effect of the darkness spreading through her body. The outcome was one nobody could have expected. Taylor Hart was given the power of telekinesis. How or why were questions she could only speculate on. However, it seemed right now, in this moment, her powers were a shield to those humans living inside the Alaskan outpost. Maybe the last outpost left to humankind. Sweat began to bead on her brow. Her breath was coming through her lips, labored and sharp. How long had this attack lasted? The answer was lost to her, but it had been longer than any other. Taylor motioned with her right hand at two men sprinting toward her from the tree line 100 yards from the Ark's outer wall. Black liquid was caked on their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears, the physical manifestation of the darkness inside of them searching for an exit route. Taylor took this in all in the space of a moment as she hurled them backward with the quick motion of her outstretched hand. The two men were lifted into the air, an invisible force sending them crashing somewhere deep in the forest. Relentlessly, they came. Not like the many times before in one strategic attack, rushing straight at Taylor. Now in small groups, zigzagging toward her with hateful eyes and quivering fingers. The repetitive motion of either lifting bodies, crushing them, or snapping their necks was like the constant strain of lifting a light weight. Taylor could perform the act a dozen times without tiring, but even the smallest weight, when lifted enough times, would prove a strain on the strongest arm. Taylor set her jaw and placed her back to the outpost entrance. She refused to give in to the weariness that screamed in her muscles. There was no doubt the coordinated attack of the dread was working. Already Taylor had been forced back as different groups came at her from all angles. Her eyes were constantly searching the battleground for where the next rush would come from. Then something caught her eye. A shadow where there should be none. Past the tree line where the sun beat down into the boughs of the pine branches, a dark mass stood staring at her, watching her. Although Taylor couldn't make out any distinguishing characteristics from the entity, it reeked of evil. A chill from the very top of her spine raced down to the soles of her boots. There was no doubt that someone or something was studying her, measuring her actions. Taylor was so caught up in the appearance of the sinister form she nearly missed the next attack. Multiple groups of 2 and 3 enemies rushed her from all angles. Taylor bobbed and weaved in a dance of death. Although she could manipulate her power over telekinesis without motioning with her hands, the act made sense. Whether it was in her mind or actually did help, the motion from her hands felt natural as she pushed back the oncoming assaults. It seemed to be a day of firsts. It was the first time the dread attacked in sporadic waves. The first time they dogged her for this long. And now, the first time the use of weapons were employed by the crazed human beings. Taken over by their very deepest recesses of evil, the dread had up until now relied on their teeth and hands to kill and infect other humans. Taylor had to do a double take when she observed tree limbs and rocks in the hands of her attackers. Her moment of awe cost her as stones were hurled in her direction. Taylor moved to hold the rocks in the air and send them back on her enemies. She was too late. The first volley of projectiles struck her in the shoulder, stomach, and left temple. Blood oozed into her vision along with a sharp staccato of pain. The raged humans howled with glee and sprinted ever closer to her position. Struggling to clear her mind, Taylor fought back the fingers of unconsciousness. This is it, she thought as her enemies gained ground. They were feet from her now. A stupid rock is how I go down. The next moment, hands were around her shoulders and waist. Taylor waited for the inevitable. She would be torn apart, all that she might have been gone in the space of a breath. Instead of feeling her flesh being ripped from her body, Taylor heard a voice. "Thought you could use some help." She blinked past the sweat and blood to find the familiar face of Jason Waters looking down at her. The noise of battle ringing around her, Taylor struggled to her feet and took in the scene. The gates to the Ark were open. Men and women streamed out of the compound and formed a line around Taylor at the same time those infected by the dread reached them. The sickening sound of crunching the bodies made when they struck one another at top speed echoed across the battlefield. In every direction, warfare took place in its most brutal form. Rifles and pistols were used as blunt objects from the defenders in the Ark, while the dread employed teeth, hands, branches, and rocks. Taylor struggled to find her footing on the uneven terrain of the Alaskan wilderness. "You've done enough," Jason said, maneuvering her toward the open gates of the facility. "Come inside. We can handle the rest of them." There's so little determination in that lie, I don't even think you believe you can hold them off, Taylor said, running a hand across her eyes that did more to smear blood than clear her line of sight. Now get off me. I can still fight. You can barely stand, Jason said. Taylor lifted Jason off his feet and placed him back on the ground a few yards from her. She didn't wait to hear his objections. She had a job to do. Squaring her shoulders, she marched back into the fray. To their credit, the defenders were holding their own. Men and women fell, but the casualties were nothing like they had been during the initial outbreak of the dread. When they rampaged across the globe, Nothing could stop them. Though these memories seemed a lifetime ago, in reality the memories were only 18 months past. Just as Taylor made her way to the front line, the fighting stopped. Without warning, without any kind of visible sign, the attacking dread broke their assault and made for the woods. Taylor squinted past the sunlights into the trees to where the shadow had stood before. If it wasn't her imagination, if it had been there at all, it was gone. 3. Taylor. It was different this time, Taylor said, shaking her head at the memory of the attack, the weapons that had been used, even the menacing silhouette in the woods. They're evolving, learning. Why would we have reason to believe that they can learn at all? Dr. Spear asked from her seat in the conference room. We have no evidence as such. If only I were allowed to study one of them, capture one alive. If we could try the serum again, then we could really find out what... We've been over this 100 times. Wade Treadstone interrupted from his seat at the head of the table. I will not allow one of them inside our walls. One misstep and we could all be infected. We owe it to ourselves and the greater whole of humanity, if anyone still exists, to hold caution in the utmost regard. Up until the last few months, Taylor had found herself agreeing with Wade's policy on no infected inside the walls. However, as the months passed, as ammo ran dry and food became an issue, Taylor was rethinking her stance on the subject. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. Captain Martin, an older, broad-shouldered man sitting to Taylor's right, said, I came as quickly as I could with the rest of our ammo supply when I heard this was something other than the attacks you've been pushing back for months, but I was too late. It's fine. Taylor waved away the apology. What we need now, more than anything, are answers. Here we go again, Dr. Spear said, throwing her hands in the air. If we've had the discussion about not experimenting on the infected 100 times, then we've had Taylor's talk of exploring beyond the walls 101 times. Taylor resisted the urge to snap the doctor's neck. It would only take the slightest twitch of her hand. Even a thought, and the deed would be done. Taylor pushed the idea out of her mind. What's our endgame here? To die? Her voice was so harsh, all eyes in the room turned to Taylor. She waited for a moment of silence to pass before she continued. Because that is exactly what's going to happen to all of us if we sit back and do nothing. We aren't doing nothing, Wade said, rising from his seat. We're surviving. Is surviving enough? Captain Martin said with a raise of his thick, gray eyebrows. His words were far from a shout, still they carried the same kind of weight. Wade shot a surprised look at the captain. I know, Captain Martin said, raising his hands in a sign of peace. I know you're the boss. I know you saved us all when Lazarus Pharmaceuticals were being overrun. I know as an employee of Lazarus, you feel a burden to protect and save as many people as you can. But the fact remains, Wade. Sooner or later, we will have to step outside. Sooner or later, the lack of food will force us to. Wade's expression changed from one of reproof to fatigue. He retook his seat and breathed a sigh so heavy Taylor almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Frank, how long can we last? Wade asked. Frank Castor was a teenager with an IQ on par with Einstein. Hired by Lazarus Pharmaceuticals as a consultant when their drug Vanadrum first started amplifying the darkness in its consumers, Frank had been caught up in the events. If we continue to ration our supplies, 6, maybe 8 months. The terrain inside the Ark wasn't meant for crops. We're trying everything we can, but being met with very little success. Frank said all this with his eyes glued to the tablet in front of him. Taylor couldn't remember a time the youth was without some kind of electronic device to run graphs and numbers. "This isn't a decision we can take lightly," Wade said. "I can't order a group to travel outside the safety of the Ark. I can't purposely send men and women to their deaths."
"You don't have to order anyone," Taylor said. "I volunteer."
Taylor met Wade's eyes. Instinctively, she knew what he was thinking. He didn't trust her. Wade was afraid of things he didn't understand. Taylor's power, her connection with the Dread, was something that he could not comprehend. The only reason Taylor wasn't undergoing extensive lab work and confined to her room was because the people inside the Ark loved her. They rallied around her and looked to her as a source of protection and hope. "I'll consider your offer," Wade said. "Until then, no one is to go outside the Ark wall unless to defend our position. Jason, I'd like you to stay so we can discuss the condition of our solar panels. The rest of you are dismissed." His words were like swallowing back bile. Why wouldn't he give her a chance? Taylor was halfway to her feet to object when she felt a firm hand on her shoulder. "Talk with me first," Captain Martin whispered, motioning her to the door. 4. Valerie Spear. If the meeting had gone on a moment longer, Dr. Valerie Spear had already come up with a plausible alibi. She was saved from having to carry out her lie by Wade Treadstone's narrow view and his own eagerness to close the meeting. Valerie nodded where she had to and smiled her way out of the conference room. The Alaskan cold took her breath away as she exited the building. She forced herself to travel at a steady walk when every fiber of her being told her to run. Was she too late already? Was her work destined to fail before it had even begun? She threw caution to the wind and jogged the remaining few yards to the laboratory building designated for her use by Lazarus Pharmaceuticals. Her breath came out in light puffs of steam. Valerie composed herself and entered the structure. Plain tile floors and bright fluorescent lights ushered her to a receptionist's table where an alert middle-aged man sat leafing through an old magazine. "Dr. Spear?" He nodded in her direction before going back to the article he must have read a dozen times before. Valerie moved past him without so much as a nod. Her time was short. Making her way down the long halls and through the maze of the research facility, she ignored eye contact with everyone and walked purposefully. She didn't stop until she reached a key-coded door accessing the building's underground storage room. Her passcode was simple: 2020. The year Vanadrum awoke the darkness living in the hearts of men. Motion-activated lights lit her descent down the long flight of steel stairs. Once she reached the last step, she walked down aisles of equipment and medical supplies to the very back of the storage room. The air inside was musty. If Valerie had not been so used to the smell, she would have wrinkled her nose at the odor. The darkest, deepest end of the underground storage unit was a concrete wall. A section of the wall the light didn't quite reach was her destination. Whoever had constructed the facility years before had added an extra bonus, a room Valerie would have missed entirely had she not been the first one into the storage room when Wade and his team made their escape from the Los Angeles facility a year and a half before. A quick motion of her hand brushed back a hazardous warning sign whose frayed edges and dull coloring spoke of its age. Behind the sign was a keyhole. Valerie removed the long necklace from beneath her pristine lab coat. A small, unassuming key hung at the end, so contrary to the secrets it held. Valerie inserted the key with a quick twist. A hidden door camouflaged in the wall opened on command. I did as you asked. He's not responding. He's strapped down and I gave him the serum, but nothing's happening. Valerie closed the door to the top-secret room behind her, striding over to her new specimen. That morning, while the infected carried out their assault on the grounds, A window of opportunity had opened for Dr. Spear. You can save him, right? Melissa asked, looking to Valerie with tear-rimmed eyes. Valerie checked the vital signs on her test subject. He was young, strong, with a chiseled jaw and a physique to match. It was clear why Melissa had fallen in love with the man. He's still alive, yes. How much of the serum did you administer?
Only what you told me. 1 dose.
Melissa said, resting a shaking hand on the arm of her boyfriend.
He's going to come back, right? Just like Taylor did? He had the same kind of wound, a bite on his shoulder.
I can't be sure of anything. I will do my best to bring him back, Valerie said. She scanned the machines monitoring the man's vital signs and pulled back his eyelids to shine a light in his pupils. How did you end up sneaking him in, by the way?
Before you went into the meeting, Pete was still able to walk. He was fading fast, but I was able to get him down here and administer the serum as you instructed.
And nothing since?
No.
Valerie began moving around the raised bed upon which her subject lay. Melissa had not followed her instructions completely. Pete's wrists and ankles weren't fastened to the steel bed frame as they should have been.
You won't need to do that,
Melissa said from her spot beside Pete.
He's not going to turn into one of them. Look at his chest. It's rising and falling like it should. He's going to be fine.
Yes, well, we certainly hope so. However, all precautions must be taken. Valerie strapped on the restraints to his ankles and wrists, after which she placed a heart monitor on Pete's chest. Melissa was right. Pete was breathing strong and steady. A look at the wound that had infected him revealed a nasty bite mark on the left side of his neck. It wasn't bleeding now, only raw flesh showed through Pete's pink skin. Black vein-like tendrils moved outward from the wound.
I tried to clean it as best I could,
Melissa said. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to ask the question she dreaded the most.
When will we be able to tell? When will we get some kind of sign that he's going to be okay?
For the first time since Valerie had entered the room, she gave Melissa her full attention. We won't know anything until he wakes up. That could be hours or days. Taylor was in and out of consciousness as she made the change, but it's too soon to tell if she's the rule or the exception. Neither woman witnessed Pete's eyes flicker open the slightest bit before closing again, his pure black orbs taking in the room with sinister intent. 5. Taylor. Captain Martin's quarters were right next to the armory. The room wasn't made for living at all. However, the captain insisted on being close to the compound's entrance and closer to the weapons that were under lock and key. His room was sparsely decorated. Besides the necessary pieces of furniture, such as a cot and a plain dresser, the only other thing was an American flag pinned on his wall. The lack of seating gave Taylor no other option than to stand. The captain closed the door, then held up a single finger in the universal sign to wait. He pressed his ear against the metal door. The seconds ticked by slowly, making Taylor wonder exactly what the captain was going to tell her to warrant such a mysterious meeting. A moment later, the captain turned to her, satisfied they were not being followed or listened to. "I'm sorry for all the dramatics," the captain said. Clasping his hands behind him at the small of his back, he began to pace back and forth across his small room. "But I've never done anything like this. This is an extreme situation, and in these extreme times, certain allowances must be made for actions outside the chain of command." The words were coming out of his mouth like they were fighting one another to be spoken. Taylor had never seen the captain this strained or unsure of himself. Then it struck her why. "You're going to help me get outside the wall, aren't you?" The effect the question had on the captain was instantaneous. He stopped his pacing and stared at Taylor for a full minute. Yes. Wade is a good man who's doing what he feels is best, but it's clear what we have to do. There is no future in the Ark. Remaining here is a short-term goal. We need a place better fortified with food, and what I wouldn't give for more ammunition. Our stores are nearly depleted. We have enough rounds to hold off maybe one more large assault than it's knives and hand-to-hand combat like we had out there today. Most of these people aren't soldiers. They aren't trained like you and I.
I agree with everything you're saying, except for the we part, Taylor said. You have to stay. Before Captain Martin could protest, Taylor continued. There's something going on out there. The Dread are changing. They used weapons today. And on top of that, there's another thing I didn't tell Wade at the meeting. I saw something out there in the woods. Someone, maybe human, most definitely evil.
I'm still getting used to you calling them the Dread,
Captain Martin said. Well, that's what this darkness is. I would have told everyone what I know, but if Wade found out I can sense them at times, he'd have me chained up for sure.
No argument there, Taylor. Still, I can't let you go out there alone.
You have to, Taylor said, searching her mind for an argument that would make the captain realize this was the only way. Someone needs to stay here and take care of the defenses. There's no point of me going out beyond the wall and returning with help if there is nothing to return to. We each have our part to play in this. The captain's jaw clenched and unclenched. He interlaced his fingers behind his head and stretched his shoulders as he swallowed her words and accepted them.
You'll need a distraction when you leave. They'll notice you're gone eventually, but it's not like we're sending anyone after you.
I'll leave tonight. I'll find help if any help exists outside these walls, Taylor said. Despite the danger she was about to put herself in, she forced a smile.
The fewer people that know, the better,
Captain Martin said, already moving to his dresser and rummaging through the contents.
Outside of Frank and Jason, I wouldn't tell anyone else.
Sydney has to know, Taylor said, thinking of her small friend and the blow it would cause her to be left behind. I can't do that to her. I have to say goodbye. The captain turned around with a map and a flashlight in his hand.
It's your call on who you tell and who you don't. Just be cautious. I can't give you much in way of supplies without drawing attention, but I can give you these.
The captain handed over a detailed map of Alaska and the surrounding areas, along with a high-powered flashlight.
We should plan out your course once you get on the other side of the wall. I have some ideas on where you can go and the best places to find any other survivors, if there's any out there at all.
6. Taylor.
No. Nope. Absolutely not. Not in a million years. I'm going with you.
Sydney's voice was so firm, so passionate in her desire, Taylor almost gave in there and then. It was only her love for the girl that made Taylor keep her resolve. You can't come, Sid. You know how dangerous it will be out there. I'll have to move fast. At times, I may even need to levitate to get out of harm's way. Sydney crossed her arms over her chest.
I can keep up with you, and if you do have to levitate, then you can take me with you. You can move whatever you want with your mind. I'm old enough. I should be able to make my own decisions.
Her argument made sense. In what kind of world did it make sense for a kid to make their own decisions on risking their life? Had things really become this bad? Sid, no matter what you say, I'm not taking you with...
I'm going to follow you anyway.
Taylor heaved a gigantic sigh of exasperation.
That's right,
Sydney continued.
Maybe you won't take me, but you can't stop me from following you.
There were tears in the young girl's eyes now. Raw determination, not sadness, pooled in her gaze. Sydney had lost everything. Taylor was all she had left in this world, and she was fighting tooth and nail to hold on. Taylor sighed. Have I ever told you that you argue like someone twice your age? Sensing the change in Taylor's tone, Sydney broke out into a massive smile.
You tell me that all the time. Does that mean I can come with you?
I guess you're not leaving me much of a choice, are you? The next few hours were spent in preparation for their journey. Taylor helped Sydney pack, although she had the distinct feeling she was only slowing down the excited girl. Sydney would wear her warmest clothes, boots, a thick pair of jeans with thermals underneath, and a black jacket. Her backpack would be filled with water, food, a blanket, a hunting knife, and a single change of clothing. Taylor's own bag mirrored Sydney's, with the exception of her flashlight, map, and her personal firearm she had hidden when ammo was running low. It was a Kimber 1911 with a single magazine of ammunition. With her own powers to use, she wouldn't need the pistol, but it seemed a waste to leave it behind. "You remember the plan?" Taylor asked Sydney as the two sat waiting for the designated hour of their departure.
We wait until 2 a.m. Captain Martin will do a surprise inspection on the wall, calling whoever is on guard to him. You'll lift us up and over the east side of the wall. Once we touch ground, you'll take the lead and I'm to follow you close and quiet.
"Perfect," Taylor said. "Now get some rest. There's no telling how long it will be before we get to sleep in beds again." Exhausted, Sydney was asleep soon thereafter. Taylor was left alone with her thoughts, staring down at the gentle rise and fall of Sydney's sleeping shoulders. Was she doing the right thing? Should she be taking a 10-year-old girl into the unknown? Maybe she should sneak out now before Sydney woke up. No. True to her word, Sydney would try and follow after her. She was safer with Taylor than on her own. Misgivings of the plans laid also shook Taylor's resolve. What if there was no one left? The last message from anyone on the outside was a brief dialogue with an unknown facility in Washington state over a year ago. Taylor remembered the conversation like it was yesterday. It was short, one-sided. A call for assistance followed by a warning before static consumed the airwaves. It was what sounded like an older man with an African accent, his voice full of determination and strength.
"If anyone can hear me, if anyone is left alive out there, I'm calling from Olympia, Washington. I'm in a secure place called the Vault. We have food, water, and safety. Be careful on your journey here. It is only a matter of time before they find us. When they do, they will cut us off. Remember, we can only survive together."
Any attempt at further communication with the Vault was met with crackling static. Wade must have had Jason try 100 times to reconnect, but it was pointless. Taylor knew all signs pointed to the fall of the Vault. Still, it was their best shot of finding any other humans still living in this nightmare. Even if they were all dead, the possibility that the Vault still had supplies was one Taylor and the captain had agreed was worth checking out. She revisited these memories, along with a plan to cross the Alaskan frontier, through Canada, and down to the Vault in Washington. True, it would be dangerous. Nevertheless, anything was better than sitting and rotting away inside the Ark.
It's time.
Sydney's voice cut through the dark room, shaking Taylor from her thoughts. Taylor rose from her spot on the floor and stretched. "How long have you been awake?" Sydney jumped out of bed and shrugged on her backpack. She twisted her left wrist toward Taylor so she could see the time on her pink watch. It was 4 minutes until 2.
I've been up for a while. I thought I'd give you some time to yourself. You looked troubled.
"You're worrying about me?" Taylor asked. As soon as the words left her mouth, she wondered why she was so surprised. Sydney had a strength and compassion in her that had set her apart from the first day the two had crossed paths. "Of course you're worrying about me. I'll be fine, kiddo. Let's go." They headed for the door. "Remember, no noise," Taylor reminded her. "Stay low and in the shadows. I'll lift us up and over the wall once the captain has the attention of the guards on patrol."
"Roger,"
Sydney whispered. The two entered the dimly lit hall of the women's barracks. Taylor quickly and quietly moved to the rear exit, down a long hall peppered with doors leading into other women's rooms. If some innocent soul had the urge for a nighttime bathroom break in the shared lavatory, they'd be met with a fist or a boot. It wasn't her plan to knock anyone unconscious, but if it meant their clean escape, Taylor would do what needed to be done. Luckily, their brief run down the hall encountered only silence. Taylor reached the exit door, peeking over her shoulder to make sure Sydney was ready. The young girl had the same look of determination on her face as the first time they met, when they were running to the promised safety of armored vehicles from her home. Taylor gave Sydney a wink and opened the door. 7. Taylor. As soon as they exited the building, Taylor knew something was wrong, although it wasn't until the door closed behind them that she knew what it was. It was quiet, but that wasn't out of the ordinary. She ran through her options as she led Sydney over the hard-packed dirt ground. Her breath came in steamy puffs. Violence was not an option, not with Sydney so close. When the lights lit up the dark night and the weapons were trained on her, Taylor wasn't surprised. She had seen the boot marks in the ground, heard the muffled chatter over the walkie-talkies. Few of the defenders were soldiers. They were lab techs, aides, even cooks employed by Lazarus Pharmaceuticals when the darkness began to spread and the building in Los Angeles was evacuated. This doesn't have to end badly. Wade walked up between two men, each holding an unsteady pistol toward Taylor. You've proven yourself untrustworthy. I should have locked you up when you first started showing signs of being different. But now outright defiance. This is too far. You're right, Taylor said, pushing Sydney behind her and addressing the crowd of men and women. This won't end badly for anyone. The enemy is out there, beyond our walls. All I'm trying to do is find out exactly what we are up against, maybe find some help. I'm leaving for the good of us all, and that's my choice to make. Your choice to make? Wade narrowed his eyes. Was it your choice alone? Wade motioned behind him, and Captain Martin was brought forward in handcuffs. I'm sorry, Taylor, the captain said through a split lip and swollen left eye. They had my room bugged. They heard it all. Unsurprised, Taylor searched the group of armed men and women around her. Her first instinct was to fight her way out. There was no doubt in her mind she could, except at what cost, and to whom? Casualties would be inevitable, and Sydney's life couldn't be put in jeopardy, no matter what the consequences. Taylor counted 20 members of the ARC Wade had rounded up. A few soldiers, but mostly civilians. They were armed with what remained of the ammunition. Her eyes landed on two familiar faces. Jason and Frank both stood with AR-15s in their hands. Each of them gave her pointed looks, and Taylor knew they would side with her through whatever came. Taylor gave her head the slightest of shakes. So what will it be? Wade prompted, the patience in his voice wearing thin. Will you turn yourself in, or are you intent on rebelling against authority? Taylor gritted her teeth. This was much harder than she thought. Her whole life, fighting had been the easy choice. Now, with so much power, she was having to rethink her decisions, curb her temper. I'm not going to fight any of you. Of course you aren't. Wade's face went from one of anger and anxiety to smugness. You'll be escorted to... A scream erupted. So terrifying the collective breaths of everyone in the confrontation was caught at once. It tore through the night like lightning. Everyone searched the compound for the source, then turned to one another for answers when they could find none. Taylor's skin crawled when the unearthly shriek came again. She looked up into the night sky where a million stars twinkled above, then to the compound grounds where the building set apart for Dr. Valerie Spear to perform her research sat. The doors to one of the research buildings exploded outward. Taylor recognized a young woman named Melissa stumble forward. Covered in blood, she was babbling something incoherent. More and more screams came from deep within the building. Taylor was the first to move. "Shoot me if you want," she said, and ran toward Melissa. Wade gave no such order. Instead, he hurried with the rest of the group in Taylor's wake. Noises past the screaming were coming from the dark building, something akin to the sound of snapping bones and breaking glass. The light inside the structure flickered once, then went out altogether. Taylor caught Melissa before she could hit the ground. "Melissa, what's going on? Are you hurt?" Taylor's eyes scanned the woman, but none of the blood on her appeared to be her own. Melissa was babbling things with a gaze fixed 100 miles away. Taylor was able to make out a single word. "Run." Taylor was still processing Melissa's warning when Jason yelled, "The building!" Rifles and handguns snapped up along with everyone's eyes. 2 silhouettes were standing at the door, what looked like a woman and a man. Taylor's breath caught in her lungs as she locked eyes with Valerie Spear. The doctor was still recognizable, but changed enough to warrant a double take. Her dark hair fell behind a stature that was now a foot taller than she had previously stood. Blackness consumed her pupils and what used to be the whites of her eyes. A wide jaw opened to a set of long, pointed teeth. A black, ink-like substance oozed from her eyes and mouth. The man beside her, if it was a man at all, stood back just out of the light. Taylor lifted Melissa and carried her to where Wade and the rest of the group waited. "Still want me to surrender?" she asked a white-faced Wade Treadstone. "We'll need the captain for whatever it is that comes next." Yes, of course," Wade said, producing a key from his pocket and freeing the captain from his cuffs. What is she?" Taylor looked back at whatever it was that used to be Valerie. "I don't know. If I had to bet, I'd say whatever she is, it's not going to be good for us." As if to give weight to Taylor's words, the 2 figures moved forward, followed by a mass of humans huddled inside the research building. They were all infected, all changed by the darkness. That was clear. How was a question that would have to wait, if they survived through the night. Taylor studied the silent group. There were 5 lab-coated technicians that had served under Valerie. All of them stood shoulders hunched, eyes dead, suffering from a myriad of wounds, clearly infected with the darkness that had claimed so many before. The only ones that were different were Valerie and the creature that stood next to her. He was hunched forward, nearly on all fours, unnatural muscles covering his upper body and legs. His skin was shiny, like scales reflecting off the light from the stars and moon, as well as the compound floodlights mounted strategically in the ark. "The truth is unfalteringly simple, my dear friends." The words came so clear from Dr. Spear they contrasted with her outward appearance to the most extreme degree. She sounded just as she had before, if not more eloquent. "You will all serve the dread in one way or the other. We have grown in number to such a degree we do not require more soldiers. Our evolution is producing leaders. Now we only need slaves. Surrender your arms and submit yourself to our rule." The only response to Valerie's words were Taylor's boots on the dirt ground. She stopped halfway between both parties. Taylor fought back the fear she felt. The last thing she wanted to do was confront the group of monsters that stood before her. Not because she was a coward, but because she knew there was no way this confrontation would end without the loss of life. "Valerie, what happened to you?" "I've been enlightened by the dread," Valerie said with a wicked smile. "It's more than knowledge, it's truth, and it has chosen me as a lieutenant, ushering in the new world that is to come. In the future, there is a place for you all, if you would only bend your knee.
One thing hadn't changed. Despite all of Valerie's enhancements, she still liked to talk. Taylor decided to play along with this twisted version of the doctor she once knew. Perhaps she could finally get some answers.
You called the darkness the dread,
Taylor said. She had known for a while now that this was the name that was correct for the spreading darkness, but how she knew was still lost to her.
Why is it so bent on destruction?
You call it destruction, Valerie said with a raised eyebrow. I call it natural order. The dread is the intangible evil that lives inside the hearts of all men, from their birth until the day they die. It's the oldest force there is. You see, it's very simple. People are born into a dark world meant to do dark deeds. It's only those who fight against their nature, those who perversely cling to the light, that are any different. The dread is simply reverting humanity back to the state it is most comfortable inhabiting.
Vanadrum was the catalyst, Taylor said, squeezing Valerie for all the information she could. Now a change is coming over the infected. They're getting smarter, You're changing.
Adapt to survive, Valerie said, stretching her arms and twisting her neck from side to side. We will continue to change and evolve until every human being is either one of us or submits to our rule. You must understand this fight is already lost. The few who remain will be enslaved or killed, yourself included.
So, there are some who still resist. You sound so sure of yourself when you speak.
Taylor spat more than said. But I resisted the dread. The serum that was made was enough to help me withstand becoming one of you. I wonder if a similar cure couldn't be found to alter the already infected.
Do you think I don't know what you're doing?
Valerie said, all hints of humanity leaving her voice as her tone rose in pitch and volume.
Do not think me so stupid. I'm only entertaining your questions because in a few minutes you'll be too dead to use any of the information you've gathered. It's true the serum aided you when you were making the transformation. Nonetheless, it only succeeded because you were willing to fight. More light than darkness resided in you, but you are one, and we are many. The serum is gone now. There is no way to turn back those already gifted with the darkness, and I am bored with this conversation.
With one hand, Valerie motioned the group of turned technicians behind her.
Open the gates. Your brothers and sisters are waiting to get inside.
With her other hand, she called for the creature who had remained still by her side.
Kill anyone who tries to stop them.
There was only one thought that crossed Taylor's mind as chaos broke loose inside the grounds.
Stop them. You have to stop them.
The group of standard dread foot soldiers ran for the front gates as commanded. The creature that had stood motionless until now was bounding toward Taylor at incredible speed. It was faster than anything she had encountered thus far. The monster tackled her, sending them both skidding across the ground. The air was pressed from Taylor's lungs as the beast landed on top of her. All around, screams erupted and gunfire tore through the night. The beast was already lunging for Taylor's throat with an unnaturally wide mouth. With a thought, Taylor used her power to stop the advance of the creature's jaws. Inches from her face, it snapped and struggled to free itself from her invisible hold. The stench coming from the animal was rancid, a mix of sour milk and vomit. Again and again it pushed forward, willing itself to taste her flesh. It was stronger than Taylor would have guessed. With a grunt, she pushed the animal off her and sent it reeling back into the night. She struggled to her feet, looking for the beast.
A shout redirected her attention to a section of the battlefield where Jason stood struggling to breathe. Valerie had batted away his weapon, lifting him from the ground with one hand around his throat. She was holding him still, looking into his eyes with those black orbs of hers. Frank, to his credit, was making use of his rifle, loosening round after round into Valerie with no visible effect. Taylor knew Frank had to be terrified. Used to sitting behind computers and running simulation software, he was among the last she expected to see in the middle of a fight. Her telekinetic ability allowed Taylor to pull Jason away from Valerie with one hand, while lifting a fallen rifle through the air and catching it with the other. Jason's limp figure fell to the ground. Valerie focused her attention on Taylor and advanced towards her. Without a second's hesitation, Taylor lifted the stock of the assault rifle to her shoulder and squeezed the trigger. It was a perfect shot. A bullet hit Valerie in the forehead. Taylor lowered the rifle, expecting to see the tyrant fall. Instead, Valerie paused to shake her head, a smile already spreading across her lips. "Did you think you were the only one with unique abilities?" She smelled him before she saw him. Valerie had distracted her long enough for the scaled monster to gather himself and attack her again. This time, it tried a different strategy. Clamping Taylor around her wrists with its claw-like hands, it held on to her with bone-crushing force. The two combatants struggled against one another, the creature once again trying to bring its teeth to bear on Taylor's flesh. Taylor struggled to free herself and keep the creature's jaws at bay. All around her, the world was a blur of motion. She chanced a quick glance to see Captain Martin forming a line around the Ark gates, mowing down any members of the Dread that approached. But Valerie had set her course toward those at the gate, and Taylor doubted they would be able to stop her. Sydney. Where was Sydney? Taylor searched the battlefield, still caught in the hold of the creature, the two taking and giving ground as Taylor's power fought against the creature's strength. Her wrists felt like they were going to snap from the pressure. Still, none of that mattered now. Where was Sydney? The beast opened its mouth wide for another assault. Taylor could see every glistening tooth, its snake-like tongue and... a blade? Sprouting from the back of the monster's throat like a flower, a knife blade pushed forward. At once, the creature lost its grip on her wrists and fell back, writhing on the ground. Sydney stood with wide eyes, her mouth open, losing her grip on the knife. She looked first at Taylor, then at the beast on the ground, and back again. With one leg, the beast struck out at Sydney. Taylor was barely in time to grab the girl and lift her into the sky. Anger burned in her chest at the thought of Sydney being injured in any way. Placing the girl gently down a safe distance away, she winked a thanks. Taylor stalked forward to finish off the monster. The creature reached behind its head, trying to dislodge the knife. With a sound like metal rending, Taylor's fears were realized when she looked toward the front gate. Invulnerable to the weapons the captain and his men possessed, Valerie had carved a path of blood and death through the group and unbolted the gate. Hundreds of infected poured through the opening, like water gushing from a cracked dam. 8. Taylor. Taylor needed to move quickly. She had wasted too much time dealing with this monster already. The beast finally found the knife hilt behind its head and pulled the weapon free. It appeared, however, it did not share the same power of invulnerability as Valerie. The dread-infected creature staggered on unsteady feet and made for Taylor yet again. Not only was it already wounded, but Taylor knew what to expect from her assailant now. She wasn't caught by surprise. It made a clumsy lunge for her that she easily sidestepped. She lifted it into the air and focused all her power on the base of the creature's cranium. With a violent rend, she snapped the monster's head back, separating its skull from its spine. She let the lifeless heap fall to the ground in a twitching pile of scales and teeth. "Sydney, are you okay?" Taylor asked, motioning for the girl to join her. "Did it hurt you?"
No, I'm fine."
Sydney said, coming to stand next to Taylor.
It didn't get me.
Taylor wished she could spend more time with Sydney. Shoving a knife through the back of someone's skull was bound to warrant some kind of conversation. Taylor had neither the knowledge of how to start such a topic, nor the time. Captain Martin appeared next to Sydney with an unconscious Jason over his right shoulder, a handgun in his left hand.
We gotta get out of here. The Ark is lost. We stick to the route we chose for you, but now we get as many people as we can out of here.
Taylor turned in a half circle. Even before her eyes relayed to her brain what was taking place, she knew the captain was right. The dread infected were everywhere. They had not only breached the wall, but they were inside the buildings. Taylor caught the familiar odor of smoke on the wind. Buildings were already being lit on fire. Fewer and fewer gunshots were heard over the clicking jaws of the dread.
Taylor, let's go,
the captain said, readjusting Jason over his shoulder and heading for the left side of the wall.
We might still be able to make it if we move quickly.
Taylor ran beside the captain and Sydney. Through the cold darkness, they passed between buildings, pausing and then running again over open terrain. The one advantage the group had over the dread was they knew the quickest path to the wall. Every step of the way, Taylor was hounded with regret. The calls of the dead and dying were echoing into the lonely night. People needed her help. Gifted with her abilities, she understood she carried some kind of responsibility to aid them in their hour of need. Then, they were at the wall. 4 stories high, it was molded out of cement and steel. Taylor gathered herself to lift her group up and over the defensive structures. I'm getting you 3 over the wall, then I have to go back and see if there's anyone left to help. Despite the lack of light, Taylor could feel the captain's disapproving eyes.
Look, they're coming,
Sydney said, pointing across the compound to a building 40 yards away. 2 figures ran across the compound, chased by a much larger pack of dread-crazed humans. Taylor searched the ground quickly, mentally lifting pebbles and rocks strewn across the earth. When she had collected enough, she raised the group of projectiles into the air and shot them forward into the second group chasing the pair of victims. The force with which the rocks struck the infected was comparable to that of a bullet. Rocks tore through bone and cartilage alike. The mass giving chase was reduced to a pile of quivering, limping bodies in the space of seconds. I need to work on my cardio, Frank said as he reached the group, gasping for breath. Despite the situation, Taylor experienced a moment of happiness, and she even smiled. Frank was one of the 2 people she had saved. The other was Melissa. Covered in blood, she looked stunned, clearly still in shock, and Taylor wondered how she had managed to escape at all. Hurry, there's no time to lose, Taylor said, snapping out of her own trance-like state. I'm getting you all over the wall and going back to the... There's no point, Frank panted. We're it. I didn't see anyone fighting when we ran. Taylor tried to comprehend how many had died in such a short time. The night air was silent now, no gunshots or screams, giving weight to Frank's words.
Taylor, the captain said, there are people who need your help here, now.
I don't think we have a lot of time left to decide,
Sydney said, pointing toward the compound.
Look.
Fires crackled skyward, adding their illumination to the spotlights that already shone across the grounds. A huge mass of infected was gathering and heading toward Taylor and the remaining survivors. Without another thought, Taylor lifted them all into the sky and over the wall. 9. Liberty Echo. Liberty Echo walked through the Ark's gates, as he knew he would so long ago. Since he had heard of the first attack on the compound and its warrior of light, he understood it was only a matter of time before he was called to deal with the nuisance. If the dread had taught him anything, it had taught him empires were overthrown from the inside, not without. The foot soldiers of the Dread Army, known as the Mindless in their own ranks, cowered away from him. Even a few of the lieutenants who were capable of speech and independent thought dropped back into the shadows at his approach. His reputation as a brutal commander preceded him. He was the right hand of the Dread, and everyone knew it. Outposts fell with his arrival, and humans bent their knees to his will. He strode to the center of the compound where a group of human prisoners sat on the ground, manacled to one another. It was a smaller cluster than Liberty would have liked. The Dread had enough soldiers. They needed slaves to build their new empire. The woman recently turned, Valerie Spear, was waiting for him near the gathering of prisoners. He walked by them without a glance. One by one, he felt their eyes on him before they hurriedly turned away, most whimpering, all shuddering with fear. "It is a great honor to meet the one the Dread holds in such high regard," Valerie said with a sweeping bow. "The Ark is yours, along with humans to swell the slave ranks." Liberty Echo appraised the woman with a raised eyebrow. He made sure she saw him look her up and down. When his silence passed the point of uncomfortable, he finally spoke.
"You did well in opening the gates to our forces."
Valerie beamed with pride at the praise.
"But,"
Liberty continued, taking in the charred buildings around him and the few humans at his feet,
"you ruined the compound, which would have proven a valuable asset in the process, and limited the number of slaves that we could have used for our cause."
Valerie's eyes flashed anger. Liberty smiled to himself. It was important for his lieutenants to remember their place, lest they become vain in their accomplishments. "I did the best I could with the limited resources I had at my disposal while inside the Ark." Liberty waved away her excuses.
"Please, do not bore me with an explanation. You will do better next time, or next time will be your last. Word has already reached me of this Taylor Hart and her escape. How many are with her?"
Seething at the way she was being spoken to, it took Valerie a moment to gather herself before she responded. Liberty reveled in the time it took her to regain her temper. "Scouts say they counted 5 pairs of tracks outside the wall. I already have a group of Dread Mindless tracking them now."
"Not good enough,"
Liberty said, fixing Valerie with a stare that he knew would chill her to the bone.
"I want you to go. Make sure this Taylor bends the knee to our rule, or dies. The last thing we need is her to join with the Guardians, or even worse, the elite families who still resist."
"Why should I chase them when my skill set is better used to experiment on?" Liberty extended an arm toward Valerie, lifting her up in a mass of black, smoke-like tentacles that extended from his hand. His grip was firm around her throat without being crushing.
"Do you feel you need to voice your opinion? Do you think you know what is best for the Dread, given your experience and long tenure as one of us?"
Liberty's tone dripped with sarcasm, and the effect was not lost on Valerie. No, Commander Echo. I will leave right away." Liberty held her a moment longer before releasing her to the ground.
"Good. See that you do. I want to report as soon as you've found them. Tracking will be unnecessary. It's clear where they are going."
10. Taylor. "Where are we going?" Frank was carrying his assault rifle like a baby. The stock was cradled in his left elbow while the barrel pointed outward toward Taylor and Sydney. "We're going to the vault," Taylor said. "Stop carrying your firearm like a newborn. You're going to murder someone with that thing." "Oh, it's okay," Frank said, swinging the gun the way a child would a toy. Taylor dodged the barrel's line of sight, scowling. "It's empty. I spent the last few bullets trying to kill that thing. Whatever the Dread transformed Dr. Spear into, I mean." A moment of silence passed between the two while they both thought back to their encounter with Valerie in the Ark.
So, the vault, huh? Frank asked, pursing his lips. Let's see. Last known communication from anyone human outside the Ark was over a year ago, and it's an outpost based in Olympia, Washington.
Yep, Taylor said.
Sounds like a long shot.
Taylor chose not to address the comment. She had thought the same of the vault before, yet what better option did they have? Roam the wilderness until they may or may not find help? That was no plan at all. Taylor rubbed her arms. It was cold. Not quite freezing, but hypothermia was no joking matter. Vibrant greens and browns of the trees and rough, rocky terrain opened the world to them in every direction. If circumstances weren't so dire at the moment, Taylor could even imagine herself enjoying the beauty of the wilderness. No walls to hedge her in, no snapping teeth to remind her of the danger around them.
Do you think they're going to be okay? Sydney asked. I mean, look at them.
Taylor appraised the two members of their party to which Sydney was referring. Once Jason had awoken from whatever trance-like state Valerie had entrapped him, the captain left to scout ahead. Since then, the man she had at one time called her operator had been sullen and kept to himself. Jason followed slowly, bringing up the rear of their group. Likewise, the last member of their party still seemed to be in shock. Melissa also followed behind, not as far as Jason, but far enough to say without saying, "I want to be left alone."
Maybe someone should talk to them,
Sydney suggested, raising an eyebrow in Taylor's direction.
By someone, I mean you.
Yes, Taylor said with a heavy breath. That was understood with your look. I'm not that great with people, if you haven't noticed.
If you are going to lead us, then you have to get better,
Sydney said, matter-of-factly. Her voice reminded Taylor of a high school teacher she once had.
Heroes, heroines, have to help in more ways than just fighting.
I'm no heroine, Sid, Taylor said, already slowing her stride to fall back and speak with Melissa. I think the world may be all out of those at the moment. Melissa's eyes were bloodshot, her arms wrapped tightly around her in a feeble attempt to fend off the cold. The blood on her clothes had dried to a dull red. Are you sure you're not hurt? Taylor asked, falling in step with the woman. I know we already checked you. I'm fine, Melissa said, as if it were an automatic reaction to the question. It was clear to anyone looking at the young woman she was anything but. Listen, Taylor started. I know what happened back there must have been horrible for you. If there's anything I can do, let me know. Pete was such a great guy, Melissa said sadly. I thought for sure he would make the transition like you did. What went wrong? That thing with Valerie? That was Pete? Taylor asked, trying to piece together Melissa's broken thoughts. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Taylor tried to remember anything she knew of the man. He was vain, always had the loudest mouth in the conversation, and passed off his duties whenever he could. Melissa didn't need to hear that now. He was infected the last time we held the gates, Melissa said. Dr. Spear said if I could manage to sneak him inside the Ark, we could give him the same serum she gave you. Why didn't it work? I don't know, Taylor said, wishing she had something better to say almost as much as she wished she was anywhere else besides engaged in the current conversation. Trust me, if I had answers, I'd give them to you. I'm still dealing with my own change. I don't think I'm anyone special. I don't know why it changed me the way it did. I'm no different than anyone else. You are someone special, Melissa said, looking at Taylor for the first time. You are different on some level. There wasn't enough light, enough good in Pete to make the change like you did.
Taylor's level of comfort was evaporating by the minute. What was she supposed to say now? That she was, in fact, better than Melissa's dead boyfriend? Well, like I said, if there's anything I can do for you... Melissa gave Taylor a tired nod, a glimpse of gratefulness across her face. Taylor flashed Melissa a smile of her own and turned toward her next assignment, Jason. Unlike Melissa, Jason was in an extremely talkative mood. His brain was working on overdrive trying to figure out how the Dread were evolving and what it meant for them. So, somehow the Dread is an entity able to pick and choose which hosts to evolve to the next level, Jason said, vigorously scratching at his hair for no apparent reason. Or maybe that's wrong too. Maybe it depends on the person. Like in your case, Taylor. You had more light than dark in you, so with the added push of the serum you were able to highlight the good. So the Dread has enough mindless, for a lack of better term, and now it's promoting generals and captains along with enslaving the rest of humanity. There are other people out there too, Taylor, other individuals with powers fighting back. Wow, Taylor said, stepping to the side with both arms out, palms forward in a pushing motion. Slow down there. I can barely understand what you're saying. You're talking so fast. Start from the beginning. How do you know all of this? She told me. I saw it all in a flash when she grabbed me and looked into my soul, Jason said, widening his eyes to a maddening degree. I think Valerie wanted me to know. I don't know why. Taylor's expression must have been obvious because Jason followed up his own statement with a disclaimer. He was talking so fast it all came out as one long word. I'm not crazy, don't worry, I'm not crazy. I've just seen so much. All my questions were answered in a split second. And you're sure you are feeling okay? Taylor asked. She looked over her friend for any sign of a wound or blood. You weren't injured when she lifted you off the ground? No, I'd already be turned if I had been infected. I told you they want slaves now to build their new world. Before Jason could finish his next crazed thought, he was silenced by the sound of running footsteps crashing through the brush. Stay here, Taylor ordered, already racing to the front of their group, ready to meet whatever was coming with a fight. The noise was getting louder. Someone or something was eager to meet the group of survivors. Taylor brushed past Melissa and joined Frank and Sydney at the head of the party. Frank had his empty rifle pointed forward. Sydney was intently searching the trees around them for signs of whatever was making the noise. I thought you said your rifle was out of bullets, Taylor said out of the side of her mouth. Her eyes never left the forest in front of her. It is. But whatever is coming doesn't know that, and it makes me feel better. A figure came into view. Captain Martin was running at a dead sprint. He reached the group with a heaving chest and sweat gathering across his body. Take it easy, Taylor said, still not taking her eyes from the forest around them. Grab your breath. An encampment. Humans. Ahead. The captain interlaced his fingers and placed his arms above his head. I don't think they're friendly. Lots of automatic weapons, supplies, and they have vehicles. The idea that humans could have been so close to the Ark was shocking to Taylor. The thought of somehow getting her hands on a vehicle for the group was too perfect to imagine. It would cut down their journey from weeks to days. They're humans, for sure? How do you know they're not the Dread's mindless or... Lieutenants, Jason said, reaching the group along with Melissa. All eyes turned to him. What? That's what they call themselves. The evolved Dread are lieutenants. You use the correct term of mindless for the generic foot soldiers we've been dealing with up until this point. There are no visible signs, the captain said. They moved like us. The fact they're carrying guns leads me to believe they're still human. Why do you think they wouldn't be friendly? Frank asked.
I heard them talking about rounding up humans as slaves to sell to the Dread. They have empty cages big enough to hold dozens of people. They even have a man chained to a chair right now.
Taylor's stomach lurched. The idea of any human willingly working against their own kind was sickening. In her mind, the survivors of the world would try and unite as one. They would realize their own extinction event and push back against the darkness. This was a naive thought, she realized. Of course, there would be those out to side with the most powerful force, even if it meant enslaving their own.
I ran back as fast as I could to warn you,
the captain said, wiping a hand across his face and spitting on the ground next to him.
We can still go around.
The group stood quiet. Even Jason, for all his manic diarrhea of the mouth, had nothing to say. It was Frank who finally voiced what they were all thinking.
If they have supplies, I think we have to try something. I'm not sure what. It hasn't even been a full 24 hours since we escaped the Ark, and I'm dying of thirst. We could try and forage for food and water, the captain said. But they have weapons. If we get in another fight with the Dread, Taylor's the only one that can muster any kind of offensive worth a damn.
I think we have to try something, for the reasons you two listed, as well as the possibility of getting a vehicle, Taylor said, her brain already functioning overtime on some kind of plan. A working vehicle that could carry all of us would practically guarantee us passage to the vault.
What do we do?
Sydney asked from her spot in the group.
We can't kill them in an ambush and take their things.
Neither can we walk up and introduce ourselves. That would be crazy,
Frank said, looking at Taylor with a worried glance.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Because I think you just came up with our plan, Taylor said with a wolfish grin. 11. Taylor.
Tell me why I have to be the one to walk up to them again?
Frank asked with a hard swallow.
I'm the tech guy, remember? I'm good with end-of-times type philosophy. Even helped construct the serum that gave you your powers. I'm not a soldier.
I know, Taylor said, standing in a group of trees outside the encampment. But you're smart, and you'll know what to say if things get bad. The captain and I will be watching you the entire time. If it goes south, we'll jump in. The fear in Frank's eyes almost made Taylor call a halt to the plan there and then. Yet, it was the best plan. Taylor and the captain were the only two with combat experience who were, at the moment, reliable and ready. Although Jason had a brief stint with firearms during their escape from Los Angeles and inside the Ark guarding the perimeter, something was off about him. Taylor couldn't put her finger on it yet. Something told her she couldn't throw him into this scenario when there were already so many unknowns.
I think we need a safe word,
Frank said, looking through thick branches toward two men who stood guard at the camp's entrance.
What? You know, like if I want you guys to come and get me, I'll work something into my conversation with them. When I say the word, you guys bring the cavalry.
Frank, I'll be able to hear you the whole time, Taylor reassured him. It was the look in his eyes that made her submit. Okay, you can have a safe word. What do you want it to be?
It has to be something that I wouldn't use in any conversation. Something so bizarre, so foreign to my own vernacular that I wouldn't let this word slip.
Frank mused. His shoulders were already relaxing at the thought of having some kind of safety net he was in control of.
Diet.
You want diet to be your safe word? Taylor wasn't sure whether to laugh or be angered at the level of ridiculousness that was taking place.
Yes,
Frank said with a serious face.
If you hear me say that word, you come running, or flying. Wait, can you fly?
More like levitate, but that's not important right now, Taylor answered. You'll be fine. Remember what we talked about? Walk up slowly with your hands where they can see them. And who knows, maybe the captain's wrong. Maybe they're friendlies after all.
You don't think that at all. You're just saying that to make me feel better, Frank said, already putting his hands into the air. He began walking forward toward the two men at the camp entrance. Both guards were bearded with heavy jackets, beanies, and automatic assault rifles. Taylor felt another twinge of regret at sending Frank into the lion's den.
"Hey there, friends," Frank said when the pair of men caught sight of him. As one, they raised their weapons.
"Easy there," Frank sputtered. "I come in peace. I don't have any weapons. I'm not all drugged out like the Dread either. I'm looking for some other humans."
The two armed men looked to one another before they scanned the woods behind Frank. Taylor ducked behind a thick tree trunk just in time.
"How many people are with you?"
one of the guards asked gruffly.
"I'm alone, all alone. It's only me,"
Frank said, clearing his throat.
"I need help. You guys can help me, right? You're human too?"
Both guards broke out in rough laughter. The same man who had spoken before did so again.
"We're human, all right, boy. Born human and plan on dying human. We can't help you. Where did you come from, anyway?"
Taylor chanced another look. Satisfied that Frank was in fact alone, the guards lowered the weapons. Taylor searched the grounds for any other sign of the third guard the captain said he had seen in the camp. He was nowhere to be found.
I was with some people in a base a few miles back. We were overrun by the Dread. I escaped. Please, can you help me?"
Frank asked.
"What a shame,"
the other man finally said in a thick French accent. He took a few steps toward Frank.
"Escaped only to be captured and sold back again. Now don't make this hard, boy. The Dread wants their slaves intact and ready to work."
"You need to go on a diet,"
Frank said, taking a step back.
"What?"
The man paused his advance to cock his head to one side.
"A diet. If I were you, I'd go on a diet. I hate diets. Diet!"
Frank yelled the last word like a raving madman. It was unnecessary. Taylor was already sprinting to his side. The guards' expressions went from puzzlement to terror when Taylor lifted them straight up into the air. They were able to get a few wild shots off as they were rocketed 10 stories into the sky. Taylor let them fall, screaming. After a pair of sickening thuds, she scanned the area for the third guard. Running boots to her left caught her attention. Taylor twisted around in time to see a large man holding a handgun already drawing a bead on her. She would have tried to throw him to the side had she not seen Captain Martin right behind the man. In a second, the captain caught up with the guard. He grabbed him from behind, one hand on the guard's chin, the other on the top of his head. With a violent twist, the captain snapped the man's neck. The guard's lifeless body hit the ground in a heap. The captain nodded toward Taylor and Frank.
"I took a look deeper inside the camp. There were only these 3 guards and the prisoner. We're in the clear."
You did great.
Taylor said to Frank, who was still breathing hard.
"Thanks. That safe word was perfect, right?"
"We should move fast," Taylor said with a roll of her eyes. "We need to get in and out before the rest of their group comes back from wherever they are."
"Right,"
the captain said, inserting the pinkies from both his hands into his mouth and letting out a shrill whistle. In moments, the rest of their party arrived, Sydney in the lead with Melissa and Jason close behind. "We've been over this," Taylor said, looking each member of the group in the eyes. "We need to be quick. Jason and the captain on weapons, Frank and Melissa on food, and Sydney and I will get the transportation. We meet up at the vehicles in 15. Let's go." Taylor and Sydney moved through the camp together, taking in the strange array of tents and lean-tos. There didn't appear to be any order to the chaos of the encampment. Single, double, and triple tents of every color were mixed in with shelters made of wood. What looked like a mess area was placed beside a latrine and a supply rack of mismatched equipment. Taylor did a rough calculation of the force that would occupy such a place. The camp had to house at least 20, maybe as many as 30 human mercenaries. The idea reminded Taylor that all haste was needed in their journey to find the vehicles.
Do you think it's safe?
Taylor looked over to where Sydney stood, one of the mercenaries' full canteens held tentatively to her lips. Only seeing the girl did Taylor realize how tired Sydney must be. She had bags under her eyes from traveling all night and day. Already the light from the sun's rays was dimming, bringing the first day since the fall of the Ark to a close. Her young friend's current state was a reminder of her own aching body she had so far managed to ignore. "Here," Taylor said, motioning for the canteen. "Let me see if it's safe to drink." Sydney obeyed, handing it over. Taylor gave in to the fatigue in her muscles and allowed herself to lean against a rock outcropping. Looking relieved, Sydney took a seat on the ground. Taylor threw back her head, the canteen pressed to her lips. The water was wonderful. She handed the canteen to Sydney, who cracked a smile as she tasted the refreshing liquid. Food they would need, but not now. Taylor had to trust that Frank and Melissa could follow through on their assignment. Taylor needed to find trucks or SUVs of some kind. Taylor helped Sydney to her feet. The girl was attached to the canteen like a baby to a bottle. Taylor made a mental note of paying more attention to her needs. Sydney would never complain, no matter how tired or thirsty she was. Pushing deeper into the camp, tents and piles of equipment gave way to large metal cages. There were 4 of them, 2 on each side, with a wide walkway between. Each cage looked capable of carrying a dozen people. The stench that came off them was putrid, some kind of mix between sweat and human excrement. The steel bars were tainted with blood smears. Taylor could only imagine who had been kept there, the desperation they must have felt, and the fear that would follow. There was no way to tell what the cold, unforgiving steel had witnessed. Taylor didn't want to imagine.
They put people in these things to sell as slaves?
Sydney asked, finally taking the canteen from her lips. "I guess so," Taylor said with a furrowed brow.
"They'll do it to you if you don't get out of here,"
a gruff voice said from somewhere behind her. Taylor whirled around with a hand already out, ready to blast someone with enough force to break their bones. She didn't know how she could have missed him. He was hunched over, chained to a chair on the far end of where the cages sat. Long, wild brown hair covered his face. Muscles bulged from under a shirt smeared in dried blood. The man looked up through a curtain of his hair, his face unshaven, his eyes the most primal Taylor had ever witnessed. Some instinct deep inside told Taylor this man could not be trusted.
Who are you?
Sydney asked.
Are you one of them?
The man gave a mirthless chuckle.
"No, little cub, I am not one of them. For your own sake, you need to unchain me. The rest of this mercenary group, the Reckoners, are already on their way back. They'll be here in minutes."
"How would you know that if you weren't connected to them?" Taylor asked, making no move to indulge the man's requests for freedom.
"Can't you hear them?"
he asked Taylor with a glare so intense she had to remind herself not to look away.
"Boots on the ground, tires on the road. 60 seconds. Now stop playing around. Untie me."
"Why?" Taylor asked. "I don't know you. I don't know who or what you are. Why should I?"
"Because I can help you. The Reckoners carry enough firepower to rip you in half, and they're not the forgiving type. I heard you kill the 3 guards they left on duty. What are you, anyway? You're not human. You a guardian?"
"I don't know what a guardian is, but we're here to get a vehicle. We'll be gone to let you and your friends sort things out." Taylor moved past the man. Behind the prisoner and the cages, the camp ended in a thick tree line. A large 4x4 truck was submerged in the foliage, along with a black military-grade Hummer.
"You won't get far, even if you manage to get in the trucks and leave now. They'll see the dirt kicked up by the tires. They'll follow your tracks."
the man said, looking at Taylor with the hint of a grin on his lips.
30 seconds.
Frank and Melissa appeared, panting, each carrying a backpack bursting with canned food, as well as giant water containers they held in their arms.
Vehicles,
Melissa gasped. She looked wide-eyed at the stranger shackled to the chair.
We need to go.
Scenarios were running through Taylor's mind at a dizzying rate. Staying and fighting against a force that not only outnumbered them, but outgunned them, wasn't an option. She wouldn't risk the life of her people. Still, what the stranger said made sense. They would be pursued, maybe even run down before they were able to get on the road.
10 seconds,
the prisoner said. The low hum of moving vehicles reached Taylor at the same time Captain Martin and Jason appeared. Loaded down with weapons, they came to a panting halt beside the group.
There are...
Jason started, trying to get the words out between gasping breaths.
I know,
Taylor said, moving past the point of thought to action. Whatever their plan was, any plan was better than sitting there like a group of idiots waiting to be killed.
Captain Martin and I will create a diversion. Frank and Sydney in the truck, Jason and Melissa in the SUV. We'll create a hole for you. Meet us a mile down the road. If we don't show in an hour, go on without us.
I can help, Jason said.
We aren't leaving without you,
Sydney said at the same time.
No room for debate,
Taylor said, giving Sydney a gentle shove and Jason a firm glance.
We'll be fine. Now go.
The sound of heavy vehicles grew stronger the entire time. With screeches of brakes, rough running engines were shut off. Boots hit the ground. The doors slammed closed. Shouts echoed through the chill air. Close. Too close.
They found the dead guards,
the stranger said.
Out of time.
Who's this guy? The captain asked, checking the magazine of a giant machine gun he held with expert hands.
You need me,
the prisoner said. Finally losing his cool, he pulled against the chains in anger.
I'll help you. You have to let me go.
Taylor checked the progress of the rest of the party. They were loading the equipment inside the truck and SUV. They would require as much time as Taylor and the captain could buy them. Taylor needed any and every edge she could find.
You betray us,
Taylor said, approaching the man still chained like an animal,
and I'll crush your throat myself.
With a glance, Taylor snapped the chains at the man's wrists. A look of relief crossed his face as he stood.
It's good to see I'm not the only one with a unique skill set in this fight.
What are you talking about? Taylor asked. Even as the words left her mouth, bullets peppered the dirt all around them. The Reckoners reached the back of their encampment, furious at discovering Taylor and her team. Running from the gunfire would have been the obvious choice. Taylor couldn't leave the vehicles. Not yet. Sydney and the rest of the group were still loading the equipment. With Melissa piloting the SUV and Frank behind the wheel of the truck, the engines roared to life. Taylor took a spot in front of the vehicles, one hand pushed out in front of her. Although she had never attempted to stop a bullet before, if she could move things with her mind, then why not stop things as well? Mercenaries poured into the prison area of the camp like angry ants. Captain Martin took up a defensive position to the right, behind a low hill with a group of trees. From his spot, he picked off the approaching soldiers. The cracking of his weapon, along with the enemy return fire, lit up the day like some firework show of years long gone. The captain's window of success was quickly closing. Once the enemy pinpointed his location, he would be saturated with their superior firepower. Taylor searched the grounds for the stranger. He was nowhere to be seen. Great, Taylor thought. I should have left him chained to the chair for all the help he's going to be. Something pushed against her mind, interrupting her thoughts on the escaped convict. Taylor refocused her attention. The nudge came again. It wasn't until the third time it happened that she realized what it was. Focusing her power on stopping anything in front of her, bullets were striking the invisible barrier she had erected. Taylor strained to remain focused as she imagined a wall set in place. Arms extended, she held the invisible shield firm. More and more weapon fire was finding her location. Dozens of armed men and women took up a line in front of her, pumping round after round in her direction. A quick glance revealed the captain wasn't faring any better. Pinned down behind a fallen log, he fired blindly at the approaching force. Taylor began to perspire. Sydney and the others couldn't move without being shot at. Likewise, if the mercenaries breached her shield, the others would be magnets for the hail of lead. The strain of holding the protective wall was becoming too great to bear. Taylor staggered as grenades were lobbed forward and met her wall with devastating accuracy. Smoke encased her, and the earth shook. If it was possible, the hullabaloo rose in volume. She would need to lower her screen to form any kind of counterattack. That idea was quickly dismissed. Allowing her protective barrier to dissolve even for a brief moment would mean the vehicles behind her would be unprotected. Then, help came in the most unexpected form. The prisoner, whose name she still didn't know, was suddenly among the group of reckoners. The way they reacted to his assault, it was like they had no idea he was there. The man was smart. In the middle of the ear-splitting sounds of gunfire, individual screams would be impossible to hear. The man picked off the reckoners one by one, quickly and efficiently. He began at the rear of the group and worked his way forward, protecting his back. With everyone focused on Taylor and the captain, he had free rein of the herd. Like a wolf among sheep, he moved with decisive brutality. The first man he took with a rock. The blunt instrument caved in the right side of his target's face. Before his unsuspecting victim had even hit the ground, the ex-prisoner ripped out the throat of the next man with his bare hands. 2 more mercenaries noticed the act and moved to yell a warning, but the stranger, who seemed more animal than anything else, was already on top of them. With a vicious uppercut, he sent one man to the ground, then, turning on the other, he tore the man's own rifle from his hands and used it as a club to send him into the next world. Over and over, he moved from one victim to the next, death following his every move. Taylor knew sooner or later his luck would run out. She was torn. On one hand, she was rooting for the stranger to win. At the moment, his enemies were her own. On the other hand, she felt a sick twist in her stomach at the way he doled out executions. His hands and most of his body were saturated in blood. While she knew it had to be her imagination or the way the setting sun was reflecting off his eyes, they seemed to glow with a primal yellow tint. Much sooner than Taylor would have liked, the reckoners discovered what was happening to their numbers. Bullets stopped flying toward Taylor and began searching for the man who was butchering them from within their own ranks. Taylor seized the opportunity. It was now or never. Rushing forward, she threw herself into the pandemonium that ensued. The fight was unlike any she had participated in. Before her transformation, she had always relied on hand-to-hand combat. After her move from human to whatever she was now, Taylor used her new abilities of telekinesis to deal with the dread. To survive this fight, she would have to use a hybrid of the two. Captain Martin stood from his defensive position and picked off members of the Reckoners with precision-like accuracy. The crack of his weapon steady and trained. The ex-prisoner moved like a blur of yellow eyes and teeth. The Reckoners fired wildly, a few times even finding their mark on the stranger. Whether their bullets did or did not hit, she couldn't tell, although the result was the same. The wild man didn't stop. Taylor sent out crushing blows of force that struck her victims, breaking bones. When she was too far away from her opponent, she would use her ability to send them flying backward through the air. When she was closer, her years of training took over, and she relied on finishing strikes to her adversary's temples and jaws. Something hit her right shoulder, and pain laced down her arm. Ignoring it, she pressed on. The Reckoners had lost more than half their number, and she knew what came next. "Retreat! Run!" More and more yells were ringing out. Before, shouts of aggression from the mercenary ranks had torn through the air. Now, as the tide of battle turned, the yells were transforming to fear. Reckoners were breaking off and running in all directions. Taylor counted 8 who made it to the edge of the woods and were swallowed by the foliage. Her breath came in ragged gasps. The combination of lack of food and rest wore on her more than she would have liked. Compared to the noise of minutes before, the scene was now as silent as a tomb.
"No,"
a woman's voice pleaded.
"No, Rage Wolf, please. Here, take it."
A middle-aged woman was on her back, bleeding from a brutal wound to her stomach. The stranger, apparently this Rage Wolf, loomed over her with menace in his yellow eyes.
Here, it's yours,"
the woman said again. With a feeble attempt, she threw something long and shiny at his feet. It was so dark now, Taylor had trouble seeing exactly what it was. One thing she was sure of, he was going to kill the woman on the ground.
"Tell me,"
the stranger said, kneeling beside the dying woman and pressing an unforgiving hand on her wounded stomach.
"Where did you take the last shipment of slaves? What is the Dread using them to build?"
The woman was clearly beyond all reason, her eyes wide with a mixture of pain and fear. When the stranger pressed down on her injury, thick red blood oozed through her clothes and over his hand. She screamed out in agony. While Taylor wasn't about to try and save someone who had enslaved and sold humans, neither was she willing to stand by and watch torture.
"She can't tell you anything if she can't breathe,"
Taylor said, approaching the two. The stranger looked up at her, his eyes a bright green, not yellow. No indication of his teeth being anything except normal, straight, and pearly white. With a grunt, he moved his hand from the woman's wound.
Thank you,
the woman gasped. "You better tell, the Rage Wolf what he wants to know," Taylor said. "I don't think he's going to listen to me much longer." The woman nodded slowly.
"We sold them to the Dread in Washington. I don't know what they were using them for."
What sounded like a low growl emanated from deep within the chest of the stranger, and Taylor looked him over again. He was tall, with enough muscle to overpower anyone he came in contact with. His clothes were worn, nearly tattered. Covered in blood, it was hard to see if any of the fluid was his or it had all come from his deceased enemies.
"I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth before things get..."
He paused, looking to Taylor, then at the woman on the ground again.
"Primeval."
No, please,"
the woman begged. Blood was sputtering from her lips.
"That's all I know. They're building something in Washington, something about a vault. That's all I know, I swear."
The stranger crouched down to pick up the item on the ground that had been offered to him by the woman moments before. In the twilight, Taylor could make out the shape of an ancient saber still in its sheath.
"Maybe that is all you know,"
the stranger said, drawing the blade from the steel sheath with a distinct ring.
"Actually, I think I might even believe you. But you can't be allowed to live, not after what you've done."
A moral war was raging inside Taylor. On one hand, what the woman had done, human trafficking with the Dread as the buyers, was beyond appalling. Yet, could she really stand by and watch the helpless woman be murdered at the hands of... She really didn't know what he was. Taylor's dilemma was solved for her. The stranger hadn't even taken a step toward her, and already the woman's eyes were rolling into the back of her head, her last breath escaping her lips in a faint whisper. 12. Taylor.
"Good riddance,"
the stranger said. He sheathed his sword and reached under his shirt with a grimace, pulling a bullet from somewhere deep in his chest.
"So I didn't imagine it,"
Taylor said, leaning forward to get a better look in the dark.
"The bullets did hit you."
Who? What are you? Illumination from the headlights of the two vehicles the rest of the party were in pierced through the growing darkness. Captain Martin and the others gathered around Taylor and the stranger to hear the conversation.
I could ask you the same thing,
the stranger said. Holding his saber in one hand, he used the other to fish around the inside of his shirt and pulled 2 more bloody bullets from his torso. That is disgusting, Melissa said. She threw up on the ground behind her, the lack of anything in her stomach making her dry heave in pain.
I think your people need food and rest more than they need answers,
the stranger said.
No need to flee tonight. The camp is ours. We can take watches and shifts, the captain said. I'll take the first watch. You all get food and some sleep.
While Taylor was not inclined to agree with the stranger's idea to stay put, one look at her group and she knew they would be useless on the road. They had only managed to make it this far on adrenaline and will. Her own stomach was staging a protest. Sleep was something she was sure would quickly turn into a coma if she closed her eyes. Grab what you need for the night and stay by the vehicles, Taylor said, rubbing weariness from her eyes. Frank and Jason will need a fire, and you, Rage Wolf or whatever you call yourself, you don't leave my sight. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I want answers. Now. A few minutes later, Frank and Jason were stoking a small flame. The captain's silhouette could be seen outside the fire's glow. His breath made small puffs of white, as if he were smoking a cigar. Melissa had doled out canned food to everyone, and Sydney handed out blankets to keep the group warm. Taylor stared across the growing fire at the stranger. She expected him to transform in the blink of an eye into whatever it was he had been during his fight with the Reckoners. He ignored her stern gaze, busying himself with removing his bullet-holed riddled shirt for a clean one. Besides being bloody, his torso was clear of any wounds. He pulled his hair back in a ponytail and draped his saber over his right shoulder. The hilt of his weapon peeked over like a parrot resting beside his head.
I'm not going to kill you,
he said, rummaging through the bottles of water and canned food set in a pile beside the fire.
I could, if I wanted to, but I'm not.
I very much doubt that, Taylor said, grabbing the bottled water he had chosen from the pile. She took it from his grip and dangled it in front of him in midair. I could kill you with a thought. For a brief moment, the scene was so tense even Frank and Jason forgot to pretend to be busy. They both stared wide-eyed at Taylor and the stranger. A wild look came over the stranger's eyes, followed by a smile. He plucked the bottle of water out of the air.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
You first, Taylor said, lifting a can of tuna from the pile and opening the lid with a thought. The stranger sat on the ground in front of the fire and took a long drink of water, then asked,
What do you want to know?
At the possibility of answers, Frank and Jason stopped trying to look busy with the fire and took seats to listen. Melissa sat stroking Sydney's hair, who was already fast asleep on her lap. Let's start with your name and why you were chained by the Reckoners when we found you, Taylor said. She lifted slippery bits of tuna from the can with her fingers.
My name is Lupus Abelardus, Lou for short, and Rage Wolf to my enemies. I've been gathering information about the Dread and their allies. I ran across the Reckoners a few months back before they got into the human slave business. They were just a roving band of survivors back then. I let them go without a second thought. Once I heard what they had become, I made it a point to hunt them down.
Didn't look like you were doing so hot when we found you, Taylor remarked.
They caught me when I was sleeping.
Lou grinned as if he was remembering a fond thought.
It happens. If you hadn't stumbled by, I would have figured out a way to escape.
Would it kill you to show some gratitude? Jason grumped. I don't know, little sheep, Lou said, looking at Jason for the first time. It might.
What are you?
Frank asked, looking Lou over with a hint of admiration through his glasses.
I saw you take those bullets like a champ. Your eyes and your teeth changed, too. I saw it, like a werewolf.
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me, Lou replied.
We've seen some pretty crazy things, including humans infected with pure evil, the dread giving powers of its own to people creating super creatures, and...
Frank trailed off, looking at Taylor.
You can say it,
Taylor said with a nod.
And one of our own turning into something great that was meant to combat the dread.
Frank finished. They weren't the words Taylor was expecting. She thought Frank was going to paint her as some kind of freak, not a savior. Lou shrugged. He cracked open a container of pork and beans, threw his head back, and drank from the can as if the contents were liquid.
I'm not exactly Homo sapien,
he said after he swallowed.
You've probably gathered that by now. I'm part of a small gene pool of elite humans that have remained hidden in plain sight amongst our human counterparts since the beginning of mankind. Our enhanced genes allow us prolonged life, strength, speed, eyesight, smell, and more. When the dread started infecting the Earth, the elites decided to step in and help. Not really my first choice. Khan, our leader, can be a stubborn do-gooder sometimes. All the time. I was one among many who were sent out to gather intelligence on the dread.
Taylor had to remind herself to close her jaw. If the world wasn't crazy enough, not only was the dread evolving, not only was she still trying to figure out what she was, but now there was a third player in the game. These elites.
So, when you tap into this elite gene, your eyes go yellow and your teeth grow?
Frank asked hesitantly, as if he had pegged Lou wrong this entire time and was now rethinking his position on the man.
That's right.
Lou threw his empty can into the fire.
It's really only my canines that grow in length.
I don't believe it, Jason said, looking to Frank and Melissa for support. I mean, are we supposed to take this guy at his word? We saw what he can do. He came back, though, Melissa said quietly. Taylor freed him. He could have run.
I don't know,
Frank said with a massive yawn.
Maybe he'll kill us in our sleep and it'll be like sleeping forever. That doesn't sound so bad right now.
4 pairs of eyes turned to look at Frank after his morbid comment.
What?
Frank said, leaning back into a slouch, his eyes beginning to close. It was a joke. I don't know if I believe you, Lou, Taylor said. She stood. The comfort of the fire was enticing her to fall victim to sleep's call. I sure don't trust you. I would ask you to release your weapon, but I witnessed what you can do with your bare hands. You'll have to sleep away from the others, where whoever is on watch can keep an eye on you.
Whatever you say, boss.
Lou rose and walked beside Taylor to where the captain stood guard.
I'll be out of your way tomorrow. I just need some sleep of my own and I'll be gone. Although you did say you'd show me yours if I showed you mine.
I can take over for you, Taylor said, greeting the captain. Get some rest. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
Are you sure?
The captain said, looking at Lou with a sideways glance.
I can stay up.
Taylor observed the aging captain with admiration. If she had to be stuck in the Alaskan wilderness fighting off human and the dread alike, she was glad Captain Martin was with her. I'll be fine. If he tries anything, I'll dangle him in the air for a bit.
I bet you would.
The captain chuckled. As he walked away, he looked over his shoulder.
I'll send Frank to relieve you in a few hours.
Taylor stood with her back to the fire, the stranger in front of her a few yards away, bundling himself in a blanket he had been offered by Sydney before she fell asleep.
Well, boss, when you're ready.
Taylor was trying to figure out where to start. Her eyes were searching the tree line through the frosty air, ensuring any escaped reckoner had left for good.
"We're safe,"
Lou said, noticing her gaze.
"Give those bloodshot eyes of yours a rest for a moment. I'd be able to smell them if they were close."
"I'm sure," Taylor said. Taking a deep breath, she started. She told him everything, from the very beginning, when she was first called to the Jones residence, how the Dread had used Vanadrum as a catalyst, the escape from Los Angeles, her own transformation with the serum, and finally how the Ark fell. He was attentive, which Taylor wasn't expecting. No interruptions or snarky remarks. When Taylor was done, she actually felt better. It was the first time she was able to tell someone her story from start to finish. In some ways, it was even cathartic.
"You've been through a lot,"
Lou said, leaning back and directing his eyes to the myriad of stars above.
"Has she come to you yet?"
Taylor sifted through the fog of a sleep-deprived mind to focus on his question. "What? Who?"
"The messenger,"
Lou said, his own deep voice trailing off with signs of fatigue.
"She comes to all the forces fighting the Dread, usually in a dream or a vision."
"When my change first happened, I had dreams of the Dread itself, but no messenger."
"She'll come,"
Lou said with his eyes closed. He fell asleep. Taylor remained awake, watching the stranger. The rise and fall of his chest was almost hypnotic. She was surprised to find herself wishing Lou had stayed awake longer. It had felt better than she would have thought, to talk to someone like her, someone who was different. She wasn't the only supernatural being fighting the Dread, and in a way, that was comforting. Frank took his shift a short time later. Stumbling toward the fire with the rest of the group, Taylor was asleep before her head even touched down on the musty blanket she used as a pillow. Her dream was one she would not remember when she woke. She was standing in her old apartment. Noise so buried in her past that she almost didn't recognize it echoed in the far distance. It was the sound of honking cars, children shouting with joy, and people mowing their lawns. It was everyday white noise she didn't realize she had come to miss so fervently. Although somewhere in the deep recess of her subconscious, she must have known this was a dream, that thought was pushed back, buried deep. She looked around her small, sparsely decorated apartment with a smile on her face. It was just like she remembered. Plain and simple. She loved it. Even her clothes were familiar. Her brown leather jacket, worn jeans, and heavy boots. Taylor could have stood in her apartment enjoying its simplicity for an eternity, had it not been for the figure sitting on her bed. The woman was looking at Taylor, a sad smile on her lips. Her hair was raven black, her eyes penetrating and elusive at the same moment.
"Do you know who I am, Taylor?"
the woman asked. "The messenger," Taylor said, surprising herself that she had an answer, and somehow knew that she was correct.
"That's right."
The woman stood. She was tall, wearing a bright white robe that fell off her like water.
"Now a harder question. Do you know why I have come?"
"I don't," Taylor said, racking her brain for memories outside of her reach. "Wait, something about coming to the forces who fight the Dread?"
"That is correct,"
the messenger said with a twitch of her full lips.
"You were wise to listen to Lupus Abelardus. His path has been arduous. He has seen the very worst our enemy has to offer. But he is coming to understand if victory is to be a real option, we must all stand together."
"Am I a mistake?" Taylor blurted out the question that had been nagging her since she had first woken with the serum inside her. She had refused to be so vulnerable with anyone in the past. I mean, was I chosen by something, or am I some kind of lab experiment gone wrong? The messenger walked forward and placed a hand on Taylor's shoulder. The woman's touch was warm. To your enemies, you will be a lab experiment that went horribly right. To those who fight alongside you, you will be a champion against the dread. You are only beginning to understand your powers. Continue to learn. The dread is not the only authority with the ability to evolve. When your changes come, do not be afraid. Embrace the development. Care for Sydney. She is more important than you realize. I'd never let anything happen to her, but why is she so important? It's not my place to say at this time. Though Taylor could sense a close to their meeting, there was still so much to learn. There were so many questions to which she still needed answers. Are we going the right way? Who are the others fighting the dread? The Guardians? What about... Taylor's questions trailed off as she woke to Melissa's large eyes staring at her. There was something like wonder in her expression.
You better get up and see this,
she said. Taylor rose to a standing position on unsteady feet. The sun was cresting the tops of the trees, the cold still clinging on to its grasp of the morning. Taylor searched the area for danger. No hate-filled humans turned by the dread. No mercenaries out to enslave them. Taylor looked at Melissa, a question in her eyes. It was then she realized everyone, minus Lou, who still slept in a clump, and the captain, was staring at the sunrise. The sunrise, up until this morning, had always appeared from behind the arc wall, or from the top of the wall itself. It was entirely different to experience the rise of the bright star they called the sun, from ground view. Around them, the wild landscape extended out in all directions filled with trees. Scents of wet wood and crisp air mixed together while birds trilled in the air. No wall, no dread outside their compound. No reminder of their dire situation to dampen their mourning. Taylor could have stood there enjoying the moment forever. Nonetheless, it was her duty to move the group to safety. "Where's the captain?" she asked, reluctantly breaking the silence. "I don't know," Frank said, stretching. "Maybe he had to take a piss or something." "We should get moving," Taylor said. If the dread had decided to pursue, they would have a tough time tracking them in the dark, which would buy them some time. "Same teams as yesterday. Jason get weapons, Frank and Melissa on food, scour the camp one last time for anything we can take. We'll meet at the vehicles in 20.
What about the captain?
Sydney asked, already moving to look for their lost teammate in the woods. "We'll go find him," Taylor said, fighting back worry. "He's probably checking the perimeter." Sydney fell in step with Taylor, and the two headed toward the tree line. The most obvious route went past Lou.
"Should we wake him?"
Sydney asked. The girl made a move toward the mass of blankets and hair that marked the slumbering elite human.
"He's coming with us, right?"
"I'm already awake,"
Lou said, rising from his spot on the ground and shaking off his blankets.
"I don't think traveling together would be best."
"Why not?"
Sydney asked.
"We're all on the same side, and there's safety in numbers."
"What do you say, boss?"
Lou asked Taylor, arching his back and rolling his neck. "I think—" She was cut off by crackling underbrush in the woods. Instinct took action, some faint dream of a memory impressing the importance of protecting Sydney. Taylor stood in front of the girl, lifting herself slightly in the air to gain a better vantage point. Captain Martin came into view. He realized the situation in a moment.
"Sorry,"
he said, running a large hand through his gray hair.
"I was the first one up. I thought I'd check our borders to make sure the Reckoners weren't hanging out. We're clear."
Taylor's heartbeat decreased in speed as the idea of a fight evaporated.
I know you were right to go check. Just tell someone next time you take off like that.
I will, the captain said. I'm sorry.
The others are giving the camp a quick once-over. Wheels up in 20,
Taylor said to the captain.
What do you think of taking Lou along with us?
I think he's dangerous, lacks morals, and is a complete wild card, the captain said, looking Lou up and down. With that said, we'd probably be dead without him. The firepower those reckoners brought would have proved too much for even you. I'm right here, Lou said with a raised eyebrow. I can hear everything you're saying about me.
He's dirty, but I like him, Sydney said with a smile. He's like a pirate or something, with his long hair and sword.
It's like you aren't even listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth, Lou griped.
I already told you where we're headed last night,
Taylor said. She decided to allow Lou to travel with them. Trust was not a word she would use with him. For now, their goals did seem to fall in line, and Sydney was right. There was safety in numbers.
I'm not sure where you were going, but if you want to come to Washington with us, you may.
A pirate, huh? Lou said, looking at Sydney.
Yep,
the girl nodded enthusiastically.
Like a pirate, except on land instead of water.
I'll go with you, Lou said after a short internal debate. The leader of the Reckoner said they sold their last shipment of slaves to the Dread. Whatever they're planning around this vault in Washington seems to involve us both.
13. Valerie's Spear. He came to her during the night. It was unexpected that he would turn on his own kind, but he was different. He owed them nothing. He told them where Taylor and her group slept. He recommended they skirt the faction for now and lay in wait at the vault to ambush them. Valerie was reluctant at first. Why wait to pounce on her prey? Why drag out the inevitable? He had been persuasive, promising her it would be worth it. He told her how Taylor had killed the force of Reckoners. He said he might be able to unravel the secret of her powers if he had more time with her. His story was accurate. Valerie had come across a few of the fleeing Reckoners, adding them to her ranks during the night. In the end, she had chosen to accept his suggestion. She moved through the nighttime blackness, passing Taylor and her party. Her new abilities as a member of the Dread were impressive. She could move for days without tiring, cover long distances quickly, and food was only a memory. The way the Dread ruled her now was a feeling not unwelcome. She had quickly come to understood her place as the apex predator well. Valerie and the rest of the Dread were meant to rule. It only made sense that humanity, being the weaker species, was destined to submit. Before she had made the change, when she still lived inside the Ark as a worker bee, she had imagined the Dread's goal was the total eradication of the human race. She couldn't have been further from the truth. The Dread only sought to control the majority of the Earth's population. Now that it had, the ideal scenario was to rule those who remained. Sure, slaves would be needed as Phase 2 of the Dread's plan came to fruition. Eventually, controlling a viable human species was within the master plan. It made sense. What good was absolute power if there was no one over which to exercise that power? Valerie and the rest of her party moved over the uneven terrain efficiently, for now giving Taylor and her party a wide berth. When they reached the vault, they would lay their trap. 14. Taylor. Where do you think you're going? Lou looked at her with a scowl. You're in the front with me, Taylor said, motioning to the passenger side seat in the SUV. You can travel with us, but we're far from trusting you. You're right up front where I can keep my eye on you at all times. Lou stared at her for a long minute before he obeyed, climbing into the shotgun seat beside Taylor. She could practically sense the animosity he held.
His teeth were clenched so tight a muscle twinge vibrated at his jawline. Captain Martin and Jason, who appeared to be back to his normal self, were driving the heavy-duty 4x4 truck. While the vehicle had seen better years, the tires were in good condition, and under the flaking, rust-colored paint, the frame was solid. They had packed the bed of the vehicle with supplies ranging from foodstuffs to ammunition. The SUV was in a similar state. At one time, it had been a shining black, though that time had since passed. Now it was a dulling ebony. Taylor was in the driver's seat, with a silent Lou beside her. In the back, Frank, Melissa, and Sydney were quietly talking amongst themselves. Taylor turned the key in the ignition, receiving a guttural humming in response. Frank had gone over the vehicle quickly. The SUV, like the truck, was solar-powered, so the dials were different and something about the gauges. Taylor's eyes glazed over after the first explanation of how solar power worked. A dull headache pounded in the deep recesses of her mind, but she ignored the pain and focused on the road in front of her. Their morning was quiet. With Frank poring over a map, Taylor led the two-vehicle caravan, following an uneven trail through the forest until it emptied them out on a main highway. They were in luck. She had half expected the roads to be lined with abandoned vehicles, perhaps even felled trees or boulders from rogue landslides. So far, their path was clear. As the miles ticked by, Taylor checked her rearview mirror over and over again to make sure the captain and Jason followed safely.
You check any more often, you're going to break that mirror from use, Push.
What did you call me? Taylor snapped.
It seems like a good nickname, the way you threw those reckoners through the air back there,
Lou said, keeping his eyes on the road.
My name's Taylor, not Push. Remembering the other name Lou had used for her when they had first met, she added, not Boss either.
Whatever you say, Captain,
Lou said with a grin.
You're not going to get a rise out of me if that's what you're trying to do.
Lou shrugged.
Maybe. Maybe not. I can see the fire in your eyes. It's there. You just have some voice in your head that won't allow you to fully let go. Not yet. You haven't seen enough. You will soon.
What are you talking about?
Taylor asked, taking her eyes off the road for a moment to send a scathing glare at her passenger.
Well, let's call a dread and a reckoner, Lou said. I mean, you're using your ability to block incoming danger and send your enemies flying when you should be killing them on the spot. Just like you saved the leader of the Reckoners from me yesterday. She deserved to feel more pain before she died.
Taylor was beginning to think she'd made a mistake in letting Lou travel with them.
What are you saying? You want me to start torturing prisoners? Oh, wait, no. You want me to kill everyone so there are no prisoners. Is that it? Not everyone is a monster like you, Lou.
Don't do that, Lou growled. You don't get to judge me. Not all of us were safe behind walls for the last year and a half. I've seen things. I've had to do things to survive, and I would do them all again. I will have to do them all again before this is over.
The silence in the SUV was deafening. All chatter from the three in the rear had ceased. Taylor found herself thinking on Lou's words longer than she would have liked. Although he did have a point, she refused to let herself wander too far in that line of thinking. Sure, she had killed her fair share of humans infected by the dread, but they were already lost, all semblance of humanity gone forever. The Reckoners were different. They were still people. If she killed without discretion, what would be the difference between her and those infected by the dread?
Maybe you're right,
she conceded, surprising even herself with the admission.
Maybe there will come a time where we fight, kill, maim, and torture like our enemy. But that time hasn't come yet. We have to be better than they are, or our fight has already been lost.
Lou was shaking his head.
We'll think differently with a few weeks out in our new reality. You're one death away from seeing the world through my eyes. One person close to you dies, and you'll be me.
Taylor was torn. Half of her wanted to argue with the man, the other half sensed something in his voice. Something that said he was speaking from experience, that he had lost someone close. The silence lengthened. Her headache was growing in strength, now pulsing in her temples. She rolled her head around her shoulders, trying to relieve some of the pain. The day passed mostly in silence. Breaks were taken when nature called, and lunch was a meal of canned goods provided by the reckoners. It wasn't until the sun began its descent that conversation picked up again.
So, what did happen?
Melissa asked.
You're right, we were in the Ark for 1.5 years. What happened to the world?
Lou's voice shifted from raw and violent to regretful, almost sad.
The world, it slaughtered itself.
15. Taylor.
I know you all got to see it from the front lines with that drug Vanadrum you told me about. You all knew what was happening and why.
Lou began his story, staring out the car window, as if he were relaying the tale to the passing scenery.
For the rest of us, it was sudden. A nightmare. You have to remember, I belong to a faction of elite humans who have resources in every field, every corner of the world. For years, we heard whispers, rumors of something coming. We looked into every lead, demons, cults, even members of our own species. There are monsters out there, of course, but nothing like the dread. When we figured out what was happening, it was already too late. The dread was spreading faster than we could contain it. They were smart. They took out communication first, then destroyed any idea of a military, starting with the leaders and working their way down. To ensure the survival of our people, the elites relocated to an island to which only we have access. From there, many of us, including our leader, went out to gather information, help humans where we could, and figure out a way to kill this thing once and for all.
And have you? Frank blurted out a little too eagerly. I mean, that would be huge.
No,
Lou said, arching an eyebrow and turning in his seat.
I've defeated hundreds of their number to no avail. The more I kill, there's always more that keep coming. I started in New York and worked my way across the country, always searching for a way. About 6 months ago, these evolved members of the Dread started appearing everywhere. They call themselves Dread Lieutenants. They have powers, kind of like Push over here.
My name is not...
I know. Keep your pants on, Chief, Lou said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Anyway, some are capable of manipulating sound, others disappearing. Some can shift their form, you name it. If that wasn't bad enough, they started opening up their ranks to humans who want to work for them. You met the Reckoners. They're only the tip of the spear. More will come.
I thought when we got out of the Ark, it would be humans against the Dread,
Sydney said in a quiet voice.
I didn't think we would be fighting our own kind.
The world has become an ugly place.
Lou squinted through the front windshield into the distance.
I think we're about to get another reminder of that right about now.
Taylor's headache was turning into a full-blown migraine. On top of that, she was sweating. Had the landscape around them not changed so drastically, she would ask Melissa or Frank to take the wheel for a while. It was midday. Thus far, their journey on the road was nothing shy of simple. Here and there, Taylor maneuvered around a broken-down vehicle or natural wildlife where it grew into the street. However, something had happened to the stretch of road they traveled through now. A fire of some kind in the not-too-distant past was responsible for ravaging trees and bushes on either side of the road. The road itself was cracked and streaked with ash.
A week ago, Maybe, Lou said tensely. This was recent.
What's that up there?
Melissa asked with a hint of worry in her voice.
Is that a tree?
In the middle of the road, not one, but two dense trees blocked their way. The path on either side was thick with the black husks of burned brush. Nothing still smoked, yet the smell of ash was thick in the air.
Someone wants us to stop here,
Lou said. He reached for the sword at his feet, laying lengthways on the ground.
This is no accident.
Can you push it out of the way, Taylor? Frank asked. Sure. Taylor gritted out through the pain she was feeling in her head and now body. The lancing discomfort traveled from her skull and now pulsated in her hands and legs. Despite her mysterious onset of discomfort, Taylor knew they couldn't stay put. Lou was right. This had all the signs of some kind of trap. Calling on her willpower to focus past the pain, Taylor commanded the burned trees out of their path. And nothing happened. Again, she focused on lifting the tree trunk, this time even extending a hand to mimic the motion she wanted from the trees. Still, nothing.
You okay, Push?
I'm fine, Taylor said with irritation. Stay in the vehicle. I just need to get closer or something.
I don't think that's such a good idea,
Sydney said worriedly.
I'll be fine, Taylor said.
The agony she felt was warping her sense of logic. She parked, then stumbled out of the SUV before any other objections could be raised. Why weren't her powers working? She walked over the soot-streaked road to the barricade. The landscape was eerie in every way. Blackened trees dotted either side of the road as far as Taylor could see. Husks of bushes and undergrowth were bleak and ebony black, their gnarled branches reaching to the sky like blackened skeletal hands. If this wasn't enough, she got the distinct feeling she was being watched. Again, Taylor brought her hand up in front of her and mentally strained to lift the object. Nothing moved, but this time she felt warmth and her hand glowed a dull white. Taylor blinked, staggering to hold herself erect. Was she hallucinating? Again, she extended her hand. Again, a white glow surrounded her palm.
That's far enough,
a young voice said to her left.
Tell your friends to get out of the vehicles and put down your weapons.
Taylor felt so lightheaded she wondered how much longer she was going to remain standing. She raised her hands in the air and turned toward the voice. A handful of children, soot-streaked and thin, looked back at her. The oldest couldn't be more than a few years into his teens, the youngest about the same age as Sydney. They all carried some kind of firearm pointed at Taylor. Fear showed on nearly every face.
We aren't here to hurt you,
Taylor said, doing a complete 360-degree turn to show them her lack of weapons.
I'm not carrying any kind of...
Car doors opened as Lou and the survivors from the Ark exited the vehicles. Captain Martin, Jason, Frank, and Melissa all hesitantly aimed automatic weapons at the group of children. Lou moved forward within striking range, his saber drawn.
Easy,
Taylor said, positioning herself to stand between the two factions.
We aren't doing this.
They don't look infected, PJ.
A young red-haired girl said to the first boy who had spoken.
Shut it, Susan,
the boy said.
This is our turf. We want your weapons, food, and the cars.
Taylor could see through his mask of bravado as if it were translucent. He was as scared as the rest of the kids he led. His handle on the stock of his rifle was shaking, his grip slippery with sweat.
Taylor?
Jason said from his spot behind her.
I think we should go.
Wait.
Taylor looked at Jason and moved back to the band of youths with open hands to show her submission. The motion was a mistake. Tensions were too high. Frightened by her sudden movement, PJ's rifle went off. The bullet struck her before she even heard the blare of the firearm. 16. Taylor. Whether on accident or by skill, PJ's bullet smacked Taylor 2 inches from her heart. The feeling that should have knocked her off her feet at such close range felt more like someone flicking her with a forefinger. She looked down at her torso. No blood pooled from a wound, no searing pain other than the head and body aches she was already enduring. By some miracle, the 2 stalemated groups didn't open fire once the initial shot rang out. As one, they collected themselves from the shock of Taylor's miraculous save from death and readjusted their sights on one another. The scene erupted in a cacophony of shouts and orders to stand down.
Taylor? Taylor!
Sydney was screaming from behind Melissa. "I'm okay," Taylor said, making sure to move slower. "I'm okay. There's no reason anyone has to die. PJ, do you hear me?" The use of his name drew the frightened boy to readjust his view on Taylor. "We'll lower our weapons, but I need your word you're done shooting people," Taylor said with a firm, even tone. "I mean it. We can all live through this, but I need your word." The shouts died all around as eyes from each group looked to PJ to see what he would decide. The boy swallowed hard, then nodded. "Okay, put your weapons down. We won't shoot." Some of Taylor's team were eager to obey, like Frank and Melissa. Lou was a wild card, and Sydney wasn't holding a weapon. The captain and Jason were harder to control. "This is a bad idea," Jason said, moving the sights of his firearm from one child to the next. "I didn't sign up to kill kids, but they already shot you. What's going to stop them from killing us all once we lay these down?" "Captain?" Taylor said, ignoring Jason's outburst for the time being. The aged veteran licked his dry lips, weighing his odds. A moment later, he lowered his weapon. "I'm with you. I'm not killing kids." All eyes turned to Jason, who still held his rifle with the stock pressed against his shoulder. "We aren't all bulletproof like you are, Taylor, if that's even what happened here." "I don't know what's happening to me," Taylor said. "Bulletproof or not, there's no reason we should have to be. They aren't going to murder us. Right, PJ?" PJ nodded, lowering his rifle until the barrel was pointed to the ground. "I thought you were going to make a move to attack us like he did before. He had that dark stuff he could shoot from his hands."
They aren't the Dread,
Susan said. She also lowered her weapon and motioned for the other children to do the same.
This feels wrong.
Taylor raised an eyebrow and looked in Jason's direction. With a shamed face, he dropped his gun. Satisfied they were in no immediate threat, Taylor looked to PJ. "Who did this? Who burned the forest?" "He did," PJ said with a shudder. "For no reason. He burned the forest when he moved through with his army." "Army?" Lou asked, siding up to Taylor. "What are you talking about?"
We should get off the road,
Susan said, her large, frightened eyes roving around the landscape.
We're out in the open. That's rule number 1. Never be out in the open.
Right, PJ said, looking over the SUV and truck with hungry eyes. "We can show you where to park your cars where they won't be seen from the road." "We have food," Melissa said, also stepping up. "We can share what we have if you know a place we can go." Taylor approved of Melissa's actions. She was planning to say the same thing herself.
You guys have food? I knew it,
Susan crowed.
Come on, PJ. You have to let them come back to camp with us.
PJ gave Taylor's group one last skeptical look. "All right, but you have to leave your weapons in the cars." "Done," Taylor said, before Jason or Lou could argue. The party was a mismatched bunch of survivors from all ages and walks of life. Taylor led the way with PJ, Susan, and Sydney. Frank, Melissa, Lou, and the captain moved in the middle of the pack with the other members of PJ's group, while Jason brought up the rear. The terrain was something out of a nightmare. Black shells of trees remained scarred and broken. The sky was clear of any smoke, however their feet kicked up soot and ash into the air with every step. The sun's rays were extinguishing again, although that didn't seem to bother PJ and the rest of the kids.
So, you're like a superhero or something?
Susan asked. The rifle slung over the young girl's shoulder was almost comical, the barrel extending over her head and the stock of the gun nearly touched the ground. I wish I knew, Taylor said, tempted at that moment to try her telekinetic gift on a tree branch or bush. She was itching to see if her lapse in power was temporary. The pain in her body had subsided. Now questions were left in its wake. Thinking the use of more abilities would only frighten their companions, she refrained.
I think she's like a superhero,
Sydney said.
You said there was someone else who passed by here with abilities too?
PJ and Susan shared a look. It's okay, Taylor coaxed with her best attempt at a smile. You can tell us. Was he the one that set the fire? He wasn't like you guys at all, PJ said with a furrowed brow. He was one of them. He moved through here with an army of dread. They set fire to the woods for no reason. We hid, but when the fire started, we couldn't do anything.
It was horrible,
Susan said, grimacing as she remembered the past.
The heat, smoke, it was like we were living in hell.
The fires burned out and we were able to keep our home. I'll never forget the blackness that came out of his hands. PJ said with a shudder. Blackness? Taylor echoed. Yeah, PJ said, his expression turning from fear to embarrassment. That's what I thought you were going to do with your hand when I shot you. He had these inky black tendril things that moved from his palms. Taylor thought about what it could mean. The only thing she could come up with was that he was another lieutenant in the Dread Army. His name is Liberty Echo, Lou said. He's one of the Dread's lieutenants. Maybe something more. How long Lou was there listening disturbed Taylor. Not that she had anything to hide, but the idea that someone could sneak up on her so easily was unsettling. Lou wasn't an ordinary human. Still, she made a mental note to be more aware of her surroundings. What do you mean? Taylor asked Lou. Lou shrugged his boulder-sized shoulders. I wish I knew more. When I left, I started in New York and worked my way across the upper part of the United States. I ran across an outpost in St. Paul, and another in Helena he had been through. I found a handful of survivors at each that called him Liberty Echo. The stories were the same. Each location was a haven for humans, fortified structures, like the way you explained the Ark. They both fell when he arrived. The group grew silent as Lou's words died in a cold wind.
Do you think there's hope?
Susan asked, first turning to PJ, then Taylor for answers.
We need hope. My mom said we would always have it. I'm not so sure anymore. Things keep getting worse and worse.
We'll be all right, PJ said, slinging an arm around the girl in a protective manner. We have each other. I'm not going to let anything bad happen to you. Soon, the party met a welcome change in scenery. The burned brush gave way to a stream that had marked the end of the fire's reign. On the other end of the churning water was the same lush green Taylor had grown accustomed to seeing. PJ led the group, wading across the icy water. The stream wasn't deep, but it was wide. Taylor clenched her jaw as she entered the liquid's cold embrace. The water was deep enough to crest the tops of her combat boots and soak her socks. She thought she heard another low growl from Lou as they exited the frosty water. A few minutes later, PJ stopped.
"We're here. Home, sweet home."
It was dark enough now that Taylor had to squint through the gloom to see what he was talking about. The group had come to a spot where 2 thick trees grew on either side of a large rock.
"Is this kid on drugs?"
Frank asked, joining Taylor at the front of the group.
"That's a rock."
"Look closer,"
Lou said, his eyes practically glowing in the light from the clear sky's moon and stars. Taylor leaned forward, taking a closer look. Sure enough, Lou was right. To any passerby, the rough, gray exterior of the cave would have looked like a solid rock wall. Only when someone was looking directly at the spot could you see depth to the cave entrance.
"Busy,"
a voice challenged from the cave entrance.
"Hercules,"
PJ called back. A moment later, a scrawny-looking boy came into the moonlight. His face was covered in dirt like some kind of crazy war paint. He lifted his weapon, a desert eagle the size of his torso, in a salute. His eyes grew wide when he took in the group of strangers.
"Hey, PJ, who are they?"
"Friends,"
PJ said, looking at Taylor with a hint of a smile.
"They're friends."
17. Taylor. The cave was deeper than Taylor would have guessed. It sloped down and gave way to a wide room filled with stalactites and stalagmites, providing the chamber with the appearance of a gigantic creature's maw. A fire burned in the center of the room, smoke rising in wispy curls that disappeared into small openings in the cave ceiling. All in all, the youths had chosen a secure place to make their home. Blankets and sleeping bags were spread on one side of the room, where a handful of children too small to be on their own examined Taylor with untrusting eyes.
"How many of you are there?"
Taylor asked PJ.
14,
PJ said, the shadow of sadness drifting past his eyes.
"There used to be more."
Taylor's heart fell in her chest. She couldn't imagine what these kids had been through. Every one of them was malnourished, filthy, and tired.
"Let's open up that food, shall we?"
The captain and Frank lowered the rucksacks of canned goods to the children's delight.
"Easy, easy,"
Sydney rebuked as they scrambled toward the ground where the cans had been emptied from their bags like candy from a piñata.
"There's enough for everyone."
Taylor's own stomach was starting to ache from lack of food, though instead of giving in to her desires, she removed herself from the chaos to stand by the cave entrance. Sydney, Melissa, and even Frank were helping the younger children open the canned goods. There, by the light of the fire, Taylor couldn't help but think, this is how the world should be. The older helping the younger. Those with something giving a hand to those who've lost everything. By no means did she believe in giving free handouts to those who could help themselves. However, things had changed. Not only were these kids, but anyone in this post-apocalyptic world ruled by the dread who needed help should have somewhere to turn.
"So, I guess lifting stuff with your mind is out of the question and bulletproof skin took its place?"
Jason said, joining her.
"Just when we thought we'd figured out your powers."
"I guess so," Taylor said, looking down at her leather jacket where PJ's bullet had punctured her clothes. "How about you? You seem to be doing better. You're talking less crazy now and at normal speed instead of like some kind of addict."
"Yeah, I guess I am."
Jason grinned and scratched the top of his head.
"I feel great. You were right, by the way."
"Right about what?"
"About helping these kids,"
Jason said. He motioned with his chin to the smiling faces and laughter that came in the wake of full mouths and delighted taste buds.
"Do you think we'll ever get back to anything resembling a normal life again?"
"I don't know," Taylor said. "I think we might have to redefine normal."
"Times were easier before,"
Jason said. He looked into the glowing fire that painted the walls of the cave in dancing shadows. When I was your operator and you were my cleaner, that was a time I took for granted.
What? Taylor said. You can't tell me you actually liked being voices on the ends of calls, cleaning up Lazarus Pharmaceuticals' messes?
Jason shrugged. I liked it better than this. You were the best cleaner there was. You're an even better person. Maybe the best person I know. Taylor wasn't sure how to respond, so she didn't. The two stood staring at each other for a moment.
Hey, if you guys want to grab something, I think the feeding frenzy is beginning to die down,
Melissa called out. Yeah, I'm coming, Jason answered. You want anything? He asked Taylor.
I'll be there in a second,
she replied. Jason gave her a smile before joining Melissa and the others at the fire. Boy Scout smells wrong, Lou said from the mouth of the cave entrance. Taylor spun around, angered that once again she had failed to notice his presence. Do all elite humans have the tendency to sneak up and eavesdrop on private conversations? I don't know. Lou moved to stand beside Taylor. I do know that if we're going to have a shot at surviving, we need you to figure out what's going on with your abilities.
You too, huh? Taylor said. I don't know what's happening to me.
We're traveling to a place called the Vault, where the Reckoners sold a large group of human slaves to the Dread to build something we can only guess is diabolical. You're going to have to do better than, I don't know, Glowy.
Glowy?
Taylor said, surprised to find herself amused by Lou's latest nickname for her.
Where did that come from?
I saw your hands when you got out of the SUV and tried to move those trees. They glowed a dull white. I think maybe your powers are evolving, like the Dreads.
The bulletproof skin would make sense, Taylor said, shaking her head even as the words left her mouth.
What? Lou asked.
In what world does someone say bulletproof skin and make sense in the same sentence? This is getting out of control.
The world's already twisted out of control, Lou said. He motioned for Taylor to follow him outside the cave. It's up to us to be the hammers needed to bend it back in shape. So, what happened back there?
Lou asked again.
The two had walked a few yards from the cave entrance alone with the chill in the night, a half moon, and an armada of stars overhead. I need more to work with here.
I had a killer headache that ramped up during the day. Then my body felt like I got hit by a truck, Taylor said, pulling her jacket around her tight against the chill. You saw the rest. I tried to lift things with my mind, like I've been doing for the last year and a half. There was nothing besides that faint glow on my hands.
And the fact that we think you have impenetrable skin, Lou said. He leaned down to pick up a baseball-sized rock.
You think I have impenetrable skin? It could have been a one-off fluke. Stranger things have happened.
Without warning, Lou threw the stone at Taylor. His act was so unexpected the rock flew through the air so fast that Taylor didn't have a chance to react. The stone struck her in the chest. On impact, it shattered into 100 different pieces. Taylor stood with her mouth open. Although she hadn't felt so much as a twinge of pain from the stone, she was beside herself with indignation.
What are you thinking? What if it had actually hurt me, you idiot?
I was willing to take that chance, Lou said with a grin. Once you calm down, you'll see that at least we have more information now. You're immune to gunfire, flying objects, and... He shook his head. The Lord of the Flies and his gang made me leave my saber with the rest of the weapons in the SUV. Tomorrow we'll see if you're immune to blades as well. Taylor's temper was still raging.
Of all the stupid things, I should be able to throw a rock at you and see how you do.
I'll do you a solid and let you try that white hand thing at me instead, Lou said. He squared his stance, pointing to the center of his chest. Right here. Come on. You can't hurt me. My advanced healing abilities will practically bring me back from the dead.
Has anyone ever told you that you're cocky and not easy to get along with? Taylor asked, her hands on her hips. I'm not using you as a target. As tempting as that may sound, I'm not trying to do whatever it is I can do now. It could be dangerous.
Give me a break, Glow. It would take you and a dread army to take me out.
I told you my name is Taylor. She extended a hand made of a cocktail 1 part instinct and 1 part anger. Out of her extended palm, an orb of white energy appeared. The force shot forward in a bright stream of light, striking Lou in the sternum. It exploded on impact and sent him reeling into the dark woods. Taylor's jaw dropped as she brought back her smoking hand. No pain had come with the action. The bright light that had shot forward vanished and made her wonder if she had imagined the whole thing. Taylor looked from her palm to the woods where Lou was launched. Worry lacing every stride, she ran forward in the general direction Lou's trajectory took him. Lou? Lou! Taylor called with trepidation, squinting through the darkness in search of the elite human. Lou, are you all right? Where are you? Barely enough light shone through the dense foliage for Taylor to see a clump of bushes rustle. A hand shot up from the brush.
I'm okay,
he said. Soon his head and the rest of his body appeared.
I'm going to need another shirt and a reminder not to piss you off again, Glow.
The relief at finding Lou alive turned to ash in Taylor's mouth. He stood from the bushes on unsteady feet. Like something out of a nightmare, he stalked forward from the shadows into the light the moon provided. From the top of his chest to his belt line, he was a mess of red blood, bones, and what Taylor guessed were his intestines. The gore was something she could handle. The fact Lou was standing and only slightly wincing was something her mind was struggling to grasp.
Give me a sec,
Lou said, holding up a hand.
I'll be fine.
She was about to offer help, but the words caught in her mouth as she witnessed the impossible. As if some hyperactive sewer was stitching him back together, Lou's skin began to fold back in place. Intestines withdrew into his body. Even bone regrew, forming his ribcage. A thin, shiny pink layer of skin topped off the impossible. It all happened so fast, Taylor was wondering if she had witnessed it at all. Lou let out a big breath of air.
It's not painless, but after a few thousand times I've gotten used to bearing the suck.
I'm so sorry. Taylor managed to shake herself from her shock long enough to form an apology. I didn't mean to vaporize your torso. I don't know how I did it at all. I'm sorry, I could have killed you.
Unlikely,
Lou said, running a hand over his bare chest as he made sure everything had settled back in place.
Stop apologizing. I was trying to get you to use your new abilities. As for how you got them and what they are, I can make a guess.
Taylor stopped looking at Lou's chest and met his eyes. You know? How?
I said I could guess. Hey, eyes up here,
Lou said when Taylor's focal point migrated to his chest once again. Sorry, it's still so crazy to see human tissue regenerate at that level.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is,
Lou said with a raised eyebrow. What? You think I want to see you with your shirt off? Taylor laughed. Pump the brakes, Romeo. Let's escape Imagination Land and get back to your theory on my evolving powers.
Whatever you say, Glowstick. A bullet nicked you when we encountered the Reckoners. Your telekinetic ability was enough to shield you and your friends at the beginning of the fight. However, you couldn't mount an offensive at the same time. I think this is your body's way of learning and evolving past that.
Taylor took a long minute to think on Lou's words. She made a mental effort to look him in the eyes and not stare at his torso. You know what? You're not as rapid as you look. You might be onto something.
Oh, thanks,
Lou said, rolling his eyes. I can't move things with my mind anymore. Does that mean when I gain these abilities, I lost some as well? Taylor thought out loud.
Well, it doesn't seem like your old abilities are working, but...
Hey, what are you guys doing out here?
Sydney said, exiting the cave entrance. Her eyes widened when she saw Lou without his shirt and the new pink skin still growing.
Why are you getting naked? And why do you have baby skin?
Well, that's an interesting story,
Lou said, giving Taylor a mischievous sideways glance.
You see, little one, when a girl likes a guy...
That's enough, Taylor said, staring daggers at Lou. We were going over the game plan for tonight and what we plan on doing tomorrow, she said to Sydney.
Oh, really?
Sydney said, glancing behind her at the empty cave entrance.
Are we taking PJ and the other kids with us to the vault?
And there it was, spoken out in the open, the question Taylor had been wrestling with since she saw the children's dilapidated state. While she knew she had to do something, taking the band of kids with them into what was a dangerous situation at best didn't seem like a choice at all. We'll have to figure that out in the morning, Sid. Let's get some sleep. 18. Taylor. The night came and went much too quickly. Taylor was woken from a dream where Sydney stood in front of a giant wall, some kind of ticking robot-like creatures on the opposite end.
How'd you sleep?
The captain asked as he rose from his own blanket on the cave floor. The older man looked tired. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, but no amount of rubbing would remove his obvious weariness. I was out like a light, Taylor said. The fire inside the cave had died down. All around, children and the survivors from the Ark were stirring from the sleep. Are we missing Frank and Lou?
Nope,
the captain said.
Lou took the last watch, and Frank wanted the opportunity to corner the guy and find out all he could on his species. I almost feel sorry for Lou. Almost.
Oh, watches, Taylor said, feeling twinge of regret race down her spine. I missed mine last night. Why didn't you wake me?
You needed the rest,
the captain said with a shrug.
We have a long road ahead of us to the vault. Don't worry, we managed fine. Speaking of the vault, what are we going to do about our hosts?
I wish I knew, Taylor said. I hoped a night of sleeping on it would bring a better answer than what I've got. I don't see too much of a choice here. How much longer till we reach the vault?
Jason estimates we've got about another 30 hours of driving. That's if the vehicles hold up, we don't get slowed down by road debris or something worse. Figure 2 days with stops to resupply and piss breaks. We can alternate drivers as needed.
2 more days, Taylor said out loud. She looked at the pile of foodstuffs still packaged and ready to be eaten. The kids could make it last if they used it in conjunction with whatever they had been living off before Taylor's team's arrival. They can make it for a few days without us. We can't take them. It's too dangerous. We don't know what we're going to find at the vault. Once we've settled in there, if there is anything to settle into, we'll send someone for them.
I agree,
Captain Martin said.
We could be walking into something much worse than what they've got going on here. But I think you're going to have a harder time convincing some of the team to leave the kids behind than others.
Taylor followed the captain's gaze to where Melissa was crouching down, smiling and talking with a girl that couldn't be more than 8 years old. She thought back to how Melissa had to watch her boyfriend be twisted into a monster by the dread, then killed. She would latch onto these children now because that's the type of person she was. Not weak, not naive. She cared. In a way that made her a stronger person than even Taylor. "Tell Jason and Sydney it's time to go," Taylor said to the captain. "I'll talk to Melissa and PJ and let them know what's going on."
"Roger,"
the captain said. Taylor crossed the cave chamber, catching PJ's eye and motioning the young man over. If she had to do this, it would be better to do it only once. She tried to ignore the eyes of the children when she passed them. Eyes full of hope and joy at seeing her, smiles and waves coming from a few of them. "When did you become so soft, Hart?" Taylor asked herself, doing her best to push back feelings and failing horribly. "What's up?" PJ asked when they reached Melissa at the same time. "I just wanted to let you two know what's going on." "Oh, great." Melissa rose to her feet and dusted herself off. "I was thinking about how we'd have room for all the kids. I'd be willing to sit in the back of the truck. If we pack in tight into the SUV and get rid of all the extra gear in the bed of the truck, I think..." Melissa's words trailed off as her look of excitement turned to realization. "But you're not taking them with us, are you?" Taylor ignored the shock in PJ's eyes and focused on Melissa first. "We don't know what we are going to find at the vault." "What?" Melissa's voice rose. The underground structure caught her words and echoed them through the cave so all could hear. "You think we're going to find something worse than this? These are kids, alone, nearly starving." "There could be an army of dread waiting for us," Taylor said. She could practically feel all the young eyes looking at her. Disappointed. Afraid. "Don't you remember what the leader of the Reckoners said when she died? They sold their slaves to the dread there. They're building something, and I promise it isn't a mansion to welcome us. I can't lead these kids into that. We'll leave our food with them and come back as soon as we know it's safe." Tears filled Melissa's eyes. She was struggling to find the words when PJ spoke. His voice was calm and even. "I understand why you think you have to leave us. You don't have to. We can help. We can fight." His words cut Taylor in a way an outburst never could. PJ didn't even know what living life meant. He was too young to have fallen in love, too busy caring for others to look after himself. Here he was again, shoulders back, chin high, ready to give everything he had.
Yes,
Susan said, running forward, dragging her assault rifle across the rocky ground behind her.
we're good fighters. We can help you.
For all the reasons Taylor was ready to give in to their pleas, one held her back. She refused to lead these children to their deaths. "I know you're all great fighters," she said, taking time to look PJ and Susan in the eyes. "You captured us, after all, and as much as I hate to admit it, you probably will need to fight at some point if we are going to beat back the dread. But that day is not today. Stay here. We'll be at the vault in 2 days, and as soon as we see everything is clear, we'll send someone for all of you. I promise." "We can't leave them by themselves," Melissa said in a defeated voice. "I understand we can't take them. We can't leave them either. What if the dread come through again, and this time they aren't so lucky?" This was why Taylor hated taking the lead on anything. This was why she chose to be a cleaner when the world still ran on Wi-Fi and caffeine. She was better off on her own. She could make the hard choices for herself, but it was something entirely different to decide the fate of others. "I can stay back with them," Melissa volunteered. "I'll stay with them until you find out what's going on at the vault."
No,
someone said from across the cave.
I'll stay.
Captain Martin walked forward, nodding to Taylor. Melissa shook her head. I can...
What are you going to do when your weapon jams?
The captain asked, not in an unfriendly tone.
What survival tactics do you know if these kids need to abandon the cave and flee deeper into the woods? How many ways do you know how to kill a man?
Melissa stood quiet. Taylor closed her eyes for a moment. She hated having to sacrifice her greatest asset, but it was clear this is what had to be done. It was the right thing to do. In the days to come, she would look back and regret her decision of leaving the captain behind. 19. Taylor.
So there are 5 families that all have different eye colors when they're human? When their elite gene kicks in, each family's eyes turn a different hue?
Frank asked Lou.
That's right,
Lou said, glaring at Frank as if he were going to rip out his throat. Sarcasm dripped from his next words.
Anything else you want to know? You've only been asking questions for the last 2 hours.
Yes, thank you for asking. So your eyes change from green to yellow, and your canines extend when you tap into this extra gene. Is that all that changes?
Lou looked at Taylor and the others exiting the cave with relief.
Guess we're going. Have to pause the interrogation for next time, boy wonder.
Frank looked from Jason to Sydney, then from Melissa to Taylor.
No Captain Martin? What about the rest of the youngsters?
We can't take them with us,
Sydney said.
We have to make sure the vault is clear, then we'll send someone back for them.
Lou fell in step with the rest of the group as they left the clearing outside the cave and headed for the vehicles.
You sure you want to take Sydney into what comes next?
Lou asked Taylor.
If you're trying to keep her safe, this is as good an opportunity as any.
Taylor had considered the idea before, though as fast as the possibility posed a question, she disregarded it. Sydney was going with them because Taylor had made her father a guarantee before he died. She intended to keep her promise. Sydney comes with us.
Whatever you say, Glow.
Lou shrugged and quickened his stride to take the lead.
It's your show.
Do you think we can trust him? Frank asked. I mean, he's been fine so far, but, well, he's kind of a crazy dude.
I don't think he's going to harm us, Taylor said. I don't know if he'll stay once we reach the vault.
You're not answering my question, Frank said, adjusting his glasses that were sliding down the bridge of his nose. Do you trust him?
No, Taylor said. No, I don't.
Yeah, me neither, Frank said.
Hey, did you figure out what's going on with your powers?
It looks like I'm evolving, maybe changing out abilities for ones more suited to the fight ahead, Taylor said.
Interesting.
Frank brought out a small notebook and a pencil from a pocket and began writing.
With Dr. Spear all vampired out now, that leaves me to try and document what's going on with you. If there is a chance at recreating that serum...
What? Taylor was examining their surroundings, making sure they were headed in the right direction, when Frank's words caught her by surprise. No more serum. You saw what it did to Melissa's boyfriend.
Yeah, that's because he had more darkness than light in him when he took it. There has to be others out there like you that could benefit from the serum. We can't just give up on it.
The terrain around them had changed from lush green back to charred and bleak. Taylor's boots crunched blackened tree limbs. We can agree to disagree on this one for now, Frank, she said. I can't be responsible for turning someone into the very thing we're trying to destroy. I'd have to see irrefutable proof that it would work before we inject someone with it again. I don't know how we'd be able to gather that data.
We'll find a way, Frank said. There has to be a way.
The rest of the hike back to the vehicles, Taylor brought up the rear of the group. She needed time to think. Soon they would be at the vault. Depending on what they found, she might have to part with Lou there and then. He wasn't just a wild card. He wanted to kill anyone that stood with the dread. Taylor had killed her fair share of those infected with the darkness, but they were all something other than Homo sapiens. With the dread's new tactic of recruiting humans to their side, she knew she couldn't blatantly kill humans with the ferocity she had the dread. She had taken a handful of lives before the world took its doomsday course, and she remembered each one of them. They were people who had been given every opportunity to stand down. They were warped maniacs. Were people working for the dread, enslaving other humans, that much different? Saved by the appearance of the vehicles, Taylor was able to let the lingering question lie. "All right," she said, moving toward the SUV. "Let's burn some rubber." 20. Taylor. "Are you sure you don't want to know how the solar power cells fueling the vehicles work?" Frank asked. "It's actually pretty cool. It'll help pass the time." When Taylor saw Lou's hand reaching for the hilt of his saber, she said, "No, Lou, you aren't going to kill him." "I was stretching," Lou lied, rolling his shoulders. "For the 100th time," Taylor said, readjusting her tired grip on the steering wheel, "I understand the concept. The sun powers up the panels on the roof, the power is stored and used as fuel." Frank's face contorted in a grimace. "Well, sure, if you want to take all the fun out of science," he said under his breath.
"Are we driving through the night?" Sydney asked. "Will the batteries on the power cells let us go that far?"
Taylor realized she didn't have an answer. "Oh no," Lou said, sinking lower in his seat. "I'm not sure," Taylor said with a sigh. "Maybe we should ask Frank." Well, Frank said with a grin. "When the cat's away, the mice will play." "You're not using that saying correctly," Taylor said. She leaned forward and glanced at the sky. They had been driving all day, and twilight was approaching. "Let's agree to disagree," Frank said. "But now to Sydney's question. It depends on a number of factors, like how new the batteries are and how fast we travel. Hypothetically, we should be able to run on stored power all night and recharge with the morning sun. Hypothetically."
"Interesting,"
Sydney said. "Is it?" Lou asked. "Is it really?" Sydney handed Lou a can of peaches.
"No, I only wanted him to feel important about what he knows. He wants to contribute too. Here, have some peaches."
To Taylor's amusement, Lou accepted the can with a grin. "Thanks," he said, wasting no time in twisting the can open with his bare hands. "How much food do we have left?"
"Enough for 2 days," Sydney said. "We left the rest behind with Captain Martin and the kids at the cave."
"Want a break from driving?" Lou asked Taylor. "Or should I even offer since you don't trust me?" "Eavesdropping?" Taylor asked, not missing a beat. There was no denying she was tired, but she was planning on giving the wheel to Frank. "I don't have to listen into anyone's conversation to connect the dots," Lou replied. "It's almost dark now. Wake me if you need me." Like he could flip a switch and choose when to fall asleep, Lou closed his eyes and was out in a minute. "Do you want me to take a turn at the wheel?" Frank asked. "I'll drive for as long as I can," Taylor said. "You should get some sleep like the rage wolf here. I'll wake you around 2 or 3 a.m. to change." "Roger," Frank said. He climbed over the middle seat in the SUV to reach the back. "I'm going to pass out here until then." The hours went by without any sign of life. The headlights in the SUV were strong and lit up the road in front of them like spotlights. They passed signs marking cities that used to be. Lake Williams, Treeville, Carson. Each city name had a population number under it that no longer held any relevance. The highway was clear, for the most part, although at times Taylor would have to slow down to maneuver around an abandoned vehicle or pull off the road completely to make her way around a collision. So far, there was always a way through. A thought did cross her mind that their journey had been easy thus far. Perhaps too easy. Shouldn't they have run into someone else by now? Sure, there were PJ and the kids in the cave. Still, shouldn't there be other people out here? 21. Valerie Spear. Valerie Spear reached Olympia, Washington, and the vault far ahead of her own contingent of Dread and the surviving Reckoners. Her powers as a lieutenant in the Dread Army seemed unparalleled. Not only was she able to run all day and night, but a comfortable pace of travel was now an all-out sprint for her. When she reached the outskirts of the city of Olympia that night, it was clear something was different about this city. All the towns she had passed on her way were abandoned or home to pitiful handfuls of roaming gangs and those struggling to find order in the chaos. Olympia was so much more. It was beautiful. The use of slaves had made what could have been another abandoned city sparkle with light and hope. Valerie entered the city limits, aware she was being watched. The outskirts were what she expected. Broken windows, abandoned vehicles, shadows shuffling in the darkness. The real change didn't come until she was in the heart of Olympia. A plot of ground 4 square blocks by 4 square blocks had been sectioned off from the rest. A wall, made of cars and sheet metal, had been erected to ward off intruders. Watchtowers rose every 100 yards with working lights. A smile played across her lips as she walked to the gates without fear. As she approached, spotlights shone on her from the 2 towers on either side of the gate.
"Stop where you are,"
a raspy male voice challenged her.
"Who are you, and what do you want?"
Valerie ran a tongue across her new set of sharpened teeth. "My name is Valerie Spear. I was sent by Liberty Echo with an army of dread to swell your ranks. Who is in charge here?" There was a hushed conversation between the guards. "I'm going to be patient for, another minute or so," Valerie said amiably. "Then I'm going to come over your wall, rip out your throats, and pluck your eyeballs from their sockets."
"We're getting coal for you now,"
a halting voice said from somewhere behind the bright lights. Valerie lifted a hand to shade her view to see who was speaking to her. It was no use. "Turn off your lights, idiot." Immediately, the 2 spotlights shining on her went dark. Valerie blinked, readjusting her vision, and saw a pair of guards in each tower looking at her with a mixture of trepidation and uncertainty. They were all humans, mercenaries working for the Dread Lieutenant that commanded here in Olympia. This Cole, apparently. She examined the wall and the outlying landscape. Cole had leveled the buildings surrounding his fortress in order to see anyone approaching his walls. The walls themselves were 4 stories tall, and although constructed with a mismatched assortment of materials, looked solid enough. The guards on the walls were holding a variety of semi-automatic assault rifles. All in all, not a bad job. She was looking forward to meeting this Cole. A moment later, the gate to the fortress began to open. A large metal section rolled back on tracks to reveal a smiling man of Asian descent in his 30s. He was handsome, with a long jawline and pearly white teeth. He strode forward with a pair of guards on either side. His dark suit matched his shoes that clicked on the pavement. "Welcome, Valerie Spear. Liberty didn't tell me you were coming, or else I would have been expecting you." Valerie wasn't sure what to say. She hadn't known what to expect, however Cole's appearance and welcoming demeanor had not been it. After seeing Pete transform into the scaled beast and her own evolution into something other than human, she imagined all the Dread lieutenants would manifest physical changes due to the Dread. Then there had been Liberty Echo, whose appearance intimidated all those around him, but was not particularly different than any other human.
"I'm here in advance of my own contingent of Dread," Valerie said, recovering from her momentary lapse. "They should be arriving soon. We have 24, maybe 36 hours to set an ambush."
An ambush? Cole's eyebrows rose and a wicked gleam crossed his eyes. Who exactly would we be ambushing?
"A small group of escaped humans from the Ark. 7 in total."
"And Liberty sent you and an entire contingent of Dread to bolster my own forces?" Cole said, impressed. "Who exactly are these people?"
"Those who seek to undo what we have been building for the last year and a half. One of them has turned into something much more than human. It's her that Liberty wants the most," Valerie said, looking past Cole to the interior of the encampment. "We should hurry with our preparations."
"Of course," Cole said, waving Valerie in with an open hand. "Please, allow me to give you the tour." New Olympia is what we are calling it now, Cole said, strolling through his base with a grin on his thin lips. "When we first started building 6 months ago, it was nothing more than a wreckage of human filth. Aided by the slave labor force, we have managed to cobble together quite a nice place for ourselves." Cole wasn't lying. Valerie looked around the inside of the base in awe. It was like the Dread outbreak hadn't touched this place at all, as if somehow the space inside the walls had been protected from the chaos that enveloped the rest of the world. The streets were newly paved, sidewalks cleaned. Each house was pristine, something out of a dream. Large porches with swings gave way to 2-story houses that looked as though they belonged in a magazine instead of in the post-apocalypse into which the world had descended.
"How?
Why did you choose this place?" Valerie asked. Her head was on a pivot, soaking in everything from the lamplights that fought back the dark sky to the armed guards every few yards. So obviously human.
"How are you controlling the human element?"
"Ah, and therein lies the key," Cole said. He clasped both hands behind his back, strolling along through New Olympia. "I know you are a newer member to our ranks, so I'll indulge you. The war is over. The Dread have already won. As soon as we infected 60% of the human population, victory was ours. We needed a pool of slaves to build our new world for us. We estimated 20% of the world's population would suffice. 18% have agreed to work for us as mercenaries or under our own banner, like the human guards you see here. They see the bigger picture. When given the choice to be turned into Dread mindless or slaves, well, there's really no choice at all."
"What of the remaining 2%?
Valerie asked, doing the math in her head and finding Cole's numbers coming up short.
"What of them?"
"They are the fools that think they can stand against us," Cole said. "The Guardians, the elite families, others. You'll find out more about them as your time as one of us lengthens. They're a nuisance, but one like a fly buzzing around the maw of a lion. They will all be dealt with in blood." When Valerie rounded the corner with Cole trying to make sense of the terms he was using, like elites and guardians, she was hit with an odor so intense it stung her nostrils and made her eyes water. Cole had taken her to the opposite side of New Olympia, where a massive cage had been built to hold the human slaves. Hundreds of men, women, and children huddled together for warmth against the chill Washington air. It was hard to distinguish individual bodies. They slept together, swathed in ragged blankets, torn jackets, and worn gloves. The one thing Valerie did notice was their gaunt forms of rigid bones and hollow cheeks. White puffs of breath came from most of their lips as the pitiful creatures slept. A few mouths failed to produce any breaths at all. She thought she should feel something. The only emotion that came was satisfaction. Satisfaction that the will of the dread was coming to fruition. These weren't people to her anymore. They were a means to an end, tools to be used and discarded as needed.
"If you direct your eyes to the right of the workforce," Cole said, motioning Valerie to look his way, "we have our standing army of dread."
Valerie followed Cole's line of sight. A gigantic warehouse stood in the corner of New Olympia. The structure was massive, with an arched roof and steel sliding doors. A low hum was coming from the warehouse, like 100 feet shuffling, 100 breaths escaping.
"I've decided to keep my contingent of dread as reinforcements," Cole said. "They are 1,000 strong, waiting to do as I bid. The human mercenaries are enough to patrol New Olympia. There was no use in having those infected by the dread walking around making everyone uneasy. The workforce is more efficient with the dread mindless, locked away. Every once in a while I throw a slave into the warehouse for amusement. The fun doesn't last long. They're usually torn apart within seconds. It got boring after 100 or so slaves met their end like that."
This... Valerie searched for the right words. "This is amazing. What you have managed to do in such a short time." Walking past another street of houses and toward the middle of New Olympia, Cole said,
"This is only the beginning. New Olympia will continue to grow. Already, there are plans across the globe for cities like these to begin using the slave workforce the humans provide. An empire is beginning, Valerie, and as Dread Lieutenants, we will be at the forefront of that change."
"What you are showing me now is extraordinary, Cole," Valerie said, looking at the graying sky. "But morning is approaching, and we must make preparations for the ambush."
"We will," Cole said. "One last thing. I wanted to answer all your questions in turn. You were wondering why New Olympia? Why choose this town to build?"
"Yes."
Valerie nodded, eager for answers.
"Why here? Why this city above any other?"
"We chose this site because of a certain building that resided on this block."
Cole stopped in front of a brick building with a sign out front that read, "Drentlaw Bank and Trust." "You made a city pop up around a bank?" Valerie asked, confused. "What am I missing?"
"On the contrary, you are absolutely correct," Cole said, clearly enjoying Valerie's moment of confusion. "Come inside. Let me show you."
Valerie followed Cole up the cement steps to the bank entrance. Armed guards saluted them and opened the doors as they approached. Cole gave them a smile. He walked inside, followed closely by Valerie. The building was brightly lit, with an entirely open floor plan. All of the furniture had been removed. In its place, sandbags, barbed wire, and steel barricades had been brought in. A dozen guards in body armor carrying heavy machine guns stood at attention. The strangest part was that all the fortifications were pointed at the rear of the bank, instead of at the front doors. Cole walked through the maze of barriers and guards until he stood in front of a giant circular vault door. He stood staring at the metal as if he wished he could somehow see through it.
"The Guardians built these academies around the world. Each academy was home to a dozen or more enemies of the Dread. We found this one, spent far too long trying to get inside. It's impenetrable, as far as I can tell. Then I decided, why try so desperately to open the door? Sooner or later, whoever is in there will run out of food and be forced to come out."
Cole indicated a panel on the side of the vault doors where a beeping red light was attached to a grouping of wires and plastic explosives.
When the Guardians in this academy are ready to play, they'll be in for a rude awakening.
Shaking his head as if he was being awakened from a dream, Cole said,
"Now, we have an ambush to coordinate."
22. Taylor. Taylor managed to stay behind the wheel longer than she'd expected. Even when the trio in the SUV were snoring, there was so much running through her mind it was easy to focus past the noise. It was only as the first glimpses of dawn stretched across the sky did Taylor realize the hour. What she wouldn't give for a cup of coffee at the moment. But caffeine was a luxury that would have to wait. "Frank?" Taylor called over her shoulder, trying to be quiet enough not to wake Lou or Sydney. "Frank, wake up. It's your turn at the wheel." From the corner of her eye, Taylor could see Lou's eyes open. "Frank," Taylor said a bit louder.
What?
Frank jolted from his sleep, already moving into action. A line of spit ran from the left side of his lips.
Is the Marshmallow Man back again?
"What? No," Taylor said. "I need you to switch. We should pull over and take a piss break, gather our bearings."
Oh, okay.
Frank wiped the spit from his mouth with the back of his sleeve.
I was just having the greatest dream about cheeseburgers, pizza, soda, and marshmallows.
Ugh, Sydney mumbled. Stop torturing me.
Taylor pulled off to the side of the road. Jason and Melissa in the truck behind them followed her lead, pulling over and turning off the engine. It wasn't until she stepped out of the vehicle that she realized how sore driving for so long could make you. Her joints ached. The chilly air actually felt good against her skin. "All right, everyone," Taylor said when all 6 members of their party had exited the vehicles. "Use the facilities if you have to. Don't go far." Taylor walked toward Jason. He was scratching his hairline again, keeping narrowed eyes on Lou. "I already know what you are going to say," Taylor said, raising a hand before Jason could get a word out.
"What?"
Jason stopped scratching.
"I wasn't going to tell you that he's not trustworthy again and that you're making a huge mistake in taking him with us."
"You just did," Taylor sighed. "You should let Melissa drive for a while. You look horrible." It was true. Jason's eyes were red, his hair disheveled, and large bags hung under each eye socket.
"I will."
He spread a map on the hood of the truck.
"I want to touch base with you on our progress. We're making some real headway. If we can drive uninterrupted like this for another 16 hours or so, we should make it to Olympia."
Taylor followed his finger as he traced their route for her. He was right. Against all odds, they were making great time. Minus the run-in with the kids the day before, they had managed to move uninterrupted. "It seems too easy, doesn't it?" Taylor mused aloud.
"What does?"
Jason asked, looking up from the map.
"You mean our trip?"
"Yeah. I mean, besides the Reckoners and PJ and his group. I'm not complaining, but shouldn't the world be harder? It's like
someone or something wants us to make it to Olympia,"
Jason said, finishing her thought. "Right," Taylor said. She rubbed her hands together and stomped her feet to fend off the cold. "I mean, I know I shouldn't be complaining. Still, I can't deny the fact this seems wrong."
"Well,
We need to go,"
Frank yelled, running from the forest while he struggled to zip up his pants.
"Now."
"You just had to say something,"
Jason muttered under his breath as he pocketed the map and raised his rifle toward the woods. "Frank?" Taylor said, searching the tree line for any sign of what might be coming. "What did you see? What's out there?"
Something big,"
Frank said. He reached through the open window of the SUV for his firearm. "Where are the others?" Taylor asked, her mind already going through a checklist on priorities.
We're here,
Sydney said, also exiting the forest with Melissa by her side.
We heard it too. Whatever it is, it's not happy.
We're still missing Lou. We should... Motion amongst the trees caught their attention and demanded silence. With the sun only beginning to crest the horizon, deep shadows veiled whatever was coming their way. Inside the vehicles, Taylor said. I'll find Lou. A tree branch splintered in half as a creature the size of a small car lumbered forward. Its fur was dark brown, its roar so loud Taylor felt the ground shudder beneath the force. The biggest bear Taylor had ever seen lumbered forward, spittle hanging from its jaws.
What are we supposed to do?
Frank asked shakily.
They have poor eyesight. We stand still, right? Or is that a T-Rex?
We can take it down before it reaches us, Jason said, leveling his sights between the bear's eyes. There was so much to process at the moment Taylor almost missed Lou. He was behind the bear, unsheathing his saber, looking to her for directions. What he planned on doing to the bear with his sword was something Taylor would have found comical, given any other circumstance. The bear roared again. This time it stood on its hind feet, showing off its impressive bulk. It took a step forward.
Wait,
Sydney said, running toward the creature. Sydney, get back! Taylor motioned for the girl, a glowing light of explosive energy already in her hand.
No, wait,
Sydney said again.
She's just protecting her cubs. They're in the forest a few yards in.
How Sydney could know something like that was beyond Taylor. The only thing making Taylor keep her tongue in check was the dream she had a year and a half ago, on in which she saw a much older version of Sydney petting a wolf. Sydney took another step forward with her hands open on either side of her. Her small frame was dwarfed by the behemoth standing in front of her. Taylor imagined she should do something, yet she was powerless in the moment. A quiet settled over the entire group, as if everyone knew they were about to witness something extraordinary. In a trance-like state, Sydney walked forward and began speaking to the bear.
We aren't like the other ones. We're human. We didn't know you and your family lived here. We don't want to bother you. If you let us, we'll go.
Sydney said to the bear as if she were speaking to a person, her tone low and unthreatening. Against all odds, the she-bear huffed and lowered her front paws to the ground. Sounds, as if it were trying to communicate, echoed from the bear's cavernous chest.
I know,
Sydney said, taking another step forward, placing her directly in front of the bear.
I know. They scare me too, but we aren't like them. If you see them, you hide your cubs. Keep them close.
Taylor was having a hard time processing the events taking place in front of her. She wasn't the only one. Frank and Melissa's mouths were open. Jason was looking from the bear to Sydney and back again in awe. Whether Sydney had some kind of link with animals or some kind of influence over them was yet to be discovered. Whatever was happening, it was clear they were witnessing something beyond the capabilities of a normal human.
Okay,
Sydney said. She reached out and stroked the bear's neck as though it were merely an overgrown dog.
You better get back to those babies of yours. We have to go save some people from a vault. Oh, and Lou's standing behind you with a sword, but he won't hurt you. He's nicer than he looks.
The bear leaned into Sydney's strokes a moment longer. Another low rumble came from the mama bear's throat before it turned to walk away. It entered the forest, passing a stunned Lou. Without giving him a second look, it disappeared into the trees. 23. Taylor.
So what? How? I don't even know where to start this conversation,
Frank said from his spot at the steering wheel. After the events with the bear, Taylor was as eager for answers as anyone, but the safety the vehicles provided and the fact that they still needed to reach the vault were more important. It was only after they were safely on the road that the conversation on what they had all witnessed began.
I don't know,
Sydney said, shrugging.
It was like somehow I knew why she was angry.
Have you been able to do this before? Taylor asked.
Never like this, Sydney said. I mean, I would always imagine that I could talk to animals or that I knew what people were feeling, except I thought it was my own thoughts, not what was really going on.
Weariness was battling for dominance over Taylor's mind. The brief surge of adrenaline the situation with the bear brought was wearing off. She was curious to delve deeper into what kind of connection Sydney had over animals, but Frank's voice was monotone, and his questions so constant they lulled Taylor right to sleep. Taylor woke with a start. She had fallen asleep so fast and so hard she had no idea what time it was or where they might be. She searched for any clue as to the time of day through the windshield. The sky was overcast with a thick blanket of light gray clouds. The road in front of them dotted with abandoned cars and humans infected by the dread. At once, she realized what had woken her. Frank was still in the driver's seat, but he had brought the SUV to a standstill. He was debating with Lou over the course to take.
The most direct path to Olympia, Lou was saying. We can run down most of them. If any decide to latch on, I'll cut them off.
I don't know, Frank said hesitantly. Maybe we should consult the map. There may be another road we can take to go around them.
There can't be more than a few dozen,
Lou said, moving restlessly in his seat.
I can kill a few dozen by myself. I could use some action. Life in this car has been worse than slow torture.
Frank's eyes caught Taylor's movement from the rearview mirror. Hey, good morning. Well, afternoon, he said. Did you catch all of that? I did, Taylor said, stretching tired muscles in her seat. How far are we now? If we go through, we'll be there tonight. Is there another way? We'd have to backtrack to find one, Frank admitted. There may be another route, maybe not. Taylor squinted through the maze of cars and dread in front of them. The humans infected by the dread hadn't noticed them yet. It was only a matter of time. As soon as they did, Taylor knew they would not hesitate to attack. The only real danger would be if they came in force.
This is the fastest way, Lou said. Come on, glow hands. You and I can see us safely through. Besides, you could use the practice before the big game. Who knows what we're going to find at the vault? Whatever it is, it would be nice to know you're proficient with your new abilities.
As much as she hated to admit it, Lou was right. She had only used her powers briefly. It would be wise to practice with her evolving strengths before they were needed in a life-or-death situation. Besides, she hated being cooped up. All right, Taylor said. We go slow. I'll take the front and clear a path. You bring up the rear and make sure we don't pick up any hitchhikers.
Now you're talking,
Lou said with a mischievous smile.
I think you're more like me than you'd like to admit.
Taylor and Lou exited the SUV. Lou dropped back to tell Melissa and Jason the plan before taking up his position at the rear of their truck. Taylor rolled her neck from shoulder to shoulder. She stretched her arms like she had 1,000,000 times before a workout at the gym. However, this was no gym. The road stretched out in front of her for miles. To each side, mountains and trees hid any lurking foes that might attack from the flanks. Frank rolled down the driver's side window. Are you ready for this? He asked. We don't have to do this. We can wait until we have a better idea of your powers. Jumping up and down on her toes like a boxer, Taylor said, Lou's right. I need as much practice as I can get before we reach the vault. Let's do this. Taylor took point, moving forward at a light jog. The vehicles came next, with Lou bringing up the rear. Taylor pulled her jacket tight, ignoring the cold that sought to send shivers up her spine. In minutes, she would be sweating. All around her, the earth was quiet. A random bird call was the only thing she could hear, until the first dread caught sight of her. He was a portly man with a thick beard. Black matter dripped from his eyes and nose. Taylor picked up speed and lifted from the ground. Apparently, she had not lost her power to hover in the air. It wasn't quite flying, but she was able to move forward a few feet off the ground. The act was straining. She kept at it, only looking toward her first target. The man came running to meet her with a car bumper he had torn off a rusting sedan. The bumper skidded across the asphalt drug behind him, making a grinding sound that overpowered anything else. Extending her right hand, Taylor allowed the explosive white energy to build and released it. It caught the man square in the face. Everything from his neck up evaporated. The headless body that remained fell quivering to the ground. It seemed her powers had evolved to something far deadlier than the use of telekinesis. Taylor couldn't tell which she preferred, but there was no denying that her abilities now ended any threat much faster. She continued forward, shooting energy from both palms as those infected by the dread came at her. With two vehicles rolling forward, it was obvious to any dread in the area that violence was to be had. Most came running with open hands and clicking teeth. Some searched for primitive weapons like they had done at the Ark. To some capacity or another, they were gaining knowledge. That idea alone was enough to send a shiver of fear down Taylor's spine. She pressed on, chancing a quick look behind her as the convoy delved deeper into the maze of cars and dread. Lou was jogging behind the truck, his saber out, dealing death. He moved quickly from side to side, every swipe of his blade intentional. He was too far away to see his teeth, but Taylor saw his eyes. Bright yellow lanterns burning with a rage she didn't understand. Frank yelled something too late. Taylor was so caught up in looking behind her at what Lou was doing that she failed to see a dread with a broken foot crawling toward her. Before she could take action, the member of the dread wrapped its jaws around her right leg and bit down hard. Taylor had a flashback to when she had first been infected. She remembered like it was yesterday, her daring rooftop escape, the jump to the helicopter, and the dread that had latched onto her, ultimately infecting her. She waited to feel the pain brought on by the bite. Instead of any uncomfortable sensation, she heard a cracking sound. The dread below her was breaking its teeth on her skin, which had stood up to the attack like steel. Taylor had never heard what breaking teeth sounded like, and she fervently hoped she never would again. With one hand, she reached down and lifted the dread off the ground. With more strength than she knew she possessed, she threw the creature through the air. The dread sailed past the first line of trees and became lost in the forest. Apparently, along with her impenetrable skin and explosive energy from her hands, Taylor's strength had amplified. She ran to a four-door sedan and lifted it into the air. The car skidded sideways off the road as though it were a tricycle. Looking back, Taylor caught Frank and Sydney staring out the windshield of the SUV, shock clear on their faces. Taylor bullied vehicles of all shapes and sizes off the road while dispatching any dread that approached. Lou kept up his end of the bargain and covered the rear as they maneuvered through the congested highway. Hours passed this way. Fatigue began to set in when Taylor moved a black truck off the road and onto the shoulder of the highway. The sun was nearly lost to the skyline in front of them. While weariness wasn't enough to stop Taylor, the sign on the side of the road was. Making sure they were in no immediate threat, Taylor called a halt. In front of her, on a green sign with white letters, read, New Olympia. Population, Dread. The other members of the party exited the vehicles and joined Taylor at the sign. A moment of silence passed over the group. They had made it, despite the odds stacked against them. "So," Melissa said without taking her eyes off the sign, "what now?" Frank gripped his rifle close and looked around uneasily.
I don't think whoever was in the vault sending those messages is here anymore.
Taylor's heart had dropped when she first saw the sign. If Olympia was under the Dread control, had they made the journey in vain? Was Frank right? Had they traveled all this way only to be met with another army of Dread?
We should still go and check, Jason said.
Taylor looked over at her friend. It didn't appear sleep had done him any good. If anything, he looked worse. The trip had taken a toll on all of them, but it seemed Jason was showing it the most.
I'm going into the city, Lou said. Volt or no volt, I was never after a ghost transmission anyway. The Reckoners sold slaves to the Dread in Olympia. I'm going to find them and kill them. Nothing's changed for me.
We should wait until we have a plan, Jason said. We can't go in there guns blazing. We don't know what we might be walking into.
When I need your advice, I'll ask for it, Lou growled. I'm going in.
Wait, Taylor said with a heavy sigh. It looks like the Dread have taken over Olympia, although the likelihood of whoever sent those transmissions from the vault still being alive is slim, but we have come too far to not see for ourselves. The sun's almost down now. Lou and I will go in and see what's become of the city.
I knew you were going to say that.
Sydney kicked at the asphalt with the toe of her shoe.
I would argue to come with.
Except, this time it wouldn't do any good. Taylor finished her sentence with a tired smile. Stay in the SUV, all of you. If we aren't back by daybreak, then you need to turn around and get back to the captain. We aren't going to leave you in there, Melissa said, actually offended by the thought.
Yeah,
Frank agreed with a sideways glance at Melissa.
We'd come for you.
No, Taylor snapped. She traded her sympathetic tone for one more suited for the task. You will go back. If something happens to Lou and me, there would be nothing the rest of you could do about it. We'd be past the help of bullets. There were a few grumbles of consent. Taylor noticed Sydney looking off into the woods that lined either side of the road without so much as a head nod. Taylor knew it was the best she was going to get out of them at the moment. 24. Taylor. Taylor and Lou set off over the rough terrain for New Olympia, walking through the foliage on the right side of the highway. The dark was consuming. The moon and stars were partially hidden, making eyesight all but non-existent. Taylor relied on her other senses to tell her if danger was close. The woods around them were quiet, the only sound coming from their feet and the frigid air that exited their lungs. Lou didn't seem to have a problem with the dark. He strode forward in front of her without pause, his long hair pulled back behind his head, barely visible in the night. Taylor's mind was returning to her 4 friends she had left in the SUV. They were pulled off the road deep enough into the forest that they couldn't be seen from the highway. Armed with automatic weapons, they would be fine. At least that was what she was trying to convince herself of when she bumped into Lou. Shh, Lou said, bending to a crouch. Sorry, Taylor whispered, kneeling down beside him. She followed his sightline toward the first buildings marking the beginning of what had once been Olympia, Washington. All was quiet. No lights shone from any of the structures, but they could see a faint glow coming from somewhere deeper in the city.
What do you think?
Lou asked without taking his eyes from the scene.
A trap?
I don't know, Taylor said. There's only one way to find out.
Now you're talking.
Holding his crouched position, Lou ran forward, clearing the last trees in the woods and pressing his back against the first building. Taylor followed his lead, her heart pounding less from fear and more from the idea of some kind of conflict soon approaching. Taylor peeked around the corner. Only the abandoned city opened in front of her. Empty shops with broken doors and bashed-in windows, cars parked on the street with cracked windshields,
Trash littered the roads and sidewalks.
Thoughts?
Lou asked.
We have to get through this,
Taylor said, nodding toward their side of the sidewalk that was shrouded in shadow.
We'll stay close to the buildings as we make our way deeper in. If we do see anything suspicious, we can duck in one of these stores.
Let's do it,
Lou said, moving to take the lead.
You got to be point during today's convoy. I want this one.
Taylor nodded, although she wasn't sure Lou would be able to see the motion in the darkness. Whether he noticed it or simply decided to go, he began moving down the walkway with quick, smooth strides, one hand on his saber still sheathed at his back. The two worked their way through the ghost town where once thousands of people had lived and enjoyed their lives. Taylor couldn't shake the feeling that they shouldn't be there. There were no dead bodies that she could see, yet it felt like some kind of tomb. There was something very wrong about the deserted city. Exactly what it was, Taylor couldn't quite place. The glow she had seen before entering New Olympia was growing. It showed over the tops of the roofs, brighter and brighter with every step. Voices. Coming down the street. Taylor and Lou ducked low behind an abandoned delivery truck. Whoever was walking down the road, there were two of them. Taylor could tell from the tones of their voices they hadn't noticed their surprise visitors. By the very fact she was listening to them speak also meant they were not members of the Dread. Taylor checked herself. Life wasn't that simple anymore. Dr. Valerie Spear had been consumed by the Dread, and she had carried on a conversation as eloquently as ever.
How long do you think these new slaves will last?
A youthful male voice asked.
Hopefully longer than the last ones, or Cole's going to have us doing the buildings and expanding of the wall,
came the nasal reply of a young man.
Yeah, it's bad enough we have shifts watching that godforsaken vault door every other day. I swear, the way Cole talks about it, you'd think 1,000 angels were going to knock down the vault ready for war.
The two men were so close now Taylor could hear their footsteps. She chanced a quick look over the hood of the delivery truck to witness two young men, not older than their 20s, strolling down the street. The conversation droned onward, but Taylor didn't have time to pay attention. She needed to make a decision. They could surprise the two and use them for information, or let them pass and maintain their secrecy.
Lou?
Taylor said, turning to the elite. Lou was gone. A gurgling noise, like someone rinsing with mouthwash, came from the opposite side of Taylor's hiding spot, along with a heavy thud. Even before she saw what had happened, Taylor knew Lou had taken it upon himself to move. Already he was dragging the two dead forms of the guards off the street. There was just enough light to see the smear of blood traveling after their bodies, staining the pavement red.
What are you doing?
Taylor tried to keep her anger in check. She already knew it was going to be near impossible under the circumstances.
This is not how we're going to do things.
It's how I do things,
Lou said, stacking the bodies inside a drugstore with blown-out windows. Taylor looked at the men he had killed, if one could call them men at all. They were boys, younger than she had thought, maybe even in their late teens. Frank was the same age.
We aren't going to do it this way,
Taylor said, shaking her head.
Not like this.
I didn't peg you for the sentimental type,
Lou said. He crouched down and began searching the two dead figures for information.
Sentimentality has nothing to do with it,
Taylor said, glancing up and down the street to make sure they were still alone.
A few years ago, I may have agreed with your way of doing things. Not now. We owe them a chance to make the right decision. Human life is as valuable as ever. If we go around killing everyone, who is going to be left to fight the Dread?
Lou shrugged.
I don't know, and I don't care. I'm not in the rehabilitation business. I'm going to kill them, Taylor. I'm going to kill them all.
Then we have a problem.
Taylor said. "I'm here to fight the dread and the dread only. If anyone else like the Reckoners get in my way, I'm going to stop them, but I'm not in this to ambush and murder teenagers."
"What? You think they wouldn't kill you in a moment's notice?" Lou asked. "You think they wouldn't do things, horrible things to you if they had the chance? Our enemies don't share the same code of conduct you do, and that's why you'll lose."
"So what?" Taylor said. "We're supposed to stoop to their level? If we do that, we'll become the monsters. If we do that, then there's nothing to fight for anymore. The dread will have won, and we can all run around slashing kids' throats."
"You send a monster to kill a monster," Lou said, moving to the entrance of the store. "Listen, Glow, we clearly don't see eye to eye on this, and we don't have to. This is where we part ways."
Lou was right. If either of them were going to change their minds, it was going to have to be over the course of many conversations. There would be no unity tonight. "Fine, go," Taylor said, shaking her head. "Just stay out of my way."
"I plan to,"
Lou said. He walked away from the building. As if it was an afterthought, he turned and tossed something toward Taylor. It was too dark to see what it was. The object fell at her feet with a dull thud.
"I found this on one of the bodies. I doubt it's his. Probably took it off one of the slaves after he beat her. Or worse."
Lou melded into the shadows. Within seconds, he was gone, leaving Taylor alone. She crouched down. Her hand made contact with a piece of worn cloth. It was a dirty headband that at one time had been pink. Someone, a very long time ago, had taken the time to stitch a name into the fabric. Victoria. Taylor stood in the darkness with the dead bodies, desperately trying to convince herself that Lou was wrong, that the soldier had found the headband or that it had belonged to a relative. Any reason was better than the alternative Lou had suggested. 25. Taylor. Taylor wasn't sure which path Lou had taken. If she was honest with herself, she didn't care. He had made his choice. She couldn't second-guess her actions now. Deep down, she knew she was doing the right thing. It was a feeling she wasn't used to experiencing. 2 years ago, she was a cleaner only worried about collecting a paycheck. She had, in fact, been a mercenary herself. She worked in the morally gray zone and hired herself out to the highest bidder. In her case, Lazarus Pharmaceuticals. She shook her head free from the thoughts of the past. In her experience, one could get lost in the regrets of actions long since gone. She had a job to do in the present. She moved fast and low, always staying in the shadows. Her mind worked on overdrive, adding every small piece of information she had to the events unfolding around her. The guards Lou killed had been well-dressed in dark blue uniforms and varying pieces of body armor. They carried assault rifles and handguns strapped to their sides. All signs were pointing toward a mid-size militia with adequate equipment. The fact that neither soldier carried a radio meant they couldn't check in at pre-established intervals. How long before they were missed was anyone's guess. One thing remained certain. Taylor had to move fast. Traveling from shadow to shadow, she worked her way through the town, always toward the beam of glowing light, cautious to listen for any other moving patrol. Her path led her through the heart of the city. Either by sheer luck or fate, she was spared from running into any other guards. Cold sweat on her brow, Taylor knelt against the cold exterior of a large brick building. Peeking around the corner, she finally got a glimpse of what was causing the light. The glow was coming from multiple spotlights mounted on guard towers that spanned around a 4-story wall. More lights acted like a beacon in the dark city and came from the inside of the fence where it appeared some kind of community had taken root. Taylor's mind went back to the conversation the guards were having before Lou intervened. They were talking about watching a vault. She didn't believe in coincidence. They had to be talking about the same vault Taylor and her friends had been searching for. If that was the case, then Taylor had to find a way inside their fortifications. Surprise was her greatest asset now, and she didn't plan on wasting the edge. Her eyes roved around the outside of the divider, searching for a weakness in its construction. The defensive structure itself was far from intimidating. It looked as though vehicles tacked on top of one another gave the wall its foundation. Layers of mismatched sheet steel provided a rough outer surface. The watchtowers were placed strategically to ensure maximum visibility to anything coming from outside the barricade. Cover would be sparse the last leg of her journey to the wall. Any building immediately surrounding the fortifications had been leveled. Rubble lay strewn in small piles, too low to provide concealment when approaching. Taylor was torn. The sun was still hours away from rising, but the missing guards could come into play at any moment. She could scout the wall and hope to find a better way in, or she could try the section in front of her. A spot on the fortification between two guard towers was her best bet. The section of the barricade was 20 yards across. The spotlights were pointed down toward the ground. Neither one of them moved at the moment. The guards on duty didn't seem eager to continually sweep their light through the dark. 10 seconds, Taylor thought to herself. I can make it over the wall in 10 seconds. Why couldn't speed have been one of my new abilities? Although it was a risky move, riskier still was taking more time to scout the wall for a better entrance point that may not exist. Taylor visualized her movements. She would sprint through the rubble, staying as low as she could. As soon as she reached the base of the wall, she would levitate up and over it. The idea that she had never lifted herself up that high crossed her mind, but it was quickly dismissed. She would be able to do it if for no other reason than she must. Her nose and ears tingled with the night's chill. She waited a moment longer, listening for anything out of the ordinary. Nothing, not so much as the rustle of the wind or an echo of words from the wall. Taylor burst from her hiding spot at a sprint. Eyes only on the area of the barrier she would ascend, Taylor's boots crossed the rubble at breakneck speed. Almost there. A few more seconds. Chest heaving, she reached the barrier and threw her mental will toward lifting off the ground and over the wall. On command, she began to rise. Slower than she would have liked. Thus far, she had managed to make her trip without raising the alarm. The spotlights remained in their downward pose. No shouts came from the guards, presumably inside the towers. As Taylor lifted higher and higher, she strained to see any sign of soldiers manning the lights. Whether it was too dark in the square watchtowers or there was no one inside, a tremor of worry swept through her mind. The possibility that a trap was in play ate at her morale, not for the first time. Was this too easy? Taylor didn't have time to think. She was over the wall. What she saw next took her breath away. She didn't really know what she expected to see. A military encampment? Some kind of factory? A hole in the ground? Whatever it was, it had not prepared her eyes to take in the reality of life inside the barrier. A neighborhood of pristine houses sat side by side, as though a silent miracle occurred and the dread had not touched this small portion of the world. Manicured lawns and paved streets greeted her. Working street lamps burned away the darkness. A false sense of security began to ooze over her razor-sharp focus. Taylor lowered herself down over the wall. A pair of guards must have just passed her position. Their backs were to her now. Both wore the same dark blue uniform as the two Lou had killed earlier that night. Shaking herself from the feeling of déjà vu, Taylor ran to the first house and crouched beside the wall. The guards continued on their patrol, unaware of her presence. She took a moment to gather herself. Everything around her was like living in some kind of twisted reality, as if a time warp had sent her back 2 years ago to a time all of this was possible. It was the ominous steel wall to her right that reminded her of the truth. For the first time, Taylor caught the sound of a dull murmur. The noise was comforting in a way. It was the first sound other than her own breathing she had heard since leaving Lou. Meticulously, she made her way down the block of houses and toward the noise. Trying to find cover was practically useless. The best she could hope for was pausing between each house to reassess her situation. No cars lined the streets, nor did any shadows offer havens from prying eyes. Taylor moved quickly, head on a swivel, always searching for signs of the enemy. All the while, the dull noise grew in volume. It was a sound she knew she remembered, except in that moment couldn't quite place. Then, as she dodged from yet another house toward the next building, she turned a corner and witnessed a scene that made her so furious, her hands tightened to fists. 26. Taylor. The sound she knew she recognized was the white noise of a crowd of people. However, this gathering was unlike any she had ever witnessed. Seeing hundreds of human beings corralled together and penned in a cage for the night was something Taylor didn't know how to process. Her hands shook with a combination of anger, sadness, and shock. She knew what the Reckoners were doing. She never thought Lou was lying to her when he spoke of humans selling other humans as slaves. But to see it herself was entirely different. The cage was made up of black steel bars like a prison cell. The pen was enormous, perhaps the size of 3 houses. People of all ages lay on the icy ground, visibly shivering against the cold. Taylor's eyes watered, while rage built in her chest. She chided herself for not being more careful. As she took in the scene, a pair of guards standing near the cell doors noticed her. Already, rifles were pointed to her direction. Yells of warning cut through the night air. All hopes at a stealthy entrance were over. Taylor knew she couldn't leave without freeing these people. In a world that had abandoned them to slavery, she would set them free or die trying. More shouts were tearing through the nighttime silence. Boots were echoing up and down the street behind Taylor. All right. This is it, she thought to herself. Unbreakable skin, don't fail me now. A rush of energy pulsated through her body, bringing a white glow to her clenched fists. Stop! One of the 2 guards standing in front of the prison cage bellowed. She was a bulky female holding a pump-action shotgun. On your knees. Not today, Taylor said, walking toward her without the slightest hint of hesitation in her gait. I'm giving you 1 warning to stand aside. 1 warning is more than you deserve. By now, Taylor had gained an audience. More and more guards were joining the others, creating a circle around her. A dozen guns, ranging from rifles to pistols to shotguns, were aimed at her chest and head. Red dots played across her body like tiny heralds of death ready to pounce. Along with a contingent of soldiers, the slaves inside the pen were rousing from sleeping nightmares to their waking one. They peered out from between the breaks in the cell bars. Men, women, and children. All malnourished, all skeleton thin, all void of hope. Taylor couldn't give them her attention now. She had to stay focused. I said stop! The woman screamed again. She looked at Taylor's glowing hands with large eyes. What are you? Walking forward, Taylor knew there was nothing the woman could say that would make her hesitate even the slightest bit. She was on a mission. Fire! The woman ordered. A moment later, the world lit up with the roar of firearms. Taylor said a silent prayer as she felt the bullets strike her skin and bounce off. The feeling was like being flicked in 100 different places. No pain came with the bullets. It was annoying more than anything else. As the rounds shredded her clothes, Taylor thought back to the conversation she had had with Lou earlier that night. If she killed these guards now, she would be a hypocrite. She had an opportunity to end the cycle of death. Instead of aiming directly at her targets, she aimed at the ground in front of them, sending explosive white beams of energy at their feet. Her attacks exploded on impact, propelling guards into the air. If they landed without breaking their necks was anyone's guess. It was as far as Taylor could concern herself at the moment. In this way, she exchanged fire with the guards. The looks on their faces turned from resolve to fear as they witnessed more and more of their number rocket backward to land on roofs, on lawns, even blown back through windows of the houses. One guard flew straight back into the pen of slaves itself. Back pressed against the cell rods, he struggled to regain his breath. A handful of angry arms grabbed him and held him in place. Anger spurred her on when fatigue would have set in. Taylor felt the hot energy of her power as she called forth the ability from her glowing white hands. She lost track of how many guards she sent rocketing back on the heels of an explosion. They seemed to never stop. More and more came from the houses, from down the street, from everywhere. It was like they had expected her. The bullets that hit her body in a constant beat soon became a second thought. The cries of the wounded, mixed with the cheers from the slaves, created a confusing cacophony of sound. The guards that stood around her, those still able to walk, began to retreat. Could it have been that easy? Taylor thought to herself. No, don't be stupid. As if to punctuate her last thought, 2 soldiers ran forward holding heavy equipment. They wore full suits of Kevlar body armor. One carried an RPG, the other a grenade launcher. Taylor had a moment to strike first while they aimed. She refused the opportunity. If bullets felt like flicks of fingers, grenades and rockets couldn't be that much worse. Right? Wrong. Like in some kind of Western standoff, Taylor stared down the man holding the grenade launcher as he pulled the trigger. She crossed her arms over her chest. She leaned forward into the grenade. The impact of the explosion sent white dots across her vision. What should have obliterated bone and muscle felt like a blow to her arms. The force pushed her back, echoing into her sternum and ribcage. Taylor grimaced and staggered. An audible gasp came from the prisoners as they witnessed their savior take her first damaging strike. Taylor shook her head to clear the cobwebs from her brain. Smoke rose from her body in steaming wisps. If it wasn't for the amount of heat radiating from deep within her core, Taylor would have felt frozen. Her clothes were hanging off her in shreds. The area of her arms where the grenade had struck was completely bare. Her jacket and shirt were torn from bullet holes. Even her pants looked like they had been through a shredder. I'm going to have to invest in some kind of bulletproof outfit, Taylor thought idly. Pushing the idea that she would be naked if the fight continued on any longer from her mind, Taylor shot a blast forward. Her aim was slightly off. Instead of exploding in front of the guard with the grenade launcher, it met his left foot and severed his limb from the ankle down. He screamed as he was bullied backward by the force. Sorry, Taylor said with a grimace. No, wait. I'm not, actually. You're trying to kill me. The female soldier holding the RPG was already on one knee. She took aim and fired her weapon. Less willing to see how she stood up against an RPG after the grenade, Taylor met the attack head-on. A beam of white light raced forward and intercepted the RPG. The explosion echoed through the night air. Taylor blinked against the brilliant detonation of light. Her ears rang with a violent assault on her eardrums. When the gray, twisting smoke cleared, the female soldier who had fired the weapon was lying on the pavement, struggling to breathe. Another cheer from the prisoners in the pen rose heavenward. The ovations died in the mouth of the slaves as another wave of soldiers moved to encircle Taylor. They were less willing to engage this time. Many of the facility guards wore masks of terror on their faces. They stood there for a moment without anything happening. Taylor could feel the muscle in her jawline tighten and relax as she waited for the next attack. It never came.
Come on, then, Taylor said as she pivoted in a circle. What are you waiting for? They're waiting for my command, an unfamiliar male voice said from somewhere behind a group of guards. Taylor searched for the person speaking. A man separated himself from the gathered soldiers. He wore an expensive-looking suit, a smile across his thin lips as he walked toward her. I wanted to see what you could do before I stopped you, and I can honestly say the cost of men was worth it. You are extraordinary, Taylor Hart. I hope you understand and believe that. How do you know my name? Taylor asked. A sinking feeling began at her throat. It worked its way down to her stomach as the possibility of this all being a trap was confirmed. Who are you? I told him. Unlike the stranger in front of her, Taylor recognized the second voice. Her thoughts were confirmed when Dr. Valerie Spear joined the man. I told him everything about you, Taylor, Valerie said with a smile that showed her newly pointed teeth. We've monitored you since you entered the city. We followed you inside the wall and allowed you to showcase your abilities. I have to say, it was very amusing. Taylor still had a hard time understanding how the dread could corrupt someone, change them so totally. Dr. Spear had never been her favorite person. Although they had disagreed on how best to aid the Ark in the past, Taylor knew the doctor was always doing what she thought was genuinely right. How did you know? Taylor asked, her mind working on overdrive for the correct answer. How did you know I would come here? You haven't figured it out yet. Valerie tisked with her tongue, as she would if she were scolding a small child. I'm disappointed in you, Taylor. You traveled with him almost the entire way and didn't realize. Taylor tried swallowing. Her mouth was dry. Valerie waved her hand behind her and motioned someone forward. Jason entered Taylor's line of sight. Eyes red and half his hair gone, he grinned. When? Taylor said, feeling sick when she realized she had failed since the escape from the Ark. How? I was turned when Valerie attacked me inside the Ark, Jason said, scratching his head. A clump of hair fell at his feet. The night we camped in the Reckoner's site, I managed to get away without anyone seeing. I told her everything, your evolving powers, your journey to the Vault, even the latest addition to our team. Where is the Rage Wolf, by the way? What did you do to the others? Taylor stepped forward, preparing to take on all three Dread along with the soldiers. If you hurt them, so help me God, I... There's no need for empty threats, the man in the suit said. Your friends are useless to us dead. As you might have noticed, our slave force is a bit... thin at the moment. They'll serve a purpose. Images of Sydney, Frank, and Melissa forced to live their lives in a cage sent Taylor over the edge. She pushed both her hands forward, taking aim at the man in the suit and Valerie at the same time. A rush of heat and white energy should have left her hands. Nothing happened. Taylor repeated the motion with the same effect. I can probably clear this up for you, the man in the suit said, taking a few more steps forward, placing him within striking distance of Taylor. My name is Cole Kinshu. I'm a Dread Lieutenant. I'm able to dampen, even completely negate the powers of other gifted beings. You're helpless, Taylor. Surrender peacefully. The entire time Cole was speaking, Taylor was trying again and again to call forth the white energy inside of her. It was gone. The well of power deep in her core, the heat that would gather and glow in her hands, was dried up like a puddle of water in the Sahara Desert. Surrender, and then what? Taylor asked, meeting Cole's dark eyes as she hoped to buy herself some time until an opportunity presented itself. I'll be one of your slaves along with the others?
No, my dear," Valerie said. She stepped up next to Cole. "The Dread has much greater plans for you. Somehow the serum we gave you made you into something else entirely. With the right level of experimentation, the Dread can ensure this never happens again. No one will ever be able to withstand its call." Taylor had been in enough fights to know that the longer she waited to take action, the smaller the window of her escape became. She had to be the first one to strike. Although Cole's powers had removed her own, Taylor was far from helpless. Before her transformation, she had actually preferred to fight with her hands. Steeling herself, she rushed forward and took the fight to the Dread. She brought her right fist up in an uppercut that snapped Cole's head back. The stupid smile on his face was lost as he fell backward. Taylor said a silent prayer that her blow had been strong enough to send the man into an unconscious state. Perhaps if he was knocked out, his ability would be negated. She couldn't take the time to see if her plan had succeeded. Valerie was moving toward her at an inhuman speed, reaching toward her with hands like claws. The nails on each finger were like knives. Taylor was able to duck her first swipe. The air following Valerie's blow gusted past the top of her head. Taylor called forth her explosive energy, daring to hope her plan had worked and Cole was neutralized. Nothing happened. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see guards rushing to aid a struggling Cole to stand again. The moment it took for Taylor to register these events cost her. Valerie struck her in the midsection and across the face. Red lines oozed blood as Valerie raked her nails through Taylor's skin. Pain was something Taylor recognized, then pushed down deep inside her to deal with at another time. She stepped forward, feinting right, then coming left with a roundhouse kick that landed squarely across Valerie's face. The blow would have been more than enough to send any human being reeling with a fractured skull, perhaps even a severe concussion. To her horror, Valerie merely turned back to look at her with a smile. "I wish I had more time to deal with you now, but I'd rather get right to work on you in the laboratory." Valerie motioned with her hand to the circle of fresh guards that stood ready. "I want her alive, no broken bones." In a rush, they came at her from every angle. Taylor ruined the first man's nose and the second man's kneecap. Even as she did, she received strikes to her skull, stomach, and spine from the others. She went down, finding a few more targets before the mass of fists and feet turned everything black. 27. Taylor. Blinding pain exploded behind her eyelids. Taylor felt worse than she could ever remember. Her head pulsated with enough pain it made her wince when she opened her eyes. She was tied with her arms above her head. Both wrists were bound together with a rough rope that aided her skin. The rope was then attached to a ceiling in a family room? Taylor blinked to try and orient herself. Sure enough, she was correct. She was inside a luxurious-looking family room decorated with long curtains, an oak table, and couches so fluffy they looked as though they were made of clouds. "Ah," Valerie said, walking into the room carrying an old record player. "You're awake. I didn't want to start until you were fully conscious. How are you feeling?" Taylor ignored the question, already testing her bonds. They were tight. So tight, absolutely no give came at all. Her fingers were numb. "Don't want to make any noise, do we?" Valerie shrugged, placing the record player on the table and plugging in the cord. "That's all right. I don't need any information you'd be able to give me from speaking. All the answers are inside of you." Taylor searched the room for anything close enough to swing toward. If she could gain enough momentum, she might be able to reach something with her legs. A spark of static broke the silence as Valerie placed a record on the player. A moment later, the familiar sound of 300 violin orchestra filled the room. Valerie reached beneath her long cloak and brought out a purse. She took pleasure in slowly placing its items on the couch for Taylor to see. Scalpels, vials, scissors. 28. Cole. The man's descent into ownership of the Dread was interesting for Cole to experience. It was something he had never seen firsthand. The man, formerly known as Jason Waters, had shed all his hair, including his eyebrows and lashes. He was walking with hunched shoulders and a hitch to his gait as well, his eyes red, as if he hadn't slept for days. His transformation was truly remarkable.
"Did you find him yet?" Jason asked from the dinner table. He tore at his raw meat like an animal. "No," Cole said, handing the man a napkin. "However, it's only a matter of time before the Rage Wolf makes his move. He'll turn up sooner or later." "He's not human," Jason said. Blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. "You'll have to be cautious." "I am fully aware of what an elite is. He's not the first I've come across. We'll deal with him when he surfaces. In the meantime, I'm much more interested in hearing about how you feel."
Cole tried to ignore the animalistic way his house guest ate.
"Lieutenants in the Dread Army are still a new and developing occurrence. Prior to my introduction to yourself and the Doctor, I've only met Liberty Echo."
"What do you want to know?" Jason asked, smacking his lips. "I'm newer to this than you are."
"What do I want to know? It seems the Dread transforms its lieutenants either physically, ability-wise, or both. For example, it did not alter my outward appearance whatsoever. But you, on the other hand... Well, what are you becoming?"
"No idea," Jason replied. He pushed the empty plate away from him and leaned back in his chair.
"One thing you should be more interested about is the girl, Sydney." Yes, Cole said, impatiently dismissing the topic with a roll of his eyes. "You've said the girl was able to communicate with a bear or some nonsense. The Dread is not interested in fairy tales."
Jason slammed both fists on the table with enough force to make the plate in front of him jump.
"It's not a fairy tale. I saw it with my own eyes."
If Cole was frightened, he didn't show it.
"So she spoke with a bear. Big deal. The Dread will not be overthrown with a child that communicates with mammals. Now, back to my initial line of questions. How are you feeling during your transformation? Are you showing any signs apart from looking like a hairless hunchback? Any hints of powers that may be pushing to the surface?"
Jason scrunched his hairless eyebrows in thought.
"There is one thing."
29. Taylor. Pain was something Taylor could deal with. While Valerie took her blood samples, Taylor ignored the sensation. She embraced the feeling and forced her mind to think about Sydney, Frank, and Melissa. They needed her. In the back of her mind was also the possibility Lou would be able to assist in their escape. Yet Taylor was no damsel in distress. She could fight her own wars. She would be able to find a way out of this. She had to. "You are much stronger than I first thought," the doctor said, draining another vial of blood from Taylor's right arm. "Granted, we haven't begun extracting bone marrow, but we need to keep you healthy so you have plenty to give. We'll hold off on that for now." "How generous," Taylor snapped, unable to keep from responding any longer. Valerie had droned on and on about her work for the last hour. If Taylor was going to be stuck in this situation for the time being, she might as well gather information. "So, I'm your lab rat once again, just like back in the Ark." "Not like back in the Ark at all," Valerie said. She towered over her captive and looked down at her with a sick smile. "In the Ark, Wade tied my hands from the experiments I wanted to carry out on you and others. Now, I have free rein to learn, to discover." "So you run your tests. Then what?" After we have our answer as to why you were able to resist the dread with the aid of the serum, we ensure it can't happen again. The dread already has the elites and the Nephilim-appointed guardians to deal with. The last thing we need is more like you.
Valerie removed her latest vial of Taylor's blood, detached the needle, and placed a pink flower-patterned Band-Aid over the puncture wound. What about Wade? The rogue thought hit Taylor like a surprise jab. She was shocked and ashamed she hadn't thought about the man before. Did you kill him back at the Ark?
He's alive, Valerie snickered. I don't know if he's going to consider himself alive after what Liberty Echo wants with him, though. But you should be more concerned about your own well-being.
Valerie turned to her instruments of torture strewn out on the couch like a master chef searching for the right tool. Taylor took a deep breath and steadied her heart rate. The music on the record player droned on in the background.
This will hurt a little bit more. Less if you don't struggle, Valerie said, turning back with a scalpel in her hand. I'll need a tissue sample.
Still hanging from her restraints, Taylor had a decision to make. She could try to escape now by swinging her legs up and wrapping them around the doctor's neck, or wait for a better opportunity. The strength the doctor had shown made her abandon the idea. If she tried and most likely failed now, she would have her feet tied to the floor as well. Valerie looked up and down Taylor's body. Her clothes were still in tatters from the battle.
I think we'll be going for your thigh. There's plenty of meat there. Now, don't move, dear. Think of a happy place, mind over matter and all that.
Taylor bit her tongue so hard she tasted the metallic tang of blood. Pain laced up and down her left thigh as the doctor extracted her sample.
There, all done, Valerie crooned. She wrapped Taylor's leg in gauze and a clean bandage. We can't have you bleeding out or risk infection. There's no telling how long we'll need to take samples from you. We need you fit as a fiddle. Which leads me to my next topic of conversation. I have enough here to get me started. Instead of having you waste away in some kind of cell, Cole has requested you join the slave ranks. I have to admit, I'm against the idea of sending out our prized possession to work amongst the rabble, but Cole is insistent on securing the future of New Olympia.
Taylor looked out the front window as the darkness began to dim and make room for the morning sun. Do you always do what Cole tells you? It seems to me you could take him out in a moment if you wanted. His powers aren't going to dampen your teeth or those nails.
Quite right,
Valerie said. She spread the fingers on her right hand out in front of her, admiring the razor-like manicure.
There is a place for everything, Taylor. I can see that now. I'll pacify him for the time being, and that's more than you need to know. The guards will be in to collect you shortly.
Valerie began gathering her equipment and samples. Taylor's eyelids felt like 100-pound weights were fitted on each lid. Between the physical exertion of the night before and the blood loss she endured at the doctor's hands, Taylor was exhausted.
That's right, little soldier of light, Valerie said as she opened the front door to leave. Get whatever rest you can. You are going to need every last ounce of your strength for the days to come.
30. Taylor. Taylor woke with a start, her hands completely numb from the wrists up. Her shoulder sockets screamed with the pain of supporting her body for hours on end. Past all the discomfort, she forced herself to focus on the reason she had been woken in the first place. A contingent of city guards clad in their dark blue uniforms and black Kevlar entered the house. They carried an assortment of non-lethal weapons: pepper spray, batons, stun rods, even a tranquilizer gun.
Short of actually killing Taylor, they had apparently been given the green light on everything else.
Are you going to do this the easy way or the fun way?
A man with a thick southern accent asked. He was older, with a bulging stomach and balding head. The way he looked at her up and down, the pause in his hungry eyes as he stopped and focused on the areas of her exposed flesh, gave Taylor a chill. She knew exactly how to play the scenario. She needed every edge she could get in the fight that would be coming.
"I'll go easy, boss,"
she said, summoning her best defeated voice.
"Please don't hurt me."
The man chuckled as though Taylor had told him a joke. In his thick southern accent, he continued,
"Oh, I'm not going to hurt you, doll. I'm going to break you. There's plenty of work to be done at the vault. I hope you save some energy."
He motioned behind him to a female guard holding a pile of clothes.
"Get dressed, McPherson."
"Yes, sir,"
the woman said. McPherson placed the pile of clothes at Taylor's feet before reaching up and undoing the knots that held her hands in place. When the last knot set her free, Taylor crumpled to the floor. In all honesty, she could have landed on her feet and maybe even given the guards around her a run for their money. She knew that would be futile. With the number of guards outside and the 3 dread lieutenants in the compound, she would never make it without her powers. Her best play was to convince everyone she had been broken, then strike when the time was right.
"Get up,"
McPherson said, grabbing Taylor roughly. She hauled her to her feet.
"Get dressed. Hurry up."
Taylor complied, removing her tattered shirt and pants. She was offered no privacy or even the illusion of such. All the guards, led by the man who seemed to be in charge, gawked in her direction. The man giving orders watched her with a sick smirk on his face. It took everything Taylor had not to send his nose into the back of his skull. Her temper rose so quickly her heart rate accelerated.
"Not now.
Easy, girl," Taylor told herself. She focused on dressing instead of the perverts in front of her. One misstep and you ruin your chance of escape, not only for you, but for Sydney, Frank, and Melissa.
"Hurry it up before I throw in a beating,"
McPherson snapped. There were chuckles from the group of guards behind her. She leaned in close to Taylor, blocking her scantily clad form with her own body to give her some kind of concealment.
"Trust me, this is the best scenario here,"
McPherson whispered.
"Hurry and dress."
Taylor pulled up her pants, shocked by the kind words. In her mind, she was beginning to rethink her strategy on humans working for the Dread. Maybe Lou had been right. Maybe she should have killed them all the previous night. McPherson's words were making her think twice. Taylor pulled on her boots along with the shirt and jacket provided for her. The clothes were all too big, like they were meant for a man twice her size. She refrained from complaining. Although the clothes smelled like they had been found in a dumpster behind a cheese factory, they were better than nothing. McPherson turned to the man in charge.
"Ready, Sergeant."
"Get her going,"
the sergeant barked. He skewered Taylor with a wicked glint in his eye.
"Try anything at all, and we'll beat you like a dog."
Taylor nodded, filing away every word the sergeant was relaying to her for future use. She exited the house, surrounded by the compound guards. The sun blinded her, and she blinked to try and refocus. The scene around her, much like the night before, was confusing. Newly painted homes with lush green grass sought to diminish her fears and welcome her. Everything was perfect, minus the fact it had all been built on the backs of slaves. Taylor followed her chaperones away from the slave pen to a street that paralleled their own. A bank stood at the corner with yet another pair of armed guards. Clanking and grinding came from the inside of the bank as if a giant robot were marching across the hard floor. Whatever was going on in there, the noises reminded Taylor to stay alert.
"Hands," the sergeant said, standing in front of Taylor holding a set of steel handcuffs. A long chain connecting the two circular manacles would allow her to work for the day. Another pair was draped around the sergeant's left shoulder, meant for her feet. Taylor allowed the sergeant to place the restraints first on her wrists, then on her ankles. The steel was ice-cold against the skin rubbed raw by the rope the night before. "There you go," the sergeant said, shoving her forward, "just to make sure you don't get any wild ideas." Taylor stumbled up the bank steps. As much as she hated being told what to do, she was actually interested in seeing what was inside the bank. They had come all this way to find a place called the Vault. The idea that it was an actual bank vault had never crossed her mind. She walked up the steps, followed by her guards. The inside was nothing like she expected. Teller windows, a seating area, desks, it had all been removed. Inside, the building resembled a fortified beachhead more than anything else. A handful of guards were overseeing a group of slaves stacking sandbags, running razor wire, and bracing the large vault door at the end of the room. "No gawking," the sergeant said, once again forcing Taylor forward. "At the vault door. Call once you enforcing the joints." Taylor moved across the room, ignoring the eyes of the guards and slaves alike. She was searching for a familiar face. The idea that all her friends had been placed in a different location on purpose began to settle in when she saw Melissa by the vault door. "You, new meat," the sergeant said to Melissa, who was alongside a handful of slaves. "Get her working. If I see either of you slacking off, use your imaginations when I say I'm going to rearrange those pretty faces of yours." Joy at seeing a friendly face made Taylor nearly run to her. Melissa looked up from her place crouched by the floor. She was holding a piece of metal still while another slave welded it to the steel frame of the vault door. Melissa moved to stand, a smile already on her mouth. "No," Taylor said, crouching down next to her in a rush. "I'm happy to see you too, but this isn't the time. What can I do? I want to look busy, then we'll talk."
Grab a piece of scrap metal from the pile in the corner. Till here will weld them in place while we hold them and we can talk.
The slave named Till didn't say a word. Neither did he spare a glance in Taylor's direction. Either he didn't care to acknowledge Taylor or he was too afraid of what the guards might do to him if he did. Taylor moved quickly to the pile Melissa had pointed out. It was a mess of metal scraps ranging from old car parts to kitchen cookware. She grabbed a rusting steel pot. The item felt familiar in her hands. The smooth surface brought back memories of times she would have used the tool to cook instead of reinforce a vault door. Pushing these ideas from her mind, Taylor returned to Melissa and Till's side.
"How are you?"
she asked. "Sydney? Frank? Are they all right?"
"Yeah,"
Melissa said. She looked over her shoulder to ensure they were safely away from earshot of any roving guards.
"Sydney and Frank are working outside with the rest of the slaves. I'm sorry, Taylor. We had no idea Jason was one of them. They had us surrounded before we could do anything. Jason grabbed our guns, and it was over before it started."
"It's okay," Taylor said, remembering back to the signs Jason was showing all along. "I should have seen it. I knew Valerie attacked him at the Ark. I just didn't think she had turned him so fast."
"We can save him, right?"
Melissa asked, with worry lacing every word.
"We can't kill him. We can bring him back, right?"
It wasn't in Taylor's nature to sugarcoat news. For the first time, she thought about killing the man who had been her operator. Jason and Taylor had worked for Lazarus Pharmaceuticals as a team. As her operator, Jason gave her instructions whenever an event needed to be handled with discretion. As a cleaner, Taylor had relied on him for information. It wasn't until the Dread had used Vanadrum to enter the world that they had met in person. The two had formed a bond that began in necessity and ended in friendship.
"Taylor? Taylor!"
Melissa was whispering. Taylor blinked away the thoughts of having to kill Jason.
What?
You zoned out on me. When was the last time you ate or slept?
I got an hour, maybe 2 last night. I can't remember the last time I ate.
Till finished welding Melissa's piece of metal to the vault door. He stared at the two women expectantly, still not uttering a word.
I'll be right back,
Melissa said. She headed off to the scrap pile, leaving Taylor and the silent slave alone. Till moved beside her and carefully began to weld one side of the metal pan to the vault door, the other end to the steel wall around it. Taylor sized up the man as he worked. He smelled the way he would if he hadn't taken a shower in months, which was probably not far from the truth. He was average height, with a full beard and skin stretched over his body like too little canvas over a wooden frame.
So, your name's Till?
Taylor asked. She held the pan still, heat radiating across her palm from the man's welding torch.
Yes, he said gruffly. Now, leave me alone. You've cost us enough already. The last thing I need is my rations cut again for speaking with you.
Your rations cut again? Taylor asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Till glanced over his shoulder to ensure no guards were close enough to hear their conversation.
Your stunt last night not only crushed the hopes of all the workforce, they cut our rations in half for the next 2 days. Apparently, Cole took it personally that we would even cheer for you.
I never meant for that to happen, Taylor said, disgusted that those who had so little now had even less due to her actions. I'm sorry. We're going to get out of this. Till avoided any further eye contact as he finished his work.
You've done enough. Leave me alone.
Taylor was struggling for the correct response when Melissa rejoined her carrying a square piece of bright silver metal. So, what's the plan? She asked. I'm working on one now, Taylor said. She gave Till a sideways glance. True to his word, the slave gave her no inclination he was interested in their conversation. The best thing we can do now is convey to them that we want nothing more than to obey and comply with their rules. Smart. Melissa nodded. Hey, what do you think is in this vault, anyway? I mean, this has to be the vault we came looking for, right? The one that sent the last transmission? Yeah, whatever is inside, Cole is terrified of it getting out. Taylor looked at the extreme fortifications around the room. The image reminded her of all the movies of World War II when the Allies stormed Normandy. The added precautions Cole was taking in reinforcing the vault door were eccentric at best. What's that? Melissa asked, pointing to the right side of the massive circular vault door. Taylor's eyes widened in shock. A small detonator had been placed, wired to go off if the entrance was ever compromised. It looks like C4. Whatever or whoever is in there has Cole terrified. When we do come up with a plan to escape, getting this door open has to be on the top of the list. The remainder of the morning went quickly. Taylor did the work, dead on her feet. Her exhaustion was so intense she nearly dozed off a few times while she held pieces to the vault door for Till to weld in place. Around noon, a voice hushed the conversation Melissa and Taylor were having about what to do about Jason. You two little ladies think all your jibba-jabba is going unnoticed? It was the sergeant. Taylor was wondering when the bully would be back. She knew his type well. Once they found a target they liked, there was no stopping them. Taylor turned in time to see the sergeant place a boot in Melissa's back. She fell to the floor with a cry of pain. Taylor jumped to her feet, ready to strike. The sergeant held a can of pepper spray inches from Taylor's face. Let's go, doll. You look like you're fixing to do something stupid. Come on, let's dance. That's enough, Cole said from the bank entrance. Sergeant, would you escort Miss Hart to the door, please? The sergeant held Taylor's gaze for a moment longer before lowering his can of pepper spray. He blew Taylor a kiss before he responded. Yes, sir. He grabbed Taylor roughly by the arm and pulled her to the front door. Taylor managed a backward glance to see if Melissa was injured. The young woman was already on her feet, worry on her face.
Was there a problem?
Cole asked the sergeant, looking between his employee and Taylor.
Nothing I couldn't handle, sir. A few work hands whispering and slacking off when they should be carrying out the task they were given.
I see. Cole studied Taylor. He looked directly into her eyes as if he was searching for something far more than the answer to his question.
Well, I found the best way to handicap excessive talk is to separate the two. I'll have Miss Hart join the work crew expanding the wall instead. Sergeant, you are dismissed. I will take her there myself.
Are you sure? The sergeant asked uncertainly.
She's a wild one. You remember what she did to you last...
Don't make me tell you again. Cole snapped, shedding his amiable demeanor and fixing the sergeant with a look that hinted at violence.
Yes, sir,
the sergeant said, backing away.
She's all yours.
Miss Hart, if you would follow me, Cole said with a smile. Any indication he had of being anything save respectful vanished. Walking side by side, Taylor and Cole made their way back down the street and toward the slave pen. The sun was shining over the community of pristine houses, birds were singing, and in the distance, slaves labored under the ruling fist of the dread lieutenant.
In case you were thinking of attacking me again, Cole said with a sideways glance, my power to null your abilities still works with me unconscious, and you wouldn't make it far anyway.
Cole looked down at the center of Taylor's large jacket, where a pair of red dot sights maneuvered around her heart.
I can't say I wasn't thinking about it, Taylor responded. I don't know if I'd have the energy to try anyway.
I understand, Cole said. He pursed his lips and sighed. I know the doctor's nighttime visit must be taking its toll on you. I'll arrange for some food. Rest, unfortunately, will have to wait for tonight. Everyone has to pull his or her own weight in this community. Despite how special you are no exception to this rule. They walked down the street toward the back of the compound. The slave pen was in front of them, empty except for a few piles of ragged clothing left behind by the occupants. A warehouse Taylor hadn't noticed before was set deep in the right corner of the complex. Behind the warehouse and the pen, a line of slaves bent their backs to the will of the dread.
The bank is probably not the best place for you to labor. I'm going to reassign you with the rest of the workforce in extending our wall. You also have friends here, but I would warn you against too much idle chatter. If not for your own sake, then for theirs. Both the doctor and myself see your value. The other 3 are expendable. I'd much rather keep them to strengthen the workforce, but they are disposable all the same.
I understand, Taylor said. You keep referring to your slaves as a workforce. Why is that?
Slavery is such a primitive notion. In the future the Dread is creating, everyone has their roles. They're not slaves if they're doing what they were always destined to do. Humanity is our workforce. They're here to obey our commands and produce the items or buildings as we see fit.
Cole explained, as though the idea was a simple fact anyone could understand. The handcuffs on Taylor's wrists and ankles were feeling heavier by the minute. The two were just passing the black iron slave pen when Taylor got a better look at the piles of clothing she had assumed were jackets or rags shed by the slave force. The sour taste of bile gathered in the pit of her empty stomach and worked its way up to her mouth. They weren't piles of clothing at all. They were bodies. 4 slaves had died during the night, cooped up in a cage unfit for animals. For what seemed the 100th time, Taylor had to calm her temper. White, hot tears burned her eyes. Cole caught her line of sight and took a long, tired breath.
Only the strongest have a place in the new order the Dread is creating. It's unfortunate. If I could, I'd have every human working on furthering our cause, but some are just not up to the task.
Taylor realized she had to make her move much sooner than she would have liked to. Every day she bided her time and waited for the perfect opportunity was another day people were dying. The pressure was on now to come up with a solid plan she could execute as soon as possible.
Well, here we are, Cole said, coming to a stop near the line of slaves working on the left corner of the complex. I'll inform the guards on duty you're under their care now. A working lunch will be coming soon.
Cole motioned toward the back of a slave Taylor didn't think she recognized.
Here is one of your friends now. I think his name is Frank. Is that right? He'll tell you what to do. Remember, any excessive chatter will be dealt with swift punishment for you and death for him. Talk soon.
With that, Cole left to speak with the guards that studied Taylor apprehensively. 31. Taylor.
Oh, I can't believe it's you, Frank said, a huge smile crossing his face. A mixture of dirt and sweat covered his brow. It was easy for Taylor to forget Frank was still in his late teens. She could see in his eyes the boy genius was struggling to stay grounded in a scenario that demanded he lose all hope.
"What are we doing here?" Taylor asked, searching the line of slaves next to Frank. Unlike Till, it seemed many here were open to her arrival. A few head nods and even smiles came her way.
What are we doing here? Frank asked, confused. We're in a slave camp because the world went all doomsday on us.
No, Taylor said, looking over her shoulder where Cole and the guards next to him were watching her every move. I mean, what are we supposed to be working on right now? We're being watched. Too much talking and not enough work are going to see us both in a worse spot than we want to imagine.
Oh, Frank said, grasping the severity of the situation.
Explain to me in a loud voice and don't hesitate to wave your hands around like you're pumped on caffeine.
Frank closed his eyes. Caffeine.
Frank, Taylor scolded.
Oh, right.
Frank snapped out of his daze, straightened his back, and started explaining with wild hand gestures.
Well, you see, we're pushing the wall back foot by foot to expand our territory. Every time we raise the wall and move it forward, we have to lengthen the sides to make sure there are no gaps. We move the wall up using these industrial-level jacks and roll it forward. That's what we've finished. Now we have to fill the gaps in the wall on each side.
Frank finished, nearly shouting his last words. Every guard was observing them, every slave looking away as if they wanted nothing to do with the attention.
How was that?
Frank asked with an eager grin. Taylor looked over her shoulder again. Cole's suited back was to her as he retreated down the street. It was fine. Where's Sydney? Is she okay? Frank motioned with his chin down the line to a small figure taking directions from an older woman.
She's great. When Jason betrayed us, she took it the best. It was like she knew he was going to turn on us all along.
What? The rush of relief Taylor felt at seeing Sydney safe dissipated. Questions pushed to the surface that would have to wait. Never mind. Keep working. They're watching us right now. Frank looked like he wanted to say so much more. Instead, he nodded and resumed work on his section of the wall. A moment later, Taylor was occupied with a group of slaves filling the open section of the wall. It was a simple, tedious task. They would lift up the back wall using industrial-sized jacks, roll it a few yards forward, then fill in the gaps with another section of the wall. The wall to this point had been made up of a skeleton of cars stacked one on top of the other. It was completed with steel plating on the outside that made it look like one solid piece of metal. Apparently, Cole had found a warehouse of supplies since then. Now, layers of riveted steel sheets leaned up against the inside of the wall. A few slaves held welding torches much like the one Till had used, while others held the pieces of metal in place. While each section of the new wall was being placed, Taylor was able to see into the city beyond the compound. Guards on the ground and along the top of the wall carried rifles to dissuade any slave from escape. Freedom looked deceivingly close from her point of view. A few yards run and she could be through the opening and covering ground to one of the many buildings waiting to hide her beyond. This was pure madness, of course. She wouldn't get more than a few feet outside the wall before she would be gunned down. She knew it, and so did every slave in New Olympia. If only, Taylor thought, searching for the power within her that would bring explosive white energy to her hands. Slaves moved silently around her. It didn't seem as though they harbored any ill will. Some made eye contact with her, saying with their faces what they wouldn't dare mouth out loud. Looks told her things like, "Keep moving, you'll be okay, and we'll talk later." It surprised Taylor to find so much strength inside these people. Like her, they were survivors. They were hardened, and Taylor was convinced that they would fight if it was asked of them.
So, this is what happens when you don't kill your enemies. Starting to see things my way?
The words were spoken so low, Taylor almost thought she imagined it. But among the many voices she could see herself imagining, Lou's was not one of them. Instead of searching for him, she continued to concentrate on her task. She was holding a section of the steel closest to the opening between the two parts of the wall. "I am rethinking my position on the subject," Taylor said, so quietly she wasn't sure Lou would even hear her.
"We gotta make this quick," Lou whispered. "When and what do you want me to do?"
Taylor tracked the origination point of the elite's soft voice. He had to be crouched flat against the outside of the wall. How he had gotten there unseen was anyone's guess. However, in this position, he was practically invisible. For any guard to see him, they would have to be directly overhead, leaning over the wall and looking directly down. Even then, there was no guarantee they would be able to pick him out in the deep shadow the wall provided. "We have to go tonight. People are dying in these walls every day." Taylor looked around her to make sure no one was observing their conversation. So far, there was no sign from either slave or guard that Taylor had been heard. "Cole, the one in the suit, he's nullifying my powers. You have to take him out first."
"I've seen him," Lou said. "I'll take care of him. 11 o'clock tonight. Be ready to take back the compound."
32. Lou. After their talk, Lou waited until nightfall to work his way back from the wall. His muscles were cramped from having to stay in the same crouched position for so long. Despite this, his gamble had paid off. He had guessed that one of the surviving ARC members would have work duty that day. The best way to contact one of them was by staying still and waiting for them to come to him. After his conversation with Taylor, he had maneuvered through the dark to a tall building with a vantage point of the compound. There, he waited for 11 o'clock to approach. One of the many gifts his elite gene granted him was enhanced vision. It wasn't so good he could see in the dark, but much better than the average human. In this way, he had found and tracked the man Taylor called Cole to the largest house in the compound. It was a 2-story structure with guards stationed on the front porch and in the backyard. Cole entered the building at 9 o'clock and never came out. Lou studied the course he would need to take to infiltrate Cole's house. He was meticulous in every detail, like a master strategist when laying plans to conquer a city. Lou had been part of the elites for centuries. His elite gene granted him a slowed aging process that wouldn't quite promise immortality, but neared the conversation. He had taken part in countless battles and a few assassinations. His skill set wasn't geared for quietly sneaking around. He'd much rather bully down the gates and take the threat head-on. Against a force this size, however, when lives hung in the balance, Taylor's plan would be better. Lou found himself thinking about the woman as he waited for the hours to pass. She was strong for a human, stronger than even some of his own kind. When he had seen her, she didn't hesitate to relay her plan. Lou had a suspicion she would have found a way out if he didn't provide assistance. There was something different about her. He shook his mind from such thoughts. What would his sister say if she could look into his mind right now? Lou examined the place of the moon in the sky. It would be a clear night, full of bright light from the stars overhead. Grunting, he stretched his arms and legs, for which his muscles thanked him. He went over his plan again. Cross the distance fast, kill the guard on the tower, on the ground, take out the 2 guards in the back of the suit's house. Through the door, kill the suit. He visualized himself acting out each of these points. He knew his strategy would have to change. These things rarely went exactly as planned. He would adapt where he had to, kill his way out if he was cornered. When the time came, Lou was ready. He took the stairwell down from his position on the roof. The building at some point had been full of offices. Now it was a dark, empty shell with graffiti sprayed across the walls and the halls, and refuse strewn across the ground. The feeling was like being in a stranger's home, except Lou was alone and in the dark. The elite human took the stairs 2 at a time, focusing his senses to alert him of any danger. As he expected, there was none. Besides roving groups of city guards, there was nothing inside the city. Even the mindless dread that seemed to be everywhere else across the globe had abandoned New Olympia. Whether this was due to some power Cole possessed, or perhaps a knowledge that they were needed elsewhere, Lou didn't know. Not knowing things bothered him. It allowed his imagination to wander across a plethora of dark possibilities. The night was clear and crisp. Lou made his way from building to building until he was in line with the section of the wall he decided to scale. It was in the direct path of a watchtower and the part of the wall nearest Cole's house. He took his time examining the rubble before he began his sprint. Cole had ordered every building surrounding the compound razed to the ground, in part to offer them better visibility, and also to make expanding his walls a faster process. So much rubble made it easy for Lou to find what he was looking for. A long piece of metal rebar lay like a spear. He snatched it up. Tapping into the power of his elite gene was like walking to Lou. He had done it so many times in the past, the transformation was flawless. His eyes changed from green to yellow, his canines grew in length. The long metal rod felt good in his grip. It was solid. It would work. Lou rolled his shoulders, ensuring the familiar sensation of his saber was still sheathed on his back. Without another thought, he began his run. He didn't have the advantage of being a small target. Sooner, rather than later, he would be spotted. That was fine. Lou was fast. In the matter of seconds, he was already in range. The wind whipped around him, sending his long, brown hair into a frenzy. The guard hadn't moved the spotlight yet. Where most would only see the bright illumination of the rotating floodlight, Lou could make out the outline of the guard behind it. He was tall, with a small head and no neck. Lou carried the piece of steel rebar cocked back in his hand, ready to send the weapon flying at a moment's notice. With each step he came closer to his target, the odds of his plan working rose in his favor. Aim small, miss small. Lou repeated the words given to him as a child when focusing on a target. Aim small, miss small. Then, it was time. The guard jerked to the side, sending the bright light directly at Lou. All the elite human could see was white. He planted his left foot, skidding to a halt as he did, and sent the makeshift spear flying, his mind's eye remembering where his target stood even without the benefit of sight. The weapon hurtled violently through the air. As soon as Lou released his weapon, he took off again. At any moment, another guard in the towers to his right or left could find him. Lou knew his spear had found its mark, but a slew of other eventualities were too real to allow himself any kind of satisfaction. A moment later, he was at the base of the wall, scaling the structure like a spider. He launched himself up and punched handholds into the surface. While he wasn't strong enough to rend holes in the metal altogether, he could create large dents to allow himself a hold long enough to gather himself and jump again. The metal sheets made more noise than Lou would have liked. A dull thud vibrated through the wall as he moved up. Shouts from the other 2 towers rose, but he was committed now. A second later, he was over the wall. He stood in a square box with a tin roof that made up the tower. The space was bare, with only the spotlight and the corpse of the guard. Lou examined the body of the unfortunate soul who had been assigned to watch that specific tower. Lou's aim had been slightly off. He had been aiming for the man's throat. Regardless, he had still managed to do the job. He plucked the piece of metal out of the right eye socket of the guard under his feet with a sound that reminded him of using a plunger on a clogged toilet. He could hear shouts being exchanged from the surrounding towers, but he had no time to stay and listen. Rebar in hand, he jumped the 4 stories to the ground below. Lou's augmented body absorbed the blow. A shot of discomfort ran up through his heels when he landed. Where any other man would have broken bones, Lou landed and began his run once again. The 2-story house that harbored his target was directly in front of him. The pair of guards that stood sentry were already raising their voices, along with their weapons.
So much for stealth,
Lou thought. He released his spear from his hand, still on the run. The rebar took the guard on the right through the chest. It shredded both Kevlar and bone, then sprouted from the man's back, pinning him to the house behind. Lou was in the motion of reaching over his right shoulder for his saber when the second guard's bullet caught him in the left bicep. Pain seared through his muscle for a moment. It was a familiar pain he pushed aside. His healing factor would force the bullet out of both tissue and skin. He would be healed within seconds. Instead of focusing on the pain, Lou threw his saber at the guard. The weapon rotated through the air, end over end, impaling the man. The blue-clad guard dropped his weapon and fell to his knees. He looked at the blade, budding from his chest, as shock stole away any curses he might have had for the occasion. Lou reached the guard before he fell, jerking his sword free. Not missing a step, he slammed into the front door of the house. The door gave way under the immense pressure, sending Lou skittering inside. The house's decor was what he would have expected from a man who wore a suit while people slaved and died in his compound. Ornate decoration hailing to an Art Deco influence met his yellow eyes wherever he looked. Pictures of Greek gods, angels, and men were placed on the walls. Brown leather couches and a glass table in the middle of the living area finished off the room. As Lou searched the first floor, he tuned into his elite hearing for warning of the guards outside. The alarm had reached the entire compound now. Even as he entered room after empty room, the house was being surrounded. Lou abandoned his search of the first floor and took the stairs 3 at a time to the second level into a hall with 5 doors. 4 doors were closed. The furthest one was open, with a light shining from within. Lou decided the open door was his best bet and ran through. Saber in his right hand, he bullied through the door to find himself in a study. Maps lined the walls, and a large desk stood on the opposite end, where Cole sat with an intimidating figure next to him.
"Ah, there you are,"
Cole said, leaning back in his chair as comfortable as though he were inviting a longtime friend to his home.
"We've been waiting for you."
33. Taylor. By the time they took her back to Valerie Spear's home, Taylor was exhausted. A meager lunch and a skimpier dinner had left her void of energy. When they tied her to a table both by her wrists and ankles, Taylor was already giving in to the call of exhaustion. As much as she would have liked to wrestle against her captors, she knew her time was better served with rest. Lou would come through. He had to. At 11 o'clock, when Lou did his part, her powers would resurface. The best thing she could do now was regain as much of her strength as she could. She would need every ounce of it if they were to free the slaves. Taylor slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares. She couldn't remember all the details when she woke, but she remembered being in the slave pen, dead bodies that looked like small piles of sticks and clothing all around her. In her dream, she vomited down her shirt. Taylor woke with a start. She wasn't alone. She blinked, trying to focus on what had saved her from her nightmare. She was in the same room as the night before. Instead of hanging from the ceiling, she was strapped to a gurney. In front of her were the couches, to her right a mantel with a clock ticking down the seconds. She craned her neck to an uncomfortable position to see. It was 15 minutes to 11. "I see you're up and excited to begin," the doctor said pleasantly. "So am I." Taylor moved her gaze away from the clock and to her left, where Dr. Spear was inserting her long fingers into white gloves. Her elongated animalistic nails punctured the stretchy material. "I would try and reason with you, except there's nothing of you that's left inside, is there?" Taylor asked. In 15 minutes, she had a decision to make: to kill the doctor or try and capture her. The pre-doomsday Taylor wouldn't have even thought twice about sparing the woman. The Taylor of today now understood that a dread-free world could only be achieved with allies. "Talkative today," Valerie remarked, reaching for an orange extension cord and plugging it into a wall socket behind her. "Great. I wanted to ask you a few questions. I've been working with the blood and tissue samples I took from you last night, and I think I'm beginning to realize what you are. Of course, I won't understand for sure for quite some time. I'm barely scratching the surface here, but I have a few working theories." Nothing the doctor had to say should have piqued Taylor's curiosity. She loathed the fact Valerie could have answers to the questions she was still asking herself. Why had the serum affected her differently once she was infected by the dread? "What do you know?" Taylor asked, trying to mask the intrigue in her voice. "Well, for starters, we were looking at the serum and how it affected you entirely wrong while we were at the Ark," Valerie said. She plugged the opposite end of the cord into a sinister-looking power drill. "We were still trying to approach the problem from a logical standpoint, using science that we understood. However, the dread is far past any of that. It's a primal instinct more than anything else. It's an entity that goes as deep as any force in history. The truth as to what you are is more wrapped up in the conversation of light and darkness rather than any scientific explanation." Taylor eyed the clock. 7 minutes until 11. While the doctor was speaking, she continued to prepare her instruments. She opened a steel folding table. On the tray, she had placed a variety of drill bits. She reached for one now, her extended fingers gingerly fitting it onto the drill she held in her hand as she continued to explain. "It's all still very new to me. I'm only beginning to wrap my mind around a power that is closer to magic than science. That's why I decided to secure a sample of your bone marrow sooner rather than later." Valerie pulled the trigger of her drill. A high-pitched, whirling sound came from the tool as the drill bit spun faster than the eye could track. "I'm not going to lie to you. This is going to hurt. You should know that it's for a great cause. If I can unravel the nature of your origin, well, it would be an incredible feat. It would open the door to a whole new branch of science." A twinge of terror spread through Taylor. She thought, for the first time, that Lou might not be able to accomplish his task before Valerie started her work. She fought back the alarm in the pit of her stomach. Valerie reached for a stool on wheels behind her. She took her time, making herself comfortable. "Try and stay as still as you can. Perhaps we can get away with one insertion tonight," she crooned. "We'll need you for the future. You are the key, my dear." Taylor swallowed back a plea. She never begged, and she refused to start now. The drill's terrifying sound came from somewhere out of her vision. Valerie was preparing to begin. Taylor hated herself, but she looked at the clock again. The tiny hands read 11 o'clock. With a feeling that trumped relief, she desperately reached for the power to free herself from the diabolical doctor's schemes. It was nowhere to be found. 34. Lou.
Oh, you needn't worry about my guards entering the room behind you, Cole said with an easy smile. I've instructed them that once inside the house they are to leave you be. The sounds your elite hearing is picking up are only the noises of my guards setting a perimeter. How did you know I was coming? Lou said, switching his gaze from Cole to the monster standing beside him. It was hard to believe the thing had at one time been Jason, but there was no denying the fact now. Lou had smelled something off about him before. Now he mentally kicked himself for not realizing what it was. This new interpretation of Jason was hairless, with a hunched back and long, sinewy arms that nearly reached the floor. It didn't wear a shirt or shoes, only a loose-fitting pair of jeans. If anything Jason had once been still existed, it didn't show. That was easy. Cole rocked back and forth in his chair. Jason was infected by Valerie at the Ark. He reported to us. We monitored you and Taylor when you entered New Olympia. To our detriment, we lost you when you two split up. I knew it was only a matter of time before you showed up.
Lou's senses were working on overdrive. There were two of them when he had expected one. That, in and of itself, wasn't the part that worried him the most. It was that neither Cole nor Jason showed any sign of panic whatsoever. Lou could smell fear like a stench that reeked from his enemies. He sniffed it on the two guards before he killed them at the door. The idea that neither of his two opponents gave off even the slightest whiff meant Lou was missing something.
Before we begin, Cole said, finally standing, I'd like to understand more about you and your kind. Prior to the dread taking over, you and your families were content to remain hidden. It is my understanding you've done so since the beginning of time. Why are you making a stand now? Why throw in your lot with humanity, which is so very clearly below you?
Lou knew he should keep Cole talking until he could figure out what it was he was getting himself into, but he was out of time. Taylor needed him.
I can't speak for the rest of the 5 families, he replied with a growl deep in his throat. Personally, I signed up so I could kill men like you.
Lou launched himself toward Cole. With 3 quick strides, he crossed the room, vaulting over the desk to cleave Cole's head from his shoulders. He never made it. A force that felt like a truck striking him collided with his body and threw him into the wall. The intensity was so great the wall shuddered and cracked under the impact. Lou's saber went skidding as he grappled with Jason, or whatever it was the dread had twisted him into. He was strong, maybe even stronger than Lou. Cold, clammy hands reached for Lou's face. Thick fingers grabbed onto his throat and squeezed. Lou began to feel lightheaded. It was clear this creature with long limbs was made for grappling. Even now, Jason was on top of him like some kind of bizarre monkey struggling to claim his last breath. Abandoning the idea he could pry open the monster's grip, Lou reached for a single finger. Where an entire hand might prove too strong for Lou to compete with, a single digit wouldn't stand a chance. With a hyena-like sound gurgling from Jason's throat, he squeezed harder. Lou's vision was going blurry. He had to act soon. With a Herculean effort, he grabbed onto one of the inhumanly long fingers that wrapped around his gullet, forcing it forward past its point of ordinary movement. He was rewarded with a loud crack. Jason was off him a second later, howling in pain, a finger on his left hand sticking out like a bent tree branch. Lou was coughing, regaining his breath. On his knees, he searched the room for his weapon. It had skidded across the study and came to rest near the opposite wall.
Oh, well done, Cole said, standing behind his desk. I wondered if Jason's physical attributes alone would be a match for the infamous Rage Wolf. Well, we can be grateful that the dread gave him more than strength and length of limb.
What are you talking about?
Lou made it to his feet and began to edge toward his blade.
Wait, I don't care.
You should,
Cole said with a smile. He directed his attention at Jason, who was eyeing Lou, readying himself for the second round.
Jason, why don't you show him what else you can do?
The being formerly known as Human ran at Lou without a second's hesitation. Lou made it to his weapon in time to meet the attack. Jason grabbed him again, but this time his long arms clamped around Lou's forearms, pinning them to his sides. Lou tried to bring up the saber in his right hand. He struggled to break Jason's grip, but he was too strong. Then, the most unexpected thing happened. Lou began to feel cold, like a wave of mist was striking his body from all directions. A shudder ran through his core as his very life began to escape. While Lou struggled to understand what was happening, Cole moved forward from behind his desk with a handheld mirror.
I'm sure you're confused right now, so allow me to explain. You see, Jason is far more than what meets the eye. Not only did the dread change him to match you physically, but it also gave him a weapon to combat your elite gene.
Cole stood beside them now. With one hand, he stroked Jason's bald head. With the other, he raised the mirror for Lou to see. His reflection was horrifying. His smooth skin was aligned with wrinkles like a swatch of worn leather. His long brown hair was slowly turning gray, then white. He was rapidly aging before his very eyes. Jason smiled, flashing large, square teeth. Black, purple, and red irises studied his handiwork as he watched the years come and go, second by second. Lou understood he had a very finite amount of time before he would be staring at a corpse. True to his nature, he acted on instinct. Arms clamped down to his sides, he brought both legs up and hammered his booted feet against Jason's face with every ounce of strength he possessed. While the blow wasn't enough to do Jason any serious harm, it was enough to stun him and allow Lou to drop free. Already, Lou could feel the effect aging had had on him. He was moving in slow motion. Hand still on his saber, he thrust the weapon into Jason's stomach and twisted. Inky black blood gushed from the wound, like a geyser long overdue to erupt. Without missing a beat, Lou grabbed Cole around the waist. He carried the stunned man across the room and threw them both through the second-story window. The window pane shattered into a million pieces, sending tiny shards down to the street below. In that moment, time seemed to stop for Lou. Noise, pain, any emotion took a backseat to the tiny glass pieces that accompanied their descent. That was it. That last, final act of propelling himself and Cole through the window had sapped his energy. The elite and dread lieutenant fell from the window as one. The impact that should have been nothing to Lou rattled his teeth. The air in his old lungs rushed out, leaving him gasping. Whether it was fate or chance, Lou had landed on top of Cole. The latter's neck twisted at an impossible angle, ebony blood spreading around him like water from a leaking hose. Despite his condition, despite the guards already surrounding him, Lou laughed out loud. He had done it. The last thing he remembered was the stock of a shotgun aimed at his face. Then, blackness. 35. Taylor. The sound of the drill spiraling at a deadly speed was enough to send any cool-headed person into a panic. Taylor strained against her bonds, searching desperately for the power that lay dormant within her. It was the only chance she had of escaping now. Lou had to pull through. One last glance at the clock told her to abandon all hope. It was past 11 now. Valerie was already beginning the procedure. The drill bit touched her skin, breaking the surface. The steel bit welcomed the warm flow of blood. Then, Taylor felt heat surge within her once again. With a roar of thankfulness, she broke free from her restraints, sending the entire gurney crashing into the wall behind her. She levitated in place, reveling in the warmth her power brought. She was whole, complete in a way she never knew she missed until she had lost and regained her power. Valerie was blown to the side of the room, along with the gurney. She stumbled to her feet, trying to comprehend what was taking place. One glance at Taylor told her everything she needed to know. Oh, shit. She wasn't allowed the time to finish her thought. Taylor impaled her with a bolt of white, explosive energy that generated from her hands. The beam caught Valerie mid-body mass. The scent of burning and charred skin entered Taylor's nostrils. Valerie was hurtled backward into the wall. As much as Taylor wanted to stay and make sure the job was complete, she knew events were now in motion that required her direct attention. There was not a free moment to enjoy her returned power. Not only her friends, but the slaves of the compound were depending on her to succeed. Taylor blasted the front door off its hinges with an outstretched hand. Still hovering in midair, she entered the chaos in the street. Guards were running everywhere. Spotlights were roving wildly inside the compound. The way the guards ran to the front entrance toward the slave pen and others to the large warehouse in the corner told Taylor they were without a leader. Panic was taking over as they ran this way and that, unsure what was happening. Then, Taylor spotted him. The sergeant that had kicked Melissa earlier that day. The same man who had watched her change with hungry eyes. He was trying to bring some kind of order to the chaotic scene. "Hey!" Taylor shouted, making her way toward him through the air. He turned to her with a shotgun already drawing a bead on her voice. One thing was certainly different. Where smug, bullying attitude lived before, terror was clearly written across his face. Before he could pull the trigger, Taylor blasted the gun from his grip, taking his hands in the explosion. Stunned, the sergeant fell to his knees, looking at the stumps of flesh where his hands used to exist. "Please," he managed through wide eyes. "Please don't kill me." By now, a group of guards had arrived on the scene, all standing in shock as the hardened sergeant pled for his life. "Cole's dead. You all know what I can do," Taylor said. She lowered herself to the street until her feet touched down on the pavement. "I was trying to give you a chance before. As you can see, I'm done playing now. Life is too valuable to leave in your hands. I'm freeing the slaves and taking the compound. Anyone who would rather die for the dread can die now." Unsure expressions were exchanged between the guards as they looked to Taylor, then their crying, handless sergeant. Apparently, the dread still held some influence amongst the guards. A hand grenade was lobbed at Taylor from a middle-aged female guard who shouted, "The dread is our future." Taylor lifted the grenade from the ground and cupped it in both hands to her chest. She made eye contact with a woman who had chosen death over life. The grenade went off in Taylor's grip, sending a shudder through her body. She gritted her teeth against the pain. But a show like this was exactly what she needed to convince the guards there was no use fighting. "You made your choice," Taylor said through the evaporating smoke. "I'm sorry you chose the wrong side." She sent a beam of energy that severed the guard in half. Taylor looked everyone else in the eye. "Is there anyone else who'd rather fight for tyrants that would use and enslave humankind?" The only sound was that of weapons dropping from their owners' grips to the pavement below. Taylor had dealt with Valerie herself. Her powers returned meant that Lou had killed Cole. Jason was still a threat. These thoughts crossed her mind as she ran to the slave pen at the end of the street. All the slaves were standing on their feet, wide-eyed.
"I told you she would come."
Sydney's familiar voice cut through the tense silence as Taylor reached the pen.
"Taylor, here. We're here."
Taylor skidded to a halt. "I hear you, kiddo. Stay back, away from the bars." Sydney and all those around her obeyed, retreating a safe distance. Taylor blasted the steel lock from the metal bars with a wave of her outstretched hand.
Everyone out.
Sydney was leading the group, forcing Taylor on her knees to give her a hug.
I wasn't worried at all. I kept telling them you'd save us.
Thanks, Sid. Taylor embraced her young friend. Sorry I took so long. Frank and Melissa reached Taylor at the same time. What about the dread and the guards? Melissa asked. Right, Taylor said. She looked at the group of slaves around her. Follow me. 36. Lou. Lou wasn't sure what woke him. His skull pounded, his body ached like never before.
So, this is what it's like to feel my age, Lou thought to himself. This sucks.
He struggled to his feet. His own blood mingled with the black liquid that oozed from underneath Cole's broken body. He reached a hand to the spot above his right eye where the stock of the weapon that knocked him unconscious had landed. His fingers came back sticky with blood. From the corner of his eye, he caught movement and turned to look. Sharp, shooting twinges lanced down the left side of his neck. Lou ignored the discomfort. He realized what had stirred him from his comatose state. Jason wasn't dead. The monster had leaped from the second-story window, a large hand pressed to his stomach where black liquid sputtered. Although he had landed next to Lou, it appeared the elite human was no longer his main concern. The creature moved away from him, down the street. Some instinct born from years of dealing with shrewd enemies told Lou to follow. The urgency with which the monster moved was unnerving. Jason wasn't trying to escape the compound. He was traveling away from the gates. Anything he could be hoping to reach inside the compound would not bode well for Lou and the human survivors. Lou followed, forcing his body onward, ignoring his wrinkled hands and the gray hair that blew across his vision. His elite gene would soon see him healed. It had to. He refused to think about what his life would be like if the effect Jason's powers had on him were permanent. Allowing himself a moment of respite, his right hand came to rest on the compound's steel wall, his labored breaths coming out in shallow, steaming puffs. The Washington night air chilled the wall's metallic surface. It sent prickles up his arm. Lou examined his surroundings. No guards were in sight, no noises of violence at hand. Something was either horribly wrong or perfectly right. Taylor was already in control of the compound or dead. There was no other reason for the eerie silence. Hunched over with pain, he imagined his aged insides broken and bruised. But he had to move on. Already half a block ahead of him, Jason staggered forward, a trail of black blood in his wake. Lou took a deep, pain-laced breath and began to move again. Like two tortoises bent on winning a race, they moved forward. The first clue he had of his powers returning was his enhanced hearing beginning to pick up voices. A grin cracked his lips as he was comforted by the fact he would heal. His youth would return. The noise was garbled and unintelligible, but there was no denying the fact he was picking up voices from a distance. Whether it was his own belief he was healing by the second or it was the truth, Lou felt stronger with every step. His head was clearing from the pain. He looked forward with determination as his strides came longer. The object of Jason's eagerness was obvious now. A large warehouse stood near the corner of the compound, its doors closed and bolted. With a sense of foreboding, although he couldn't know for sure what was kept in the warehouse, Lou knew it did not smell right. Whatever was in there was sure to cause him and those with him harm. One look at his hands, and Lou knew he was well enough to run. Leathery skin had given way to a younger, healthier olive tone. His breathing came easier. The spot bleeding above his eye stopped leaking dark red. Lou began to jog forward. His eyes told him he was too late. Jason reached the warehouse doors. Even now he was fumbling with the large steel locks. hell-bent on releasing whatever darkness lay in wait behind the doors, he began striking the lock. Deep, angry grunts erupted from his chest as he beat at the steel padlock with clenched fists. Something from within the warehouse answered his actions with screams and wails of its own. It was soon obvious to Lou that it wasn't a what or who inside the locked building. It was a mob of dread-infected humans. A quick glance to his left showed him an empty slave pen. The idea that the slaves were already free meant Taylor had succeeded. It was a victory, but if he didn't stop Jason from releasing the army of dread, it would be for nothing. Lou was close enough now to see the warehouse doors swaying as a force he didn't want to meet pushed from the opposite side. Everyone in the compound had to know by now that something was horribly wrong. 1,000 trapped throats screamed, laboring to gain their freedom. A few more seconds and Lou would be on top of Jason. How he was going to fight a being that could steal your youth was a question he didn't have an answer to. As if a solution was making itself known, he realized his saber was still embedded deep inside Jason's stomach. Pommel to point were covered in black liquid. Whether out of haste or something else, Jason had been content to allow the blade to stay where Lou had placed it. Lou pounded down the pavement, mere feet from his target. He had nearly regained all his strength. Ready for round 2 with Jason, Lou reached for the monster. With an outstretched hand, he grabbed for the hilt of his saber. Then he was airborne. The warehouse doors opened so violently he didn't even see them moving. Numbness spread across the left side of his body as he was lifted up into the night and propelled backward. The dread within cascaded out in a flood of howling madness. 37. Taylor. The freed slaves all around Taylor were traumatized by the unfolding events. Tears of joy were falling from some faces, looks of shock on others. They didn't know how to react. Taylor couldn't blame them. Dirty and feeble, they assisted one another from their cell and into the world that waited for them. "So, what do we do now?" Frank asked. "I mean, we're free, so I guess we get some food and chill?" Ahead of them, the compound gates were opened as guards rethought their position. Now, leaderless and in the same compound with Taylor and the freed slaves, most chose to relocate. Taylor was fine to let them go. There was enough happening already without worrying about capturing fleeing guards. It seemed she was alone in this thought. The slaves who before had been wide-eyed, weeping on one another and murmuring thanks, woke from their daze. At the sight of their captors bolting to the world outside the walls, they started with a jolt. It began with a few righteous shouts and avalanched into those well enough to run, giving chase. Shouts ripped through the air as slaves turned the tables on their persecutors. Some guards had decided to stay and try and reason with their former workforce. That was a mistake. The slaves began beating guards who begged for mercy. "We have to stop this," Melissa said, looking around in horror. "They're going to tear the guards to shreds."
"Hey, you guys, cut it out!"
Sydney screamed at a group of former slaves that cornered a young guard and began kicking and striking the prone figure.
"This isn't right. You're only repeating the cycle."
Taylor stood torn as her 3 friends took action around her, trying to separate the 2 factions. It seemed all the fight had been taken from the New Olympia guards. Weapons were now in the hands of the freed slaves, who threatened their previous captors with death. "Enough!" Taylor rose into the sky, throwing 2 separate explosions of energy into the pavement beneath her. "If you kill these men and women, you're no better than they are. Yes, they have to pay for what they've done, but not like this."
"You don't know what they did to us,"
a woman cried from somewhere in the crowd. Shouts of agreement gathered behind her outburst. "You freed us, and we will be forever grateful," Till, the slave Taylor had worked with earlier that day at the vault door, said. He stepped forward.
This isn't your decision to make.
More and more voices added to those already voiced until the outcry became overwhelming. Then another sound drowned out any other. It was like 1,000 torn and bleeding throats crying for destruction. The shouting from those around her immediately stopped. Worried expressions were exchanged from one face to another. From her high vantage point, Taylor knew what it was. She could see the warehouse doors housing the Dread swaying and buckling against their restraints. She was a fool for not having dealt with the situation earlier. When would she have? There had been no time. She lifted herself even higher to get a full view of what was happening at the warehouse. Above the tops of the houses, she could see a twisted, beastly figure fumbling with the warehouse lock. Someone else was racing toward it. She was too far away to tell for certain, but she could guess by the person's movements it was Lou trying to reach the creature at the doors. The large steel doors of the warehouse moaned along with the Dread inside. Then they broke. Taylor watched, stunned, as a tide of dread avalanched outward. It seemed like the turned humans inside had climbed on top of one another to add pressure to the door. Now, squirming body parts separated from one another as they took to the streets in a sprint. Taylor's first thought was for Lou's safety. Her worries were unfounded when she witnessed the elite human recover from the blow he received from the warehouse doors. He was already looking toward her and running. His mouth was moving, shouting a warning as their eyes met. Taylor could only guess as to what he was saying. The noise of the mob behind him was far too loud. Seconds. Taylor had seconds to prepare those on the street below her before chaos ensued. "The Dread are in the compound." Taylor touched down to the ground and shouted to those all around her. "Freed, slave, or former guard, we're all human now. The Dread won't differentiate between you. We have to fight together if we are going to have any kind of chance to survive." Reluctant nods were returned to her from both groups. "The bank," a female guard bleeding from her nose said, already running. "It's the best chance we have." There was no time to argue. Already the front-runners of the infected were hot on Lou's heels. "Go," Taylor ordered the group in front of her. "Take as many weapons as you can find and fortify the bank." Everyone jumped into action. For the time being, humanity worked as one. "What about you?" Melissa asked.
"She'll be fine,"
Sydney said.
"She's Taylor Hart."
38. Taylor. Lou skidded to a stop next to her.
"You look horrible,"
he said, eyeing the fleeing humans entering the bank's doors.
"You should try getting more sleep. A solid 8 hours will do wonders."
"You don't look so good yourself," Taylor said with a smile. "Is that gray in your hair?"
"All joking aside, watch out for that friend of yours. If he grabs you, you're going to age at an inhuman pace."
Taylor opened her mouth to ask what he meant by that. There was no time. The Dread were already in front of them. Taylor annihilated the first few with the devastating power from her hands. Rancid, dark blood flew through the air as she obliterated bone and muscle. Lou stood beside her, tearing apart his victim with his bare hands. Although he had lost his saber over the course of the night, he was just as deadly. Picking up his foes and throwing them back, breaking skulls with single strikes or shattering kneecaps, he knew what he was doing. Hands grabbed for her as Taylor lifted herself once again into the air. Flying would have been much better, but levitation was what she had to work with at the moment. She was able to lift herself far enough skyward to remain out of the groping ocean of hands. A few of the Dread became overeager and launched themselves at her. These were met with strikes from either Taylor's fists or explosions from her hands. There were so many of the Dread, she knew attempting to stop them before they reached the bank doors was pointless. She said a silent prayer that the slaves and guards would unite, at least for the time being, and concentrate on the immediate threat the Dread posed. "Back!" Taylor shouted to Lou, who stood in the middle of a circle of Dread corpses. "They'll need us at the bank."
"Go. I'm right behind you."
Lou grabbed a dread that was trying to run past him. He tore the man's throat out and launched himself into a trio of dread-infected humans wearing fast food uniforms. Confident that he could handle himself, Taylor lowered to the ground. It was clear now that neither she nor Lou was the dread's main target. Whether by strategic analysis or trained reflex, the dread knew to attack the weaker members of the group. Taylor ran alongside the herd of dread, striking out left and right to blast bodies back. Teeth and nails met her skin here and there. She felt no pain. Her skin turned any attack into a minor inconvenience. She reached the bank steps at the same time as the bulk of the horde. All around the perimeter of the bank doors, men and women, slave and guard, stood shoulder to shoulder. This is how it should be, Taylor thought. This is how it has to be if humanity is going to survive. The moment was gone as soon as it came. Too few firearms were used by the defenders as the wall of dread crashed against them. Despite dozens of their own falling victim to the bank defenders, they broke through the hastily strewn defenses. In seconds, the pack of raving lunatics was inside the bank doors. There was pure chaos in every direction. Although the interior of the bank had been prepared for World War III, all the bulwarks were facing the vault door instead of the entrance. More human life was being lost by the minute. In such a confined space with so many combatants, the death toll would be astronomical. "Out!" Taylor said, bringing her hands to bear on a section of the bank wall. It was made of brick and wood and wouldn't pose a problem for her. Her hands felt warm as they discharged a brilliant explosion of bright white light. The wall exploded outward, creating a giant exit. "Get out of the bank! Fight them from a distance!" Those close enough to hear her over the cacophony of noise passed the word along to the rest. Soon, slaves and guards were making their way out of the bank to fight in the streets and lawns of the compound. A dread jumped on Taylor's back, grinding its bloody teeth on her shoulder. She lifted the woman with a single hand and flung her against the bank floor so violently the body broke and floor cracked. "Taylor!" Melissa said, coming to a stop beside her. She was breathless, holding her left hand protectively against her chest. "Frank and Sydney are trapped near the front door." "I'll get them," Taylor said, already pushing past the crowd of those trying to exit. "Go, get to high ground." She pushed past allies and blasted dread on her march toward the front entrance. Once she got there, Taylor's heart plummeted in her chest. The monster formerly known as Jason Waters had cornered Frank and Sydney. The two were caught between the outside of the bank wall and a pile of dead bodies. Frank stood in front of Sydney, holding a rifle by the barrel. Although the weapon was empty, he swung the firearm with all the force he could muster. Jason batted the rifle aside as if it were nothing more than a nuisance. A heavy hand bashed against the left side of Frank's body and sent him flying over the pile of dead bodies. From the sound of the strike, Taylor knew something was broken. There could be no doubt. She redoubled her efforts to reach her friends as the beast extended a hand toward Sydney. The girl stood with a straight back and determination in her eyes that would give pause to the most brutal warrior.
"I'm sorry,"
Sydney said, with nothing but sincerity written across her face.
"I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm sorry we couldn't save you. You didn't deserve this."
Taylor finally reached Sydney, pushing the girl behind her. She was close enough to Jason to touch him. Sydney's words had temporarily halted his progress. Taylor used the brief interim to get a better look at the being that had at one time been her friend. He was hunched over, hairless, with thick muscles and long arms. His appearance was closer to a gorilla than a human. Black liquid was smeared across his midsection. To Taylor's surprise, Lou's saber sat at the epicenter of the bleeding, the blade wedged deep in Jason's stomach. Recognition was in his red eyes as Jason stared past Taylor at Sydney. Something came from deep inside his chest. It sounded like words, only a syllable short of meaning something. His eyes moved from Sydney to Taylor and his lips pulled back in a snarl. The words came again. This time Taylor was able to make them out.
kill me.
No, Jason, no, Taylor said, struggling to come up with a solution appropriate for the moment.
If you can understand me, then you can fight this. We can find a cure. We'll find a way.
As quickly as sanity had entered his red eyes, it was gone. The same look of madness the dread bestowed on its members returned with a vengeance. With a cry, Jason lunged forward. Bullying past Taylor, he grabbed Sydney in his long arms. As soon as his hands made contact with the young girl, she began to change. In front of Taylor's very eyes, Sydney's childlike features aged. Each passing millisecond was draining life from the girl. Taylor raised both her hands, preparing herself for what she knew had to be done. 100 memories flashed in front of her eyes, the many times she worked with Jason at Lazarus Pharmaceuticals. First over the phone, then in person. His good nature, the way he smiled at everyone, always eager to help. How he had been one of the few to stick up for her. How he was one of the only people she would call a friend. With a scream to voice how unfair the world was to so many, Taylor sent twin beams of energy out of her hands. The beams struck Jason, breaking his grip on Sydney and pinning him against the bank wall. Taylor gritted her teeth and allowed the beam to tear her friend apart. The last thing she saw before Jason was completely annihilated was a look of peace cross his face. It could have been her imagination, but she thought she saw a smile pass over his twisted features before his smoking, sludge-like corpse fell to the ground. Shaking, Taylor collapsed next to Sydney. The girl hadn't moved since she'd been freed from Jason's grip. A clammy sweat broke across Taylor's brow. She lifted Sydney's limp body into her arms. The face that looked back at her was one of a young woman. Gone were her round features and childlike build. A breath lifted Sydney's chest and lowered it, sending a wave of relief through Taylor's heart.
"Hang in there,"
she said, holding Sydney close.
"I've got you now. Hang in there, kiddo. I'm here."
Taylor wasn't sure if she was on her knees holding Sydney for seconds or minutes. The noise of violence all around her muted, and all she could hear was the rhythmic breathing of Sydney's lungs. A hand on her shoulder jolted her out of her protective vigil. Lou barely dodged Taylor's fists as her reflexes sent a punch to his head.
Wow, glow hands,
Lou said, taking a step back, then crouching down to Taylor's height.
It's me. The last of the Dread are being killed now. Against all odds, we've beat them back. How are you? You hurt?
No, it's Sydney. Jason got to her.
Lou reached out a tentative hand to brush Sydney's hair from her sleeping face.
I see. She's breathing. She'll be fine, Taylor.
How do you know that?
Taylor spat with more venom than she intended.
Jason got to her even after you warned me. I should have stopped him.
Stop!
Lou roared. The ferocity of his voice gave Taylor pause.
Would have, should have, could have. They're all a waste of time. The Taylor I know did everything she could, and that's that. And I know Sydney will be fine because the same thing happened to me when Jason touched me. My elite gene brought my youth back. Even when I was feeling his effects, it didn't kill me. It looks like you broke his hold on her quickly enough. Sydney only lost a few years.
Taylor re-examined Sydney's face. She was older, but she held the look of a young woman in her early to mid-teens. Only a few years had been stolen from her. Maybe Lou had a point.
"We need to get her somewhere safe,"
Taylor said. She lifted Sydney gently from the floor.
"A house."
Right,
Lou said. He motioned her to a building close by.
In there. Look after her. I'll take care of things in the compound.
"I'm fine, too, in case anyone was wondering,"
Frank said, emerging from behind a pile of dead bodies. He was bleeding from his scalp and limping, but appeared whole otherwise.
Took a blow to my skull and probably fractured something, but don't worry about old Frank.
Frank's words died in his throat as he saw the new version of Sydney Taylor was carrying. Lou motioned with his chin toward Taylor.
You should go with them. You're not going to do anyone any good limping around all over the place.
Frank nodded dumbly, hobbling his way to Taylor's side. Taylor knew she should be worried about more than just taking care of Sydney. There was an entire compound of people who needed her help. But, for the moment, her mind was blank. All she could do was make sure Sydney was safe and cared for. Taylor and Frank made their way to one of the many pristine houses inside the compound. A long driveway ended at a deep porch and closed the front door. Taylor cradled Sydney with one hand against her chest and tried the lock. It was bolted shut.
We could try another, Frank volunteered. I could hold her if you want while you find an open house.
I got it, Taylor said. She forced the door open, splintering the door jamb. Inside, the house was welcoming and warm. So very different than the brutal world in which they lived. 39. Taylor. You're not doing anyone any good here. Go get some food and a shower. I'll come and get you when she wakes up, Melissa said with a tired smile. She's going to be okay. Because of what you did, she's going to make it. Taylor rubbed her red eyes. It was true, she could smell herself. A mix of sweat and dirt was already assaulting her nose. Hunger was something she was too overwhelmed for at the moment. How long has it been? Taylor asked. How long have I been here? About 8 hours, Melissa said, placing a reassuring hand on Taylor's right shoulder. Lou secured the walls. He's making sure the slaves and guards don't turn on each other. Taylor nodded dumbly. She took in Sydney's sleeping form in front of her for the 1,000th time. Taylor was horrible at estimating the age of children and teens. As far as she could guess, Jason had stolen only a few years of her young friend's life. Sydney was 14, maybe, or around that age. She was still sleeping, her breath coming in and out strong and constant. Come get me the minute she opens her eyes, Taylor said, rising. I will, Melissa said, exchanging places with her. Get some rest. Taylor took one last look at her sleeping friend. Rest was the last thing she wanted now. She would sleep when she was dead. There was too much to be done. Stepping out onto the porch, Taylor squinted against the bright rays of the midday sun. All around her, the compound was a graveyard. Bodies of both human and dread were strewn across the ground like they had been sprinkled there by a giant shaker. A rogue thought entered her mind as she began walking down the street, picking her footing amongst the strewn carnage of the battle. The sun heated the stink of death, sending an odor to her nose that overpowered even her own stench. Freed slaves and guards alike walked amongst the dead. Some crouched and cried over loved ones, others too shocked over the last day's events to process what to do next. Taylor knew she needed to help bring order to the scene. She had something to do first. The house she had been tortured in by Dr. Spear appeared in front of her. Taylor walked through the front door into the spot where she had blasted Valerie when the woman began drilling her for bone marrow. Amongst the wreckage, Taylor confirmed her suspicions. There was no body. Valerie had managed to escape during the conflict with the Dread.
You need to sleep, Lou said behind her. You're no good to anyone like this.
The fog that draped her mind in fatigue told her Lou was right. The need for so much to be done refused to listen. I'll get sleep later.
No, Lou said, crossing his arms. You're going to go into one of these back rooms right now and sleep. I'll bring you some food, then you can take the weight of the world back on your shoulders.
She's gone, Taylor said, looking Lou in the eye. Anger washed over her like a boiling wave of fury. Jason's dead. Sydney's lost years of her life. Valerie Spear has escaped, and you want me to sleep?
Believe it or not, there are capable people here that can handle things for a few hours while you get yourself together. Dr. Spear will still be out there when you wake up. Although I'm a lot of things, Taylor, a leader isn't one of them. These people will listen to you. They need you at your best.
Lou motioned with an outstretched hand to a hall that led deeper into the house.
Sleep, eat, and for God's sake, take a shower. That last one, if not for yourself, then for the rest of us. The compound is safe for the time being. When you wake up, we'll tackle the mountain of problems we have.
Taylor stood, staring at him. The very fact she was having a hard time focusing on what to say proved his point.
And stop looking at me like I care,
Lou said with a scowl.
Because I don't.
Well, your not caring about things is starting to make you look like you do, Taylor said with a tired smile. Finally giving in to the thought of sleep, she turned her back and left in search for a bed. The first room on her left was the master bedroom, complete with a queen-size bed and an adjacent bathroom. Sleep came for her as soon as her brain registered she had fallen on the comforter, and with it, a dream.
You've done an incredible job, Taylor Hart,
a woman's voice said from somewhere in the fog that rose from around her bed.
You are exactly what this world needs.
Taylor sat bolt upright. A line of saliva ran down her mouth. She wiped it away with the back of her sleeve. A thin layer of mist was rising from the carpeted floor in the room. A woman stood dressed in a white robe. She was tall with raven black hair. She looked out the window into a world of night.
Who are you?
Taylor asked. In the back of her mind, she knew she should worry. A sense of calm surrounded the strange woman, staying her panic. What do you want?
I'm the messenger. I've come to you in your dreams once before, although you do not remember that meeting. You will remember our exchange when you wake this time.
The woman turned to look at Taylor, a smile on her lips.
Why I am here is a bit more complicated. You have been through so much, and so much more has yet to transpire before you are finished. Go to the vault. There you will find answers.
What's inside? Taylor asked. Why was Cole so worried something would get out?
You have nothing to fear from the vault,
the messenger reassured her.
The answers you seek reside there. Go when you wake.
I will, Taylor said. What do I do after that?
You lead these people, Taylor Hart. You were selected for a reason. More strength lives in you than you realize.
The woman turned to leave the room, her white cloak trailing behind her. Before she vanished completely, she turned with a rueful smile on her lips.
Oh, and Taylor?
Yes?
The vault can wait until you shower.
Taylor woke with a start. The dream she had woken from had felt so real. She jumped from the bed and looked down the hall. A quick glance outside told her it was still dark, the morning sun only beginning to reclaim the night sky. Replaying the events of her dream in her mind made Taylor turn to the shower with excitement. Not only did she feel 1,000,000 times better now that she had rest, but answers had been promised to her by this messenger. She ran to the bathroom, debating whether she was crazy to believe a dream. A quick inventory of the world at large said it wasn't any crazier than her being able to shoot explosive energy from her hands. The water felt amazing against her skin. The hot liquid washed over her like a force of new life. She found soap and shampoo in the shower and put both items to use.
The drain ran brown for a long period of time as she scrubbed her skin until it hurt. Steam billowed all around her like puffs of clouds rolling past. Taylor was rubbing herself dry with a red beach towel when a tentative knock came on the bathroom door. Instinctively, she wrapped the towel around her with her right arm. Her left arm outstretched and held a white ball of energy, ready to be discharged. "Who is it?" she asked, ready to jump into action at a moment's notice.
"It's me,"
an unfamiliar female voice said.
"I've brought you clothes and some food. I made you sandwiches."
There could only be one person who in the middle of the end of the world take time to make her sandwiches. Taylor threw open the door. Sydney stood in front of her with a large tray of food and a pile of clothes pinned between her left arm and side. Taylor ignored the gaping, older version of her friend. Instead of words, she walked forward and wrapped the girl in a hug. The tray of food was squished between them.
"Wow,"
Sydney said, leaning into the hug while still trying to carry the food.
"You're, like, super naked. Imagine if it was Frank who brought you this stuff."
Taylor separated herself from Sydney with tears of joy.
"You made it. You're okay." "Of course I'm okay,"
Sydney said, setting the tray and clothes on the dresser.
"I'm a lot older, but I have you to thank for me not being a mummy right now. If you hadn't saved me when you did, well, I'd be dust."
"How are you feeling?" Taylor asked. Her stomach was staging a protest that was building in intensity, but the joy of seeing Sydney up and walking was filling her capacity at the moment.
"I'm great," Sydney said. "I know this is going to take getting some used to. In a way, I'm kind of happy. I can be of more use to you now. I can fight with you. I can help."
"Oh, Sid," Taylor said with a heavy sigh. "You always helped. There are more ways to be useful than pulling a trigger or swinging a blade."
"I guess so," Sydney said. "You better hurry and get dressed. There's a meeting being held in a few minutes."
"A meeting?" Taylor asked, reaching for the offered clothing. It was a blue guard uniform, with black boots and a matching jacket.
"Yeah," Sydney said. "Frank and Melissa have really done a great job keeping order. They've called a meeting to decide the future of the compound."
"And Lou?" Taylor asked, lacing the boots.
"He's secured the wall and started clearing the bodies. Others are helping him get this place back in living order."
Taylor tied her dark hair in a ponytail. She grabbed her plate of food, already salivating. "Well, let's get going." 40. Taylor. By the time Sydney and Taylor reached the bank steps, Taylor had managed to consume the 2 sandwiches, apple, and water that were brought for her.
"You're a machine,"
Sydney said, eyeing her as Taylor licked her fingers. Taylor could only smile. Every time she looked at Sydney, a rush of feelings overwhelmed her. Sensations of joy at having her friend back, wonder at the events surrounding her aging process, and fear at nearly losing her.
"Stop looking at me like that,"
Sydney said with a sheepish grin.
"It's me. I look older now, and we're probably going to have a talk about boys soon. But it's me."
A conversation Taylor didn't even know how to begin was knocking on the door. Lucky for her, they had entered the bank where a heated conversation was taking place. "We can't trust them," Till said. He was sitting on one side of the cleaned bank. 2 other former slaves, an elderly woman and a young man, sat quietly next to him. Till was shouting at Frank and Melissa, who sat in the middle of the council, 3 compound guards on their left. "You don't understand what it was like to be a slave beneath these people. I watched my friends die under their watch."
"We were doing what we had to survive,"
one of the 3 guards said.
"Cold didn't give us a chance."
Taylor recognized the woman, McPherson. She was the guard who had helped her change the first day she was taken from the doctor's house. "There's always a choice,"
Till screamed. Taylor thought a fight was about to break out. The older woman sitting next to him placed a weathered hand on his arm. The action alone was enough to make him rethink his next words. Seething, Till resumed his place in his seat.
"I'm not saying what we did was right,"
McPherson said with a heavy breath.
"but the guards who stayed and helped you fight off the dread stayed for a reason. We want to work with you. Standing alongside you was the first act in a long road to redemption for us. We're willing to travel that road. Are you?"
The room silenced for a moment. To Taylor's surprise, Melissa took the lead in the conversation.
"What we need to know right now is that the two of you will keep your factions from tearing each other apart until we can agree on a long-term solution." "I can speak for my group," McPherson said with a nod toward Till. "We have surrendered our weapons. We'll give you and your people space. We'll agree to obey whatever is decided by this council."
The old woman whispered something in Till's ear. The bearded man set his jaw. It was clear he was struggling with whatever comment she had given him.
"We will keep our people from harassing theirs,"
Till said, so slowly it felt like an eternity before the entire sentence came out.
"Still, some kind of punishment has to occur. Our people will only begin to accept them once they've atoned for what they've done."
"I think we can agree on some kind of probation or sentence,"
Melissa said. For the first time, she looked at Taylor and Sydney.
"Taylor, it's great to see you up and about. What do you think should be done with the compound guards?"
Taylor paused to gather her thoughts. She wasn't expecting to be asked her point of view, much less be looked to for answers. All the eyes in the room were on her now. Truth be told, with the compound safe for the moment, all she really wanted to do was open the bank vault.
"I think both sides are right," she said. "The guards who stayed should be given an opportunity at redemption, while the atrocities that were inflicted on the slaves can't be overlooked. Perhaps the guards are put under watch in a probationary capacity for the time being, while a suitable and fair sentence is decided. One thing is for certain. Without the help of those guards that stayed, many more lives would have been lost. I think that already says a lot about their commitment to making things work."
The room was stilled as Taylor's last words drifted into oblivion. Everyone was looking at his or her counterparts for confirmation that they agreed. McPherson stood from her seat and walked over to Till with an outstretched hand.
"I don't know if we're ever going to be friends, but I want you to know that I'm going to work to gain your trust. Not a day went by during my life as a guard that I didn't wish there was another way. I was too scared to try and rebel. I have nightmares every night about what was done here. I'm going to have to live with that. I'm sorry."
Till's intense eyes bore through the female guard. For a moment, Taylor didn't think he was going to accept the offered hand. With a Herculean effort that showed across every inch of his face, the man stood and took McPherson's hand in his own.
"Like it or not, we need each other if we are going to survive in this world."
41. Taylor.
"Well, that didn't go as well as it could have,"
Frank said, examining the detonation device on the right side of the vault door.
"It's going to be a long journey to get those two groups to trust one another,"
Melissa said. She was studying a notebook full of numbers.
"We have enough food and supplies to last for a while. Sooner or later, we're going to have to go out again."
"The defenses are going to need some work if you people plan on staying here for any length of time,"
Lou said, walking through the large hole in the side of the bank wall Taylor had made during the fight.
"Walls will need to be raised and strengthened, maybe even a moat dug around the compound."
Taylor was listening without hearing, her sole focus on the vault. It was 8 feet tall. Shining steel covered the circular entrance from top to bottom. A giant wheel was set in place to open the door. Frank was disconnecting the wires to the explosives Cole had erected. He worked meticulously, a pair of pliers in one hand, a concentrated furrow on his brow. Taylor checked back into the conversation when she heard Sydney ask about the dread.
The crazy thing is that all the wounds that should have turned people into the dread didn't. Dozens of bite and claw marks were sustained during the fight in the compound. No one turned. We're only worried about normal bacterial infection,
Sydney said. The dread is evolving, and so is its plan,
Lou said. He perched himself behind Frank for a front row seat.
It doesn't want to turn more humans. It needs its workforce. Plus, it can count on humanity to keep itself in check. Just like what's been happening in these walls. People are fighting people instead of the real threat.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Melissa asked Frank with a raised eyebrow.
Should we be in the same building with you right now?
Got it, Frank said, clipping a red wire that ran from the detonation timer to the plastic explosive set in the vault door. There, we should be able to take it out, no problem. Should be? Taylor asked, approaching the door. With her bare hands, she removed the extra pieces of steel welded to the frame that added support. If we all go up in a ball of flames, I'm going to be pissed. You're good to go. Frank removed the detonation device and began scraping off the clay-like substance. See? Come on, guys. Have a bit more faith in me.
And we're sure we want to find out what's on the other side of this thing?
Lou asked. His saber was back in its sheath, pulled from the corpse of Jason's body. He reached for it now. This is the reason we came in the first place, Taylor said, remembering the message they had received while still in the Ark. The dream she had of the messenger also ran vividly through her mind. Although she wanted to tell the others in detail about her dream, this wasn't the time. If Cole was so hell-bent on us not finding what's on the other side, I think we'll be fine. Lou drew his saber. Melissa, Frank, and Sydney stood back while Taylor cleared the remaining pieces of welded metal. She was stronger than she knew. Each section of steel that had been fused to the vault door and the wall itself came away in her hands like pieces of bark from a tree. Each time she tore a piece away, not so much as a scratch blemished her skin. Taylor cleared the last remaining section of the large vault door and began working on the gigantic wheel. It silently refused her attempts at entrance. Taylor leaned into the action, pulling the wheel up with concentrated force. Heat rushed to her face as her lungs heaved. The wheel moved. Like a sea captain turning her helm, Taylor forced the wheel over. When it did loosen, it spun like a top. The loud clangs of opening locks echoed through the vault door as rods forced into the same position for so long came free. In a second, the behemoth of a door was slowly swinging open, revealing a dark passage on the other side. I vote that Lou goes first, Frank said, peering around Taylor's left shoulder. Lou gave him a sideways glance. What? You can see in the dark with those yellow eyes of yours, can't you? Lou walked forward into the pitch black. We can't send him in by himself, Taylor said, following closely behind Lou. Melissa and Sydney moved forward as well, with a grumbling Frank bringing up the rear. It was so dark, Taylor focused on her other senses to tell her what she was walking into. A smooth floor, blank walls on either side, a musty odor in the air that confirmed the vault had been sealed shut for a very long time. No sound. Fear would have been the overpowering feeling at the moment if the messenger hadn't told her to open the vault. Without knowing her, Taylor already trusted the woman that came to her in her dreams. Ahead, a small light shone through the dark. Taylor was leading the group side by side with Lou now. What do you think it is? She asked him. It's a circular light with an arrow pointing down, he said under his breath. It can't be a... Why would someone put an elevator in a vault? Taylor reached the light first. Sure enough, it was a single glowing white button with an arrow pointing down.
No way.
Sydney breathed from her spot behind Taylor. I vote we should go back, Frank said.
Too late now,
Taylor said. She pushed the button. The entire group jumped back when the elevator doors dinged open. A large square box waited to take them down. It was ordinary in every way, minus its location. Excitement was tingling its way up and down Taylor's spine. She would be lying if she said she wasn't a bit nervous. Still, fear wasn't part of the equation. Let's go. She stepped into the elevator and examined the row of buttons on the control panel. There were 7 floors altogether.
I'm not trying to be a Frank here,
Melissa said as she and the others entered the box. Hey, I'm standing right here, Frank snapped.
But could this be some kind of trap?
It's possible, Lou said, crossing his large arms over his chest. There's only one way to know for sure.
You're not very reassuring, are you?
Sydney asked him with a smile. It's not one of my better qualities, he admitted. He pushed the button on the control panel marked with a large number 1. The elevator descended in silence, making its way into the unknown. Each member was left to his or her own thoughts on what they would find below. It was a short ride. Seconds after their descent began, the elevator jarred to a stop and the steel elevator doors dinged open. Taylor and Lou took positions at the door, the latter with a saber drawn and ready. Unlike the walk from the vault door to the hidden elevator inside, this room was brightly lit and occupied. A man rivaling Lou for size stood waiting for them. He wore a cloak across his ebony skin, 2 weapons tucked in a leather belt. His hands were resting by his sides, non-threatening but ready to move into action at a moment's notice. His eyes tracked their movements as they exited the elevator. I've been waiting a very long time to meet you, he said, in a slight African accent. She told me you would be coming. Who told you? Taylor asked. Her eyes searched the man for any sign of danger. As far as she could tell, he was alone. Doors on either side of the hall opened up into rooms behind him. The messenger, he said, as though it were obvious. I was instructed to stay here with the others, wait for you, and train her once she arrives. I have to say, after a year and a half, I was beginning to have my own doubts. What do you mean by others? Lou asked, still edging forward. Who else is down here with you? As many as I could convince to join me in safety once the dread began spreading over the earth. The man hesitated, searching each of them with his eyes before he continued. There is much to explain, and a hall is not the place for allies to converse. He motioned with his hand for them to follow. Without waiting to see if they would, he turned his back and headed down the hall. Taylor looked to the others with a shrug. Into the belly of the beast?
I think we can trust him,
Sydney said. Together, the group followed the back of their large host. In a few yards, he ducked into a room off to the right of the hall. Taylor made sure she was in the lead once they entered the room. If anyone was going to be harmed because of her insistence they open the vault, it should be her. She prepared herself for anything as she entered the room. Her hands were already balled into fists, her stance poised and ready for a fight. The room they walked into was something like a large den. It was actually the most welcoming scene Taylor had seen in a very long time. Even rooms at the Ark didn't compare to the hominess the room exuded. A dense rug covered a large portion of the wood floor. Cushioned couches were staged strategically around the room, with a fake fireplace set into the wall. Pictures of the world gone reminded Taylor of what they were fighting for. Portraits of smiling families, groups of people on vacation, and exotic places around the world.
Sit. The man offered with an easy smile. He took a seat himself, deciding on a leather-bound armchair. Watch him, Lou said to Taylor under his breath. He chose a standing position with his back to the wall. I'll make sure no one comes in behind us through the door.
Right, Taylor said, finally feeling free to give the man her full attention. She sat next to Sydney on a long couch. Frank and Melissa did the same on a sofa to their right.
I'll start from the beginning and give you as much detail as I can, the man said. For the first time, he showed an expression other than calm and welcoming. There is so much to tell, and our time is so short. My name is Umberto Talon, and I am an Ark Guardian. Our founder, Alan Price, knew the dread was coming years before it broke free in this world. He set up installations, such as the Vault, on every continent. He began recruiting men and women into schools, called academies. Here, we learned about the dread, trained to fight it when the time came, and waited.
Umberto paused. He lifted his dark eyes to the ceiling, contemplating his words.
I was the instructor at this academy. When the dread did strike, I was told by the messenger to send my students out to combat the threat. I was needed to save as many people as I could within the vault, and wait for a woman. It's a decision I struggled with from the beginning. I hated the idea of sending those I trained out into the world to meet a threat I myself would hide from. But the messenger has never led me astray. I called all those who would listen and offer them a safe haven here within the vault. I've been here waiting for 1.5 years. Now, like the messenger said, you've come.
A moment of silence reigned while the group digested the information.
What messenger are you talking about?
Melissa asked with a hint of confusion.
She's a celestial being that fights against the dread. She's been appearing to those willing to combat this darkness and organizing its defenses. Our leader, Alan Price, would say she is a close friend.
Umberto said.
You all must understand, we're not alone in this struggle. The world is a vastly more complicated place than we thought. Your friends here are a prime example.
Umberto looked to her, then Lou.
The others you rescued, Lou asked. Who were they? And in that question lies a victory for our side,
Umberto said with a wide smile.
They are doctors, engineers, construction workers, nurses, and many more ready and willing to help. I can honestly say they are more eager than I to leave this place.
So, you belong to a fraternal order of guardians whose sole purpose is to fight the dread? Sydney repeated out loud. You've been waiting here for 1.5 years for Taylor to come to you so you can train her? In what? Umberto turned to address Sydney, his gaze firm. When he did speak, his voice was gentle.
Not to train Taylor. I've been waiting to train you, Sydney. You're the one that will hold the fate of the world in your hands.
Epilogue. Her lungs ached as though she had run 100 marathons, one right after the next. The simple fact was that she nearly had. The dread gave her the strength to continue on, the ability not to require sleep, and the endurance to make the trip. Truth be told, she would have enjoyed the journey under any other pretense. To see the world so fully and completely under the heel of the dread was intoxicating. Everywhere she looked, there were bodies strewn across the ground, mercenary groups like the Reckoners and Brotherhood rounding up slaves for the dread. That was why the pain in her chest angered her so. Taylor had caught her off guard. Her charred black skin and the pain that came with it was a constant reminder of her mistake. Dr. Spear had fled the compound as soon as she had regained consciousness. Already the slaves had been freed. It was all she could do to gather her samples and research before she ran. At first, she wasn't sure where she was going. It had been enough to get outside the compound walls and escape New Olympia. Soon after, the doctor knew she needed a destination. That was when the dread had called out to her. Now, she was following its path like an obedient child. Her journey had taken her down the country and to the former state of Texas. She knew she was close when she began to notice the number of dread that lined the roads. It was like all the infected mindless had been called to the state. Roving bands turned into crowds, crowds into oceans of dread-infected humans. It would have been impossible for Valerie to make her way through if they had not moved for her on their own. Like a sea parting, they opened a path for her without question. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of dread formed a barrier from the rest of the world to the dread stronghold in what had once been known as the Lone Star State. Night and day, Valerie traveled, her burning chest a constant reminder of what Taylor had done to her. The doctor's mind ran wild with machinations of what she would do to Taylor if she ever got her hands on her again. Days passed this way until Valerie was looking at the most beautiful sight she had ever witnessed. The horde of dread abruptly stopped, giving way to towering ebony structures. Humans of every age and ethnicity toiled under the blazing sun, erecting walls and towers befitting a castle. Human guards, now employed by the dread, watched them with severe eyes, ready to strike or kill any slave not moving fast enough. Valerie was finally home. With the samples of Taylor's blood and tissue, she would resurrect a new super soldier. Something specifically created to kill Taylor Hart. This concludes Dark Evolution by Jonathan Yanez. Narrated by Rachel LeBlanc. Copyright 2021 by Archimedes Books. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Archimedes Books Corporation and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Extinction Event by Jonathan Yanez. Narrated by Rachel LeBlanc. 1. I don't know how a drug could be responsible for affecting him like this. He just started taking Vanadrum last week. Mrs. Jones trembled at the sound of another loud bang as she searched Taylor's eyes for answers. He's in the study. I can go in alone if you would like. No, the woman whispered. He's my husband. Taylor nodded. Mrs. Jones slowly opened the door to the upstairs office, and the two women entered. The first thing Taylor noticed was the temperature in the room. Both windows in the upstairs office were open. A high-powered ceiling fan rotated in violent circles, adding to the chill. The only light came from a single lamp in a far corner, warping the office in varying shades of shadows. Taylor took in the leather furniture, mahogany bookcases, and Persian rug in a quick second. Her attention was soon directed to the figure on the opposite side of the room. The man was hunched over a large desk, opening and closing drawers in a frantic state. One by one, the drawers were flung open. Mr. Jones would rummage through the contents for a few seconds, then, unsatisfied with his findings, he would slam the drawer shut in a show of frustration. Taylor stood still a moment longer. A checklist was going off in her mind. 5'8", subject in his 50s, no obvious weapons. Mr. Jones, Taylor said, taking a step forward. Her boots sunk into the soft rug as if it was trying to suck her into the floor. James Jones refused to acknowledge anyone else was in the room. Drops of sweat fell off his face and onto the desk as he continued to search in a frenzy. Taylor moved forward until she was only feet from the maniacal man. "Excuse me, Mr. Jones?" No response. Chin directed down, Taylor was left to guess at his expression. Liquid oozed from his face and sprinkled onto the desk below. "My name is Taylor Hart. I'm here because your wife is worried about you. Mr. Jones, can you hear me?" A whisper. Taylor leaned in closer to hear the raspy mumbling from the man's throat. So much of what he said was indiscernible, but what Taylor did catch made no sense. "Got to find it. Almost there. Almost beautiful. Then I can share. I can make them beautiful, too." "Mr. Jones, what are you trying to find? What is it you want to share?" "Aha!" Mr. Jones screamed. Cloaked by the lack of light in the room, he held up a sharp object in his right hand. "Eureka!" Mrs. Jones gasped. With something that could be used as a weapon now in her subject's hand, Taylor placed her worn notebook on the desk between herself and James Jones. Shoulders squared. Hands ready. Knees slightly bent. Years of training took over. If Mr. Jones noticed the shift in Taylor's stance, he didn't give any indication. Instead, he retreated to the large open windows behind him. His left hand reached toward his lower back. He pulled out a mirror that lay secured between his waistline and belt. Leaning half his body out the window to catch the moonlight, Taylor got her first real look at him. Mr. Jones indeed cared about his outward appearance. Hair plugs rustled in the breeze of the open window. Unnaturally white teeth contrasted against bronze-colored spray-tanned skin, reminding Taylor of a cooked potato. However, it was his face that made the air catch in her mouth. Mr. Jones' face was a bloody mess of scratches and holes. Lumps of flesh fell from his cheeks, chin, and nose. It was blood, not sweat, that dripped from a dozen different points. James Jones lifted the mirror in his left hand and caught the moonlight. The reflection that would horrify most made him smile. "Beautiful," he murmured to himself. Along with illuminating the man's face and mirror, the moon cast light on what he held in his right hand. The pointed object he was so determined to find in the dusk was a letter opener. The blade was no more than a few inches in length, but Taylor knew from experience that even the smallest knife could be capable of horrific actions. Taylor gave herself the briefest moment to be shocked, and, just like that, it was gone. Taylor gathered herself and moved around the desk, closer to the bloody maniac. "Mr. Jones, I don't know what you think is happening, but you're hurting yourself. Your wife and I are very worried about you. Please, give me the knife. We can all sit down and talk about whatever it is that's bothering you." Once again, Mr. Jones ignored her. His eyes never left the reflection of himself in the mirror. A sick smile twisted his lips upward. He stood there without moving, enraptured by his own image. "James! James!" Mrs. Jones shrieked. "You must stop this! What are you doing?" Taylor lifted an arm to warn Mrs. Jones away. The distraught woman pushed it off and walked closer to her husband. "James, this isn't you. This is the medication talking. Please, come away from the window and put down the knife." Before anyone could move to stop him, James Jones lifted the letter opener to his face, digging the blade into his forehead. With a quick right-to-left flip of his wrist, he opened a long, shallow cut. Taylor grabbed Mrs. Jones by the arm and pulled her back as she screamed. "There," James breathed. "Perfection. For the first time, he looked at the two women in the study.
Oh, hello. Would you like to be beautiful, too?
Taylor held on to the trembling Mrs. Jones. A quick look at her face confirmed what she was thinking. The woman was in shock. Taylor pushed the quaking woman behind her, refusing to let her own fear rule the moment. She turned to confront the psychotic masochist. Taylor was done playing nice. The situation needed to be resolved quickly or someone else was bound to be injured. Put the knife down, now, while you still have an option.
But why? Why wouldn't you want to be perfect?
Mr. Jones asked. He threw the mirror on the desk, shattering the glass in a dozen different pieces. Blade in his right hand, he advanced.
You'll see. Once I bleed the imperfection from your face, you'll see the truth. You'll be beautiful. Beautiful like me. You do want to be beautiful, don't you?
Taylor knew she couldn't let the man's blood come anywhere close to her. Whatever was making him act like this could be contagious. Left foot forward, right foot back. Taylor waited for the attack. Mr. Jones smiled as he stalked toward her. A gleam in his eye told Taylor all she needed to know. He had to be put down, and he had to be put down hard. Knife raised in his right fist, blood oozing down his face in sheets. He smiled at her. Taylor didn't hold back. The moment he was in range, she struck with her right foot, lifting her boot off the floor and swinging up in a wide arc. A split second later, her foot slammed into James' left temple with enough force to topple a man twice his size. Without a sound, he crumpled to the floor. Taylor took a long breath. Adrenaline was coursing through her body. With no outlet to expend itself, the adrenaline forced her heart rate to increase in tempo. She moved toward the downed man. Motionless, he held on to the letter opener. Taylor kicked the weapon out of his hand and knelt on the floor next to him. Unwilling to come in direct contact with his blood, she listened for his breath rather than checking his pulse. Mr. Jones was lying face first on the carpet. Blood pooled from his self-inflicted wounds, soaking into the soft rug. Taylor leaned toward him and listened. Beyond her own heartbeat and the steady beat of the fan, she could hear the shallow breathing of her assailant. Satisfied he was alive, Taylor rose to her feet. She turned her back to the unconscious man and reached for the cell phone in her pocket. Mrs. Jones stood near the door to the study, her mouth open but unmoving, her eyes glued to the still form of her husband. "Mrs. Jones, you're in shock. I need you to go downstairs and wait for my medical team to arrive. Can you do that for me?" Words beyond her, the woman managed to raise a finger and point behind Taylor. Instantly, Taylor knew what the woman was trying to communicate. "He is standing up behind me, isn't he?" Mrs. Jones nodded. "You need to go downstairs, now." At this point, Taylor wasn't sure if the woman could manage another nod, let alone a word. Taylor turned, cell phone in hand. He was already standing, breathing heavy. New, bright red blood mixed with older brownish stains all over his face and clothes, creating a tie-dye of red and brown shades.
"What's wrong?" he whispered. "Don't you want to be beautiful? You should release that wonderful, dark beauty within you. It wants to get out."
How did he get up from that? Taylor wondered. He should have been out for hours. Without warning, James lunged at her again. This time, there was no room for a wide kick. Taylor had to improvise, coiling her right leg in front of her and slammed it as hard as she could into the charging man's chest. Falling backward, James caught the base of his skull on the desk. A loud crack split the air, and once again he crumpled motionless to the floor. This time, Taylor wouldn't leave anything to chance. Tucking the unused cell phone into her jacket pocket, she crossed the room to the corner lampstand and yanked the electric cord from both socket and lamp. Braving the now dark room to secure her attacker's hands, she knelt down beside him and began working on tying his wrists together. Grabbing his forearms and nudging his hands behind him with her boots, Taylor avoided making direct skin-to-skin contact with any section of his blood. She liked her face exactly how it was. Taylor was satisfied with her job. Even if James Jones somehow regained consciousness in the next few minutes, he would be unable to pose a threat. Taylor reached for her phone and dialed her operator's number.
"There you are,"
the familiar voice said. "Here I am," Taylor agreed, keeping a watchful eye on James Jones' unmoving body.
"Report?"
Taylor glanced back at Mrs. Jones for a brief second and chose her words. "We'll need a medical team and a containment unit."
"Really? How bad is it?"
Taylor caught motion out of the corner of her eye. Against all odds, James Jones was stirring again. With a grunt of disbelief, she walked over to his struggling form and placed a boot on the center of his arching back.
"Taylor? Taylor, are you there? How bad is the situation?"
Bad. 2. The speed in which the support crew arrived told Taylor they were already prepped for the incident. More than likely, they were already on their way prior to her call. In a matter of minutes, 3 black SUVs pulled into the Joneses' driveway. No lights or sirens heralded their visit. Tinted windows hid the car's occupants until they exited the vehicles. Taylor watched them approach from the second-story window. She instructed Mrs. Jones to greet them at the door while she remained upstairs. Against all reason, James Jones continued to struggle against his bonds, flopping on the floor like a fish out of water. Despite the blood loss and multiple concussions at Taylor's hands, he refused to lie still. He persisted in his incoherent mumbling while Taylor pinned him to the floor. Her right boot secured his lower back to the study's carpet.
"Why?"
he said, clearly enough for her to hear.
"Why wouldn't you want my gift of freedom? The darkness that lives inside us all is begging to be released."
"Thanks for offering the impromptu plastic surgery, though I'll have to pass. I like my face arranged how it is." Her comment didn't faze her prisoner, who continued to ramble on about beauty and darkness. Seconds after the SUVs arrived, car doors slammed and an army of medics, investigators, and even a psychiatrist, all on the company's payroll, entered the house. They really pulled out all the stops for this one, Taylor thought. Footsteps on the stairwell preceded the office door opening, and a familiar face poked through. Despite his youthful appearance, Wade Treadstone was a senior member of Lazarus Pharmaceuticals. He handled public relations for the company and headed her own department. Outside of tonight, Taylor had only seen him a handful of times at the office, never outside of Lazarus Pharmaceutical buildings.
"Taylor,"
he said with a wide smile. Men and women in black suits and sterilized medical uniforms entered the room behind him. "Mr. Treadstone, I wasn't aware you handled cases in the field."
"Please, call me Wade."
He motioned to James Jones' struggling form on the floor beneath Taylor's boot.
"Reliable as always. Did he put up much of a fight?"
"Nothing I couldn't handle." Wade's team wasted no time in containing the situation. Lights were found and flipped, 2 large men in suits relieved Taylor's vigil on her prisoner, and a medical team began their examination on the secured subject.
"You're sure no bodily fluids came in contact with you?"
"No. I anticipated that may be an issue, so I handled him at a distance." "What exactly are we dealing with here?" Wade scratched the stubble on his jaw. His eyes traveled from his team working in the study to Taylor.
"You know as much as I do. You've handled these calls in the past. The medical team will let us know exactly what it is. Probably an overdose or a cocktail of the wrong medications.
Taylor bit her tongue. In the last 2 years she had worked for Lazarus Pharmaceuticals, nothing like this had ever happened. In the years she spent working for big corporations and government agencies, nothing like this ever even came close. Sure, there were always drugged-up maniacs. Overdosing on pills messed with people's minds. But this was somehow different. Darker.
We'll need a full report, as soon as possible, Wade said. Taylor, I trust I don't have to remind you that our company values discretion above all else.
Something in his tone threw warning flags in Taylor's mind. Everything was off about the night so far. The edge in Wade's voice only confirmed her suspicions.
Of course, sir. That's why you pay me so well.
Wade smiled, as Taylor knew he would. People in position of power always enjoyed the mention of money. Their religion told them if someone could be bought, they could be trusted.
Good. I knew you were the right person for the job,
Wade stated.
Despite the late hour, however, I'd like you to get checked out by our medical team tonight, to be on the safe side.
Of course. Taylor's eyes shifted to the rest of Wade's team. 3 men were holding James Jones in a chair. He was secured now with handcuffs and a mask that brought to mind images of Hannibal Lecter. A 4th member of the team injected what Taylor assumed was a sedative into his right arm. 2 more men stood nearby, ready to jump in if their captive's constant struggling became too much. The idea of 6 large employees all restraining a single man past his prime was almost comical. Almost. James Jones was beyond words now, gnashing his teeth. The repetitive motion of his enamel striking each other made a disturbing clicking sound. He struggled with every ounce of his strength to rise from the chair.
Perfect,
Wade said, motioning Taylor out of the room.
There's a car waiting for you downstairs that will take you to the office.
Taylor raised an eyebrow.
I'm afraid I'll have to insist, Wade said with a smile. I'll have someone drive your car to the medical wing. Once you're cleared, it will be waiting for you.
Despite the minimal interaction with Wade Treadstone in the past, Taylor knew his type. Arguing the point would get her nowhere.
That's fine, she said without missing a beat. I'll just need to grab my notebook.
3. Lazarus Pharmaceuticals was the largest and most respected distributor of prescription medication in the world. Specializing in the newest cutting-edge drugs, their main office was located in Los Angeles, California. The office was only 30 minutes from the Jones household. Her driver wasn't the talkative type. That was fine with Taylor. She had enough on her mind without the empty banter most company chauffeurs insisted on. She sat in the cushioned black leather seat with her notebook opened on her lap. She worked best when she could write down her thoughts. Ever since she was a child, Taylor kept a pen and paper close. For the first time in a very long time, she didn't know what to put down. Sure, there were the normal housekeeping items like time, location, names, but the facts were already written. What she needed now were words for what she'd witnessed. Calling James Jones crazy or drugged didn't do the event justice. She filled the gap of time her brain needed to process the correct words by writing down and circling the drug's title. Vanadrum. It was impossible to pen what she felt. She needed more time to process. Taylor's hand hovered over the page for a second, then she wrote down one more word and closed her notebook. Darkness. The company's headquarters were located on a square mile of land. Multiple gates and guard checkpoints stopped her driver as they approached the medical research wing. Each time, they were waved through with minimal delay. Soon, the black SUV pulled to a stop at a side entrance. Taylor exited the vehicle and headed inside. As she walked to the front door, she noticed the driver didn't pull away until he was sure she entered the building.
Well, hello there,
A friendly female technician in a long white lab coat said.
You must be Taylor. We were called and told to be waiting for you.
Taylor stifled a yawn. Yep, that's me.
Great,
The woman said with a large smile uncommon for the late hour.
If you'd be so kind as to follow me, we'll get you checked out as fast as we can and have you on your way.
Sounds good. Taylor followed her down a white, tiled hall, lit by bright fluorescent lights. Even at this hour, the medical wing was as busy as ever. A corporation as large as Lazarus Pharmaceuticals operated around the clock. Soon, the lab technician ushered Taylor into a large room equipped with every kind of medical device she could imagine. And more she couldn't. The scent of hydrogen peroxide was thick in the air. Taylor wrinkled her nose on instinct as the fumes caught her by surprise.
Oh, and I've been so rude. My name is Jean. Please, take a seat.
The lab tech said, motioning to a large padded table covered in thin tissue paper. Taylor complied without hesitation. The lab tech started her examination.
This will be quick, and we'll get you on your way. Mr. Treadstone ordered a full panel as fast as possible. With the technology at our disposal, it won't take long. If you can remove your jacket, we'll start with a blood sample.
Taylor shrugged off the brown leather jacket that felt like a second skin to her and extended her right arm. Jean was efficient at her job. In a matter of minutes, she had removed 2 vials of blood, swabbed Taylor's mouth with a cotton tip, and called an attendant to pick up the samples.
Great,
Jean said, with another smile.
I'll need to take a look at your eyes, ears, and throat. Once that is done, we'll see the results of your test, and you'll be good to go. How are you feeling?
Taylor shrugged and stifled yet another yawn. Besides tired, I feel fine. Given Jean's youthfulness and cheerful disposition, Taylor decided to push the conversation toward events of that night. There was no way the young lab tech could know what happened. Still, she might be able to shed some light on the situation. You said Mr. Treadstone ordered a full panel of tests as soon as possible?
He sure did,
Jean said, peering through a silver hand tool and into Taylor's left ear. Is that normal for someone like me? I've never had to do this. Jean jotted notes on an open folder.
What do you mean by someone like you?
Taylor raised her eyebrows. Apparently, Jean knew less than even Taylor. Wise on Wade Treadstone's part, not letting his right hand know what the left was doing. Taylor didn't skip a beat. I mean, a normal, everyday employee like me.
No, I guess not.
Jean stopped briefly to think before going back to work. Using a similar instrument, she flashed a light in Taylor's eyes and leaned in to examine her pupils. What tests were ordered with my blood and saliva?
Pretty much everything,
Jean responded, sticking a wooden depressor against Taylor's tongue and flashing another light down her throat.
Oh, I get it. Nerves kicking in, right? Don't worry, I'm sure you're fine. There's nothing to be concerned about. You're as healthy as anyone I've seen. You must work out. What's your secret? Yoga? Pilates?
I get so nervous about these things, Taylor lied. Thanks for the compliment. I try to get as much exercise in as I can.
So far, everything looks great. If you'll wait here for a minute, I'll go check on those blood and saliva reports.
Taylor nodded and was soon left alone to replay the night's events in her head. She had handled dozens of similar cases. In every instance a large corporation had something to hide, they were willing to pay people by the truckload to brush their messes under the rug. Taylor had no problem admitting to herself what she did for a living. She was paid to clean up messes prior to them making their way to the authorities, or worse, the tabloids. She was personally responsible for keeping the pin in more than a few hand grenades that would have torn large companies to pieces. For her current employer, she handled situations ranging from overdoses to faulty medication. Taylor estimated she saved Lazarus Pharmaceuticals millions of dollars in lawsuits and recalls over the years, not to mention keeping their spotless track record intact. Despite all of this, for some reason, tonight bothered her. Maybe it was the look of pure madness in James Jones' eyes. Perhaps it was the way he wouldn't stay down after numerous blows that would have sent men twice his size into a coma. Vanadrum. Taylor whispered out loud. Vanadrum was what he had started taking when the madness began. That was the connection. It was more than coincidence. Vanadrum was Lazarus Pharmaceuticals' largest success in history. People were waiting in line at their doctor's offices to be prescribed the mood-altering drug. Dots began to connect in Taylor's mind. A light knocking on the door interrupted her. She looked up to see a smiling Jean holding her blood work.
I told you it would be fast. As promised, a clean bill of health. Mr. Treadstone said you were free to go and wanted me to remind you that a full report is due first thing in the morning.
4.
Beep, beep, beep.
Is that my alarm or an air raid? Taylor thought to herself. For all that is holy, what I wouldn't give for another 5 minutes. She reached out with her left arm in a blind, flailing motion, swiping her arm through the air in a wild, half-conscious attempt to stop the incessant noise. She got lucky on her third try and hit the snooze button. Her joy at the silence didn't last long. Responsibility and the events of the previous night brought her out of bed. Faint memories of a nightmare encroached the edges of her consciousness. The more she tried to remember it, the further it faded into oblivion. The events from her dreams and the incident from the night most recently past were so closely related she was having trouble telling one from the other. Taylor soon disregarded her current train of thought for a shower. The shower's steaming water did its best to fight the weariness from her bones and comfort her troubled mind. While it helped, nothing would solve the dilemma of needing more sleep or chase away the images from the previous night. Her choice of clothing was similar as every other day. Boots, jeans, plain tee, and her brown leather jacket. Hair falling in every direction but where it should, she wandered into the kitchen for whatever she could put in her stomach in a hurry. 15 minutes and a cold Pop-Tart later, Taylor found herself pulling into Lazarus Pharmaceuticals' main entrance. Unlike the previous night, where her driver took her to the medical wing of the facility, Taylor headed for the main entrance. Parking was always a zoo and usually involved more than a few minutes maneuvering around row after row of BMWs, Teslas, and Mercedes. Taylor's usual plan was simple: park far and walk. Walking was good. It would give her time to think about what exactly she was going to put in her report. Wade Treadstone would want very specific details on what happened. What did happen? As Taylor traversed the pavement to the building's large glass doors, she was no closer to getting an answer than when she started. The two things she kept going back to were the name Vanadrum and the fact that Mr. Jones wouldn't stay down no matter how hard she hit him. The memory of his clicking teeth echoed in her mind. Employees in white lab coats and business suits walked to and from the doors. Taylor didn't recognize any of them, nor did she expect to. Her job as a cleaner meant she rarely visited the office. Her special skill set was only called on every few months. When Taylor was needed, her operator would get in contact with her, she would resolve the issue in a discreet manner, and visit the office to file a report. In the nearly 2 years she'd worked for the company, her operator had only called on her a total of 8 times. Her job was to be ready whenever they had a situation and handle it. Taylor's thoughts on the looming report were soon lost as she entered the main building. An energetic, young female voice welcomed her with a pre-recorded message. Any other day, Taylor wouldn't think twice about the generic commercial. The advertisement followed the events on moving slides projected on the building's far wall. Today, Taylor stopped in her tracks at the mention of the word Vanadrum.
Lazarus Pharmaceuticals has been the leading name in prescription medication for the last 4 decades. With our talented team of scientists and using the latest equipment technology has to offer, we continue our proud tradition of groundbreaking medication by introducing Vanadrum.
Taylor realized she was standing rigid in the middle of a lobby teeming with people busy to be about their way, her back stiff. She didn't care. Security guards eyeing her, she stood anyway, refusing to miss a word. The slides continued to pass over the wall, showing scenes of working lab-coated technicians, the manufacturing of hundreds of tiny red pills, and smiling men and women tossing the drug down their throats.
Vanadrum is one of a kind. Scientists at Lazarus Pharmaceuticals are now able to provide the assistance our customers deserve. Each and every one of you are perfect, inside and out. Why not feel that way? Everyone should be entitled to be perceived as they desire, whether it's the external or the internal, complexion or anxiety. Vanadrum can help. Vanadrum targets the part of your brain that deals with inner happiness. Within a few weeks, realize pure joy. Ask your doctor today if Vanadrum is right for you.
The woman's voice stopped talking, and one last slide hovered over the wall. It was a picture of an average-looking woman with a huge smile plastered on her face. In her right hand, she held a mirror. The reflection that stared back at her was clearly someone else. The woman in the reflection had undergone hours of makeup work and had obviously been touched up by Photoshop. The likeness looked like a movie star ready to walk the red carpet. Taylor raised an eyebrow. There were a multitude of possibilities of what could have gone wrong with Mr. Jones. However, if Taylor followed her gut instinct, she would put her money on Vanadrum. The exact details evaded her, but it wasn't her job to theorize. It's not your job to play Sherlock Holmes, Taylor reminded herself as she started moving toward the lobby's main desk. You handle the mess when it comes. That's it. Taylor stopped at a large, semicircular steel reception booth where 2 attendants smiled with perfect white teeth.
May I help you?
One of them asked. Yes. Taylor reached into her pocket and handed a Lazarus Pharmaceuticals ID card to the woman. I'm a field tech, here to make a report. The woman nodded as she entered Taylor's ID card information into the computer.
Here you are, Mrs. Hart.
It's Miss.
Excuse me?
You said Mrs. I'm not married, so it's just Miss. The attendant blushed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Taylor shrugged as she accepted her card over the counter. That's okay. I'm not. 5. Taylor made her way through the maze of stainless steel elevators and bare white walls. Her destination was a group of large offices equipped with desks and computers on the 12th floor. These offices were kept apart from the rest and designated specifically for cleaner use. Taylor wasn't sure how many people with her job description Lazarus Pharmaceuticals employed, although for a company with as much to lose as they had, she guessed they would have multiple agents all over the world. The office she was instructed to use displayed a large number 7 painted on the door in bold black strokes. Taylor's imagination painted 2 zeros in front of the number 7 in honor of her favorite hero. As soon as the image of James Bond came to her mind, she shook her thoughts free of such notions. She had a job to do. Her ID badge acted like a keycard and gave her access to the room with a loud beep that echoed down the deserted halls. Although hardly used, the office itself was spacious, indicating the financial power of the company. A window overlooking the property, an enormous metal desk, flat-screen computer, and chairs rounded out the room's furniture. Taylor flipped the lights and closed the door behind her. The smell of newly cleaned carpet made her wonder how often the room was used. Her mind was running blank as to what to include in her report. Even as she crossed the room, she wasn't sure how to start. She paused to look out the huge window. The report wouldn't be easy, but she would stick to the facts. She heard voices and tensed, her hands balling into fists. Then the door opened. Wade Treadstone poked his head into the room and smiled as he rapped on the door.
"I hope I'm not interrupting you, Taylor."
Someone stood behind him, though it was impossible for Taylor to see who it was clearly from her vantage point.
"No, not at all. I haven't even started."
"Good. May we come in?"
"Sure."
Wade entered the room, followed by a younger man with broad shoulders and thick black-framed glasses.
"Taylor," Wade said, "you two have never met, but you've spoken a few times over the years. I'd like you to meet Jason Waters. He's your operator."
Warning signs flashed through Taylor's mind as she extended a hand. Why are we meeting now? 2 years and he's only been a voice. They've kept us separate this long for a reason. Now they're allowing us to meet for... what? Jason's handshake was firm without crushing. He didn't attempt a smile or pleasantries. On instinct, Taylor knew they were both thinking the same thing.
"Please, sit,"
Wade motioned. Taylor took her seat on the opposite side of the desk as Wade and Jason. The high-backed, cushioned seat designed to offer comfort gave her anything but. The anticipation for an explanation brought goosebumps to Taylor's arms, despite her jacket. Years of training brought her feet to rest directly under her body, ready to spring into action if the situation required. While Taylor didn't think her employer would silence her after an event like last night, she needed to be ready for the possibility. It crossed her mind in the past that if a situation was dire enough, the company would allow no loose ends. With billions of dollars on the line, Taylor was under no false pretenses as to how much her own life would be worth. She was a cog in the machine, a piece which could be replaced if the need ever arose. Wade cleared his throat and began.
"I understand it's not protocol for an operator to meet his or her cleaner, yet after the events that occurred last night, the board deemed it appropriate. I'll start by relieving the tension and letting both of you know no one here is in any kind of trouble. You each handled the situation as well or better than anyone could have. You followed procedure to the letter."
The muscles in Taylor's body relaxed the slightest bit. Jason's shoulders also seemed to drop as he took in a deep breath. Wade reached into his suit jacket and pulled out a voice recorder he then placed on the edge of the desk.
"We'll start with you, Mr. Waters. If you would state your full name and title and tell us exactly what happened last night."
Jason licked his dry lips.
"Jason Oliver Waters, operator for Lazarus Pharmaceuticals. I received the call relayed to us from the police station last night at 10:12 p.m.
Taylor was never told what the exact terms of agreement were between the pharmaceutical company and the police, but she imagined it worked something like this. Lazarus Pharmaceuticals would pay a large amount to the police department. In turn, the authorities would allow them first crack at resolving any issues that may arise related to their drugs. It was an excellent deal for the authorities. They'd be given thousands of dollars each month to do nothing. If an event did happen to occur, Lazarus would be allowed to handle it and the police could sit back and relax. Jason's voice once again filled the room, and Taylor had to remind herself she wasn't on a call. Over the years, she wondered what he might look like. Her guesses as to her operator's appearance ranged from a battle-hardened, retired Navy SEAL to a young technological prodigy. The truth was, he was actually a mix between these two. Jason couldn't be that much older than she was, somewhere in his mid-30s. He was fit without being muscular. His glasses spoke of a sedentary lifestyle placed behind a computer.
The caller stated her name was Mrs. Jones, Jason said. She was hysterical. I did my best to calm her and get her to state the facts. As soon as I could get enough information from her, I put her on hold and called my cleaner. She picked up on the second ring. I gave her the address. With the cleaner en route, I tried to get as much detail from Mrs. Jones as possible. She told me her husband was acting strange and violent toward himself. She was worried about both of their safety. It was at this point she told me her husband was taking Vanadrum. She went on to say things I attributed to panic and hysteria.
Wade held up a hand to pause Jason's testimony.
What kind of things? She said he was trying to make himself beautiful. He was trying to give himself the face he always wanted.
The room settled in an uncomfortable silence. Wade and Jason stared at each other. Taylor looked back and forth between the two, her heart beating like a drum. Despite Wade's reassurance that no one was in any kind of trouble, Taylor had a feeling this was far from over. A long history of not trusting anyone had kept her alive this long. She wasn't going to break her streak now.
Thank you, Jason.
Wade turned his attention to Taylor.
Can you please pick up the story from when Jason called you?
Taylor nodded, reminding herself that Jason should also be kept at arm's length until he could be trusted. I received the initial call from my operator with the address at 10:15 p.m. I stopped what I was doing and was en route to the house on 437 Pinehurst Road within minutes. I arrived outside the house at 10:47 p.m., where I received one more call from Jace, my operator. The details were those my operator stated previously. I was instructed that Mrs. Jones' husband was irrational and possibly dangerous. He was taking the drug Vanadrum, and there was cause to think he may be a danger to himself and others. Wade leaned back in his chair with the tips of his fingers on each hand touching. Taylor noticed, but said nothing and continued with her story. I arrived to meet an anxious Mrs. Jones. She showed me upstairs to her husband. A knock at the door stopped Taylor's account. Wade clicked the voice recorder's pause button, then turned around in his seat with a frustrated expression.
Yes, come in.
The door opened with a beep. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline opened the door, an apology already on his lips.
I'm so sorry to disturb you, sir, but you said to contact you if there was another event.
Wade nodded and looked to both Jason and Taylor.
Excuse me for a moment.
Wade rose from his seat and walked to the door, where he conversed with the man in forced whispers. Taylor thought about listening in, but decided the less she knew, the better.
Crazy, right?
Taylor looked across the desk to Jason, who seemed to share her same stance on not trying to listen in on the conversation taking place feet from them. What is?
All of it. Last night, Wade's interest in the situation, us meeting here, now.
Taylor nodded.
I mean, you're nothing like I imagined.
Taylor's eyebrows raised on impulse as she asked, Oh, really? And what was it that you imagined? Jason shrugged.
I don't know. You were always so blunt and short on the phone. Maybe older, larger, not so...
Jason looked at the ceiling, struggling to find the right word. Not so what? Taylor asked, surprised at how amusing she found the conversation despite their situation. Jason looked at her with a boyish grin.
You know, not so... I'm sorry to cut our meeting short.
Wade's voice interrupted.
There seems to be a situation that requires immediate attention. You two can consider your report fulfilled.
Wade turned to go. Though Taylor had a million questions, she chose to remain quiet. Jason, on the other hand, did not share her same outlook.
Sir, if I'm not overstepping my pay grade, What's going on? It's Vanadrum, isn't it?
Taylor's eyes widened at Jason's boldness. The notion of voicing her ideas would never be more than thoughts in her mind. What Wade said next shocked her even more.
That question is overstepping your pay grade, Mr. Waters. But you two are the best operator-cleaner team we have, so I'll indulge you.
Sir?
The attendant behind him asked.
Wade raised a hand. The way he narrowed his eyes and looked past both Jason and Taylor said he wanted to say so much more than he was going to.
Expect to receive a call very soon.
Wade narrowed in on Taylor. He held her gaze for a moment before speaking.
Be careful in the field. Don't let their blood come in contact with you.
There was no time for either Taylor or Jason to ask any questions. Wade turned and exited, his attendant in tow. 6.
Wow. What do you think about that?
I'm trying not to think anything, Taylor said. Jason looked at her with raised eyebrows as they exited the office and walked toward the elevators.
Come on, really? Nothing? I know you're all business over the phone, but you have to realize what's going on here.
Taylor shrugged and hit the button displaying a downward pointing arrow. More than anything, she wished Jason would take another elevator. All this talk would get them nowhere. She wasn't so lucky.
So, that's it, huh?
Jason asked as the elevator doors dinged open and welcomed them into an empty car. Though Taylor's patience was wearing thin, she held her tongue. Instead of words, she spoke to Jason with her eyes. First, fixing him with a stare that would bore holes through steel, then moving her gaze to the steady red camera light that caught their every word. The camera was placed without trying to hide it in the elevator car's upper right corner. Jason was quick to catch on.
Right. Well, if you didn't trust what your veterinarian is telling you about your dog, you could always wait and talk to someone else. Another doctor may be able to shed more light on what is really going on.
Taylor sighed and lifted her eyes to the ceiling in disbelief. Jason was doing his best to code his message, but anyone with any training at all would be able to tell they weren't talking about animals or doctor visits. The way Jason stopped and over-enunciated certain words was so ridiculous it almost brought a smile to Taylor's lips. Almost. The two rode the rest of the way down in silence. The elevator only stopped once to pick up a pair of white-coated lab techs, too busy on handheld devices to notice one another, let alone the other two sharing their ride. Soon, the elevator doors slid open again at ground level. Taylor had already accepted the fact that Jason would follow her out to her car. His presence didn't necessarily bother her, but the topic she knew he would insist on discussing did. She understood his type well. He needed to think through things out loud. It so happened his type also preferred to think out loud in the presence of someone else and seek his or her approval. The unlikely pair maneuvered around the morning traffic of scientists, executives, and security guards. As they exited the main building, Taylor noticed the flashing sideshow and female voice advertising Vanadrum were gone. The chatter around her sought to fill the void, yet failed to replace the soothing female voice that described Lazarus Pharmaceuticals' latest product with pride. Taylor created a mental note of this as she left the lobby and made her way to her car. The air outside was warm, with a light breeze, making her think of less stressful days when she was alone, free to work things out on her own.
Do you think they can hear us now? I mean, do you think they have the parking lot bugged?
Jason whispered. His eyes darted in a few different directions.
We aren't breaking any of the rules by talking with someone who already knows information, right?
Well, it was nice meeting you, Taylor said, lengthening her strides. Her car was only a few yards away. I guess I'll be talking to you at some point. She extended a hand. Jason refused to accept her token of departure.
No way. You're not getting off that easy. You're trying to tell me you have no interest in what's really going on here?
Taylor retracted her hand. They were feet from her vehicle. She knew reaching her car wasn't going to help her escape. Making sure they weren't in hearing distance of anyone traveling to or from their own vehicle, Taylor spoke in a level tone. Listen, Jason, I'm not sure how long you've been doing this, but one thing I've learned over the years is not to ask questions and not to do too much thinking. We're both hired for a job. We get paid well to do it. That's it. We don't get paid to think. We don't get paid to come up with theories or hypotheses. You take the calls, I clean up the messes. It's as simple as that. Jason stood with his mouth open. It was clear whatever he'd expected Taylor to say, this was not it. The two stood in the parking lot while Jason gathered his thoughts. Taylor remembered a breakup in high school that was comprised of many of the same elements. Tall, dark-haired male standing with his jaw open, trying to make sense of life moments after Taylor had fed him the "it's not you, it's me" line. To Jason's credit, he recovered in a few seconds. His comeback was classic.
If events could be beyond the control of the company, it's our moral obligation to take action, isn't it?
How did this guy get involved in this line of work with an attitude like that? Taylor wondered to herself. Out loud, she said, "Oh, great. We're going to go ethical on this? Listen, I'm not sure what it is you think we've been doing over the last few years, but maybe you should have asked yourself that question before you filled out the resume." Jason furrowed his brow, an argument already on his lips.
No, I know exactly what we do. So far, we prevent disasters, single instances where one thing goes wrong. But you have to agree with me, this is different.
Taylor's pulse was rising. It had been a long time since her introverted nature gave anybody the time of day to argue with her. "Okay, Jason, if you want to go do something about this, be my guest. Call CNN and schedule a private interview. Post blogs, tweet, and tell all your Facebook friends about it. See how far that gets you. Even if I admit there is something different about this one, it's only been one. It's not an epidemic. It's not a strain. It's one incident. Now, I'm done arguing with you. Don't be offended, but hopefully I won't be talking to you anytime soon." If his eyes were any indication of what was on his mind, Jason had a lot more to say. As he started to open his mouth, the two were interrupted by the generic beeping of a cell phone. Taylor knew it wasn't hers right away and took the opportunity to dig her keys from her pocket. Jason reached into his jeans and brought out his silver company phone. Taylor recognized the cellular device because she was given one exactly like it when Lazarus Pharmaceuticals first employed her. She remembered the day like it happened last week, not 2 years ago. The tight, white package that fit in her hand, along with the specific instructions to carry the device with her at all times.
"Are you sure? I mean, yes, of course, but there's no other team to handle this? We already got a call last night."
Taylor was already in her car. Her hand was on the door handle a second away from closing it when Jason's words made her pause. No. It couldn't be another call for them so soon. 8 calls over the course of 2 years, and none of them coming even months near one another. Taylor dismissed this idea and moved to shut her door. Jason's left hand shot out, grabbing the doorframe above the window. During the course of their argument, Taylor felt heat rushing to her face. Now, as Jason held the phone in his right hand pressed to his ear and her door with his left, her temper reached the boiling point. Although her first thought was to break Jason's wrist or throat, she refrained. Rather than accosting her operator, Taylor yanked her car door shut, putting extra force behind the jerk. Jason let go of the car door and lowered the phone. Taylor regained her composure and started her car. She'd be gone soon, left alone to gather her thoughts and forget about the morning. With any luck, she would have a few months of radio silence between herself and her operator. She started the engine, released the parking brake, and jammed her transmission into reverse. Her phone went off. Not her personal phone, the company phone. Taylor checked her rearview mirror, making sure she avoided eye contact with Jason. She pulled out of the parking space. Her phone rang again. She reached for it, hoping against all else it wasn't who she thought it would be. Who else could it be, though? Jason was the only one that ever called. He was her operator. There was a knock on the window as she brought the small plastic device to her ear. She looked out the passenger side window at Jason's frown. She could see his lips moving outside the window and hear his apologetic voice through the phone. "Hello, this is your operator. We have a situation that needs your attention." 7. Things were happening too fast for Taylor to digest. Her mind raced to take in all the information as she sped down the freeway toward her next assignment. Still refusing to see that something's wrong here? Taylor allowed her eyes to leave the road for the briefest second. Jason sat in the passenger side seat beside her with something dangerously close to a smug look on his face. For the second time that day, Taylor thought about throat-punching the man. "You're sure he said you have to come?" she asked. Jason shrugged. "I'm only relaying what Wade said over the phone. He said he was taking over supervision of all operators and cleaners, and we were to go on calls as pairs now." Taylor sighed. "And it's our turn already?" Jason's expression fell as he caught her meaning. "I know what you're getting at." Taylor didn't know how many pairs of operators or cleaners there were, but she did know they worked on a rotation. That was why her services were only required so rarely. Receiving a call so soon either meant it was a fluke or all the other teams had already received calls in the last 12 hours, and it was their turn once again. "How many other teams are there?" Taylor asked. Jason hesitated. "I wish I knew. You know how Lazarus works. They keep us all in the dark to cover their back. We don't know what other events are going wrong. Together, you and I have only handled 8 events. In a city this size, say they need 10, maybe 12 teams. That would bring up the number somewhere between 80 to 96 circumstances that needed to be cleaned over the last 2 years. Did you have a cleaner before I was assigned to you?" Jason shook his head. "No, you were my first as soon as I was hired on. Makes me wonder what the life expectancy is for this job." Maneuvering around morning traffic, Taylor thought on Jason's words. The car grew quiet as the two were left to puzzle out the events transpiring and what the near future would hold. They drove in silence to their destination. It was a high school in an upscale suburb of Los Angeles. Wade told Jason that more information would be given to them on the way. For now, they were to go to the high school and await further instruction. After a few minutes of silence, Jason leaned forward and adjusted the radio. Taylor was so used to driving alone, she never considered the effect someone else turning on and tuning her radio would have on her. It was silly, she knew, but some animal instinct deep within told her another person was invading her territory. Taylor eyed Jason's hands playing through the stations. He tuned the knob one painful click at a time, pausing to listen to a station for a brief moment, then abruptly transitioning to the next. The pain-forced interaction with another person brought Taylor was ridiculous. Even she realized she was overreacting. Still, the fact that she was required to partner with her operator, with anyone, took away a slice of her freedom. While Taylor wrestled with these ideas, Jason continued to turn the dial. Click, click, click. She wished she could close her eyes and center herself. She wished she could use one of the many techniques she learned while working as an agent for the government. Slow her breathing, relax, calm her heart rate, and close her eyes. It was impossible, not only because she was driving, but because Jason was humming along with each song he tuned it to. He'd hum for a brief second, then switch the station, then repeat. Just as Taylor was about to let him have it, Jason stopped on a station. All humming ceased, and he remained motionless, the tips of his fingers resting on the knob. It was a commercial for Vanadrum. A male voice brought images of a middle-aged, everyday man with a smiling face over the airwaves. With all the worries of the world, you deserve the very best. The last thing you need is to second-guess your outward appearance or be hindered by insecurities you don't deserve. The male paused briefly to let his message seep through to eager listeners. Jason leaned back in his seat and looked at Taylor. The voice, full of hope, continued. Introducing Vanadrum. Vanadrum is the first drug of its kind that alters both perception of appearance and promotes inner happiness. With only a few weeks of medication, research has shown an improvement in temperament, lifestyle, and overall satisfaction. You deserve to enjoy life to its fullest. Let Vanadrum show the beauty within. Talk to your doctor today to see if Vanadrum is right for you. The commercial ended, and another immediately took over. The next advertisement boasted an energetic man speed-talking about car sales. Taylor mentally blocked it, her mind replaying what the Vanadrum commercial had said. Let Vanadrum show the beauty within. Jason must have caught on to the same phrase. Looks like Mr. Jones was lacking in the beauty within department. Taylor eyed the GPS displaying their route. Their exit was coming up soon, and the school was only a few blocks off the freeway. No word from Wade, she said as a fact, rather than a question. I'm sure he'll call soon, Jason replied. Usually it would be me handling this part of the job. I'm sure he's on the phone with the school now taking down the specifics. As Taylor exited the freeway, a thought struck her. She couldn't believe she hadn't asked the question yet. Jason, how much field experience do you have? When Jason cleared his throat nervously, Taylor knew he had none. Well, he started in a very political manner of speaking and danced around the question. I graduated with my master's in... You can stop there, Taylor said with a smirk. You've never been in the field, have you? Jason looked at her, offended at first. Then he hunched in his seat in a sign of defeat. No, not exactly. I do have degrees in both technology and pharmaceuticals, though. When he added the last part, his voice raised, as if that fact was going to redeem him in Taylor's eyes. Taylor was a lot of things, but one thing she was not was a complainer. She'd been dealt a rough deck of cards on this one. Still, she'd find a way to make it work. She had to. How old are you? Jason fingered his seatbelt buckle as they turned onto the street where the high school stood, only a few blocks away. I'm 36. Why? How old are you? That doesn't matter. What does matter is that this is your first time in the field. You need to do what I say when I say it. Trust me, this is what I do for a living. Jason sobered for the first time since she met him. He knew she was a professional. As such, he was taking her advice seriously. They reached the high school and pulled to a stop at the curb. It was a private school with manicured lawns that spread out in lush green hues. An American flag rustled in the light breeze, and another flag boasting the school mascot fluttered beneath. The school mascot was a yellow jacket. The flag portrayed the school insect on a field of blue, its wings extended, nose forward with narrowed eyes. The school buildings themselves were massive. Cream-colored walls with white roofs made the structures look more like a museum than an educational institution.
The parking lot was full of Land Rovers and Jaguars, but there was no one in sight. Jason's phone started ringing again. He turned to Taylor with a look that said, "Here we go," and answered the phone. "Sir, this is Jason. I have you on speaker. Both Taylor and I are in the car outside the school." Wade Treadstone's voice came over the phone, strained and weary. It was hard for Taylor to imagine the voice belonged to someone who seemed so confident and sure only an hour previous. "Taylor, Jason, I know this is anything but normal having the two of you go in the field together, but the board has deemed it necessary to travel in teams for the time being." Taylor heard frantic voices in the background. Wherever Wade was calling from was a center of chaos. She leaned toward the phone as if closing the few inches between herself and the square plastic handheld would help. It didn't. She couldn't make out the words being said in the background of Wade's call, only the panicked tones of both male and female voices. "Your target is a freshman at the high school. Her name is Rochelle Lake. The principal called the local authorities regarding a student acting hysterical in class. A quick background check brought up her doctor and prescribed medication. Vanadrum," Jason whispered. Despite the low tone, Wade Treadstone heard his mutter. "That's correct. She's been taking Vanadrum for the last few weeks. Handle this one as quietly as you can and call in for anything you need once you assess the situation. Remember, no local authorities or press. Under no circumstances do you let her blood or saliva enter your own bloodstream. The hesitation in his voice confirmed what had been building in Taylor's mind since she talked with Wade the previous night. This wasn't a man with a steel heart. Despite his status and rank, Wade actually cared about his people. A trait Taylor found confusing. Wade recovered and left one parting comment. "Both of you be safe. We'll need your skill sets for what comes next." That was it. The phone hung up, leaving nothing but questions in his wake. Jason was the first to speak. "What do you think he meant by that?" Taylor unbuckled her seatbelt. "Let's go. There's a girl in there who's a danger to herself and to others. If it's anything like what happened to James Jones, then we have no time to lose." Taylor grabbed her notebook from the back seat and exited the sedan. She walked to the rear of the car where Jason stood by the trunk, waiting. "You forgot to pop the trunk," he said. Taylor could almost smell the anxiety pouring from him. "Why would I open the trunk?" "You know, for the weapons and vests and masks and stuff." "What are you talking about? I don't carry any of that with me." "You've been going on these calls alone and without gear or weapons?" Taylor raised her right pointer finger to tap her temple. "All the gear I need is right here." She lowered her right hand and balled it into a fist. "If things get bad, then I have these." Even through his black-rimmed glasses, Taylor could see Jason's eyes were glazed over. "You're crazy. You know that, right?" Taylor walked past him and motioned for him to follow. "Who's crazier? The cleaner who knows she's walking into danger? Or the operator who follows her?" 8. The school's appearance was nothing like Taylor remembered her own high school looking like. Memories of chipped tile floors, rusted lockers, and flaking paint came to mind when she thought of high schools. Steel Hart High was nothing like that. Glass doors opened to a large building with a welcome desk. Lilac-scented air greeted every visitor while soft, cushioned carpet almost carried you across the floor. Jason whistled low under his breath. Taylor recovered from her momentary awe and looked around for a clerk or receptionist. No one was in eyesight. No music played, no phones rang. Nothing.
A scream ripped through the silence and sent chills up Taylor's spine. She heard plenty of screams in her line of work. This one was different. This was a young girl's scream that spoke of a sick mix of happiness and pain. The howl came again, this time louder and with more pleasure than sorrow. The noise was coming from the back of the building where another set of glass doors opened into a courtyard. Taylor hurtled over the reception desk and ran through the room of short cubic office spaces. She slammed into the metal release bar leading outside, her hands tingling at the force of her impact with a lever. Her eyes searched the scene, trying to remember where the sound came from. Was it to the right or the left? She couldn't tell. Then she saw them. Across a lawn, a group of school security guards and a handful of what Taylor guessed were teachers huddled around something. Wasting no time, Taylor sprinted across the new grass. Perfectly symmetric squares of the fresh-laid sod came together to form a quilt of greens. There were so many different shades of the one color, Taylor didn't know grass could be so bright and vibrant.
"Stop right there,"
one of the school security guards said with an outstretched hand.
"Who are you?"
"I'm here to help. We were sent when you called." Taylor skidded to a stop a few yards from the group. Her simple explanation seemed to be enough for those huddled around in a circle looking down at something on the ground. One man separated himself from the rest and walked forward, extending a hand.
"I'm sorry. Without the uniform, we didn't know. I'm the principal here at Steelheart High. Can you help her?"
Jason arrived next to Taylor at that moment, panting. He hunched over, hands on his knees.
Help? Help who?"
The principal pointed behind him.
"Give her some room, guys. The police are here."
The wail tore through the sky again. Security guards and teachers parted for Taylor to see a young girl lying on the field, writhing in pain. "Is this Rochelle?" Taylor asked. She addressed the question to everyone around her without taking her eyes off the form of the writhing girl.
"No," the principal said. "This is the girl Rochelle attacked today, Amber McLeod."
Taylor dropped to the ground. Blood lay splattered all around Amber, but there were no visible wounds marking the area of injury. The girl was wearing khaki pants with a collared white shirt. Red marks splotched her entire body, from her pale lips all the way down to her twitching feet.
"Jason?"
Taylor called over her shoulder. Jason came to stand next to her. Even with their lack of history as partners, Jason knew what she was going to say. His hand was already reaching for his phone.
"I'm on it."
"A paramedic team will be here soon," Taylor said to the small crowd. "What happened?" An older woman stepped forward.
"Rochelle and Amber were in my math class this morning. Rochelle didn't look well and kept mumbling things to herself. I should have known something was wrong then. Rochelle is one of my brightest students, never so much as a tardy note or missed homework assignment. Amber is her best friend. She asked to take her to the bathroom."
The woman's voice caught in her throat with emotion.
"I should have known better. I thought it was something emotional. You know kids this age. Maybe a broken heart over a boy or her parents fighting at home. I excused them both to the restroom. A few minutes later, the screaming started."
"Amber came out covered in blood and collapsed here."
The principal picked up the story.
"The security guards were called. They went to the bathroom to check on Rochelle. She was violent, even tried to bite one of our staff. He was lucky and pulled back at the last moment. We've locked Rochelle in the bathroom and have the rest of the students gathered in the gymnasium."
The entire time the story was being relayed, Taylor didn't take her eyes off Amber. The girl was shaking with tremors, but her wailing reduced to whimpers. Her eyes were open, staring into the sky above. Her mouth moved, pushing words too low in volume to be heard from her throat. Taylor leaned forward so her ear was only inches above the girl's moving lips.
She bled all over me, so I could see. Isn't the sky beautiful?
While they weren't the exact words she heard when James Jones spoke, they were close enough for her. "Do you have any handcuffs?" she asked the surrounding security guards. One balding man that looked like he had never missed a meal in his life shrugged.
"No, we only carry walkie-talkies."
Taylor removed her own belt and forced the young girl in a sitting position.
"What are you doing?"
the principal asked. "Until the medical team arrives, we need to restrain her. There's no telling what she might do to herself or others." A mixture of nods and open mouths responded to the call.
"They'll be here in minutes,"
Jason said. He knelt beside Taylor and, to his credit, held the young girl's wrists behind her while Taylor secured them.
"I can see now," the girl whispered. "I can see why I wasn't happy, and I can fix it. We can all fix it."
Taylor motioned to the security guards. "Make sure she doesn't move. Do whatever is required to keep her here until our backup arrives. Don't let any of her blood or saliva get in your mouth or eyes. Now I need to see the other girl. Where's Rochelle?" 9. So Vanadrum was not only driving people insane, it was spreading. A quick look at Jason confirmed Taylor's thoughts. His intense look of concentration told her he was thinking the same thing. The two were running side by side, following in the principal's wake.
"The bathroom where we locked her in is down the hall and around the corner. This way,"
he explained. Taylor's mind was already racing faster than her body to understand the scope of their situation. If Vanadrum was causing these reactions and the symptoms could be transmitted through blood, then a future that Taylor didn't want to imagine was at their doorstep. The trio covered the inside of the high school building in seconds. Shining white tiles were taken 2, sometimes 3 at a time. Lockers that looked new flanked them on either side. Bright white lights reminded them their surroundings were all too perfect to be any kind of nightmare.